Saturday. It's Saturday. You know what that means? Some of you should be at work. Some of you probably are. Some of you should be doing your homework. Some of you, I don't know what else you're doing. What else are you guys up to? Good morning. Hello. Forgot to put the green screen on. Like it's there. I just forgot the chroma key. Hang on. Oh, let's put that back on. Beautiful. There we go. Professional streamer. Don't at me. Now we know what's going on all the time. It is Slutty Saturday, it's true. Some of you saw a question. Josh, is your guild still accepting members? Yes, would love to join a fun, active, chill guild. That's a shame. We're none of those things. We are an unfun, depressed, remarkably angry guild. You have to have that kind of vibe to join us. Anything else just doesn't work. But good morning to each and every one of you. Yesterday, I went to the NEC in Birmingham, and I went to this. I didn't realize this. There are 3 events currently going on. Randren, good morning. Thank you very much for starting the day off with 10 gifted subs. That's incredibly kind of you. I was in Birmingham yesterday, which of course everyone knows is a terrible place and no one needs to go. But when I was in Birmingham, there are 3 events currently going on at the NEC. All right, there is DreamHack, the first time that this major, that's a cool character, the first time that this major gaming event has ever come to the UK. Then there is MegaCon, which is another big gaming event going on effectively next door to DreamHack. And then over the other side, there is the Arnold's, which is a bodybuilding convention. So you've got DreamHack, super duper ultra nerdy games. MegaCon, very cosplay, very culture focused, very artist alley focused. And then the Arnold's, super duper ultra fitness. And it's quite the vibe shift walking through the NEC, going past all of these events, because I went to the Arnold's to have a look what was going on, because I like fitness, I like keeping in touch with bodybuilding in general. While I'm not the biggest guy in the world, I generally like seeing, I'll watch, Wesley Visser on stage, not a problem at all. While walking to the Arnold's, I walked past Greg Doucette and Joey Swole, and didn't stop them to say hi, because they looked very busy themselves, didn't want to feel like I was getting in the way with that. But it was just nice to see those guys there. Joey was doing a really long meet and greet line. Ronnie Coleman was there. Sam Sulek was there. I saw Sam Sulek pose on stage. Sam Sulek for the pre-judging for the bodybuilding. And you know what? Honestly, he was looking really good. Like the first time I saw a couple of Sam Sulek videos, this was years ago. I'll be real, the dude was looking, he was looking in trouble. But honestly, Sam Sulek on stage, he has got one hell of a charming smile. As soon as that guy walked out, absolutely beaming. He was glowing, genuinely. He was so happy. And he did really damn well for himself. That's his second pro show. He did well. He should be proud of what he's done. Never met the guy. I don't know if I ever will in the future, but you know what? His energy on stage was super nice. And people even Man Crush. Oh, gone Wesley Visser. Okay, just Google Wesley Visser. Wesley Visser is probably the most kind of like golden era Schwarzenegger figure that we have on stage right now. All right, Wesley Visser is just the Dutch oak. Oh my God. I don't normally talk about bodybuilding too much because it's not something I like to think that I know a lot about, because I definitely don't. But that dude on stage, energy. And a couple of my friends, loads of my friends right now, they're at either DreamHack or they're at MegaCon. I mean, oh, don't get me wrong. Chris Bumstead, if he was there, that dude is, he is insane. But this is what I think is really important for people to remember. All of my friends who are currently at either DreamCon or MegaCon right now, when they heard out that I was at the Arnold's, they messaged me and they all had kind of the same question. They all said, so what's the energy like? Is it all, really catty, really bitchy? Is it all, horrible, jock energy, bully the nerds kind of stuff? And I said, look, I'm going to be honest. It is the most supportive bunch of people. I just saw that guy over there do some more stuff. It is super supportive. Everyone was clapping for everyone on stage. Everyone's, wishing everyone the best. Everyone's giving each other pointers. Everyone's supporting. It is, while I understand that behind the scenes there is probably a level of bitchiness going on that I will never understand, at least on the stage floor and at least within the audience, there's actually a huge amount of support there, genuinely. Like, it's, the fitness industry mostly is just lots of people supporting each other. The locker room stereotype, I agree, is one of those things that I think 80s movies really push that to be like, look at all these stupid, horrible jocks. And then you go and hang out, and I'm like, nobody wants you to get fit more than a fit person. Nobody wants you to take care of yourself more than somebody who takes care of themselves, without a doubt. You just found me a few days ago. Already love you. Oh, thank you, Danny. I appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, drama does just sell, without a doubt. Howdy, how may I join the union? You can drop one of the officers a message in game, or me in game, and I'll see what I can sort out for you. Give me a sec. Bake, I'll sort that for you. Today, we're going to be doing the Sunken Temple a few more times. Oh, the union is... Oh, I can't currently invite because I haven't promoted this guy to be able to do that, but I will do that soon. But yeah, so the Arnolds was really good fun. DreamHack looks fun for the people that are there. MegaCon's going to be fun, but Saturday for us is going to be hanging out, relaxing, maxing all cool, shooting some b-ball outside of the school. That's what it's going to be. I see you're pushing 50 and I'm not talking about your age. Well, you'd not be wrong. We are going to hit level 50 and we're going to get the Lasher Sword. That's what's going to happen. We are World of Warcraft maxing. We are casual pilled. Visa's doing really well with the JoshStrifeSays channel. Congratulations to him for pushing 300,000 subscribers. 300k for a Clips channel is insane. Visa is doing so damn well and deserves all of the success that he is experiencing from that. He has worked so hard. And you know what? Visa's been lovely to work with. Professionally over the years, he has been absolutely a complete gem. Absolute gem to be able to work with. Yeah, so big congrats to Visa. Everything he worked for, fully deserved. Yes, can we all just say thank you, Visa, in the chat? Everyone just type thank you, Visa. And then he will know how much we love him and support him and appreciate him. So, thank you, Visa. Clips channel looks inside. Josh doesn't stop talking for like hours. That's all it is. It's just me yapping. What I really appreciate about Visa is that he will still tag a video that's like 50 minutes long with shorts, which means that it still appears in people's shorts algorithm. Hope Gray, let's bang out some dungeons. Beautiful. Let's do, we'll go and do Sunken Temple. Sunken Temple's a fun one. Hope Gray, you can tank Sunken Temple. Right, we need heals and 2 DPS for Sunken Temple. If you guys want to come get it. Yeah, the 45-minute short. Love it. Suddenly this chat looks like it's full of finance bros. Just big thank you, Visa. Thank you, Visa. We can make this chat even more LinkedIn. Agree? Question mark. Can heals or DPS Sunken Temple? Brilliant. There we've got the deep. That's the heals. Right, sweet. You can DPS Sunken Temple. And Ice, can you heals? If you can heal, please. We need 1 more DPS for the Sunken Temple, and then I think we are good. Well, what you need to understand about the Clip channel is that it really exists within a 30-minute loop. Oh, beautiful. I love that the memes have spread out from this. Oh. If you need an invite to the main guild, shoot a request in the... Oh, thank you, Pip. Pip can do some stuff. I can DPS 51 Warrior. Ziwu, of course you can. Come and get involved. Oh, do you guys want to see something cool? I got a global epic drop a few days ago. We were doing the Sunken Temple, and I killed one of the little maggots that's like level 30 that's just crawling around, and it dropped the Flurry Axe. The Flurry Axe is an offhand axe weapon with a speed of 1.5, so it's super fast, and it has an on-hit chance of granting an extra attack on my next swing, which means if I put a slow but powerful weapon on my main hand, the extra attack will count from the main hand. So I've managed to put the Ripsaw Axe on, which has a chance of wounding the target and has a speed of 2.7. So that is, yeah, there we go, the Flurry Axe right there. Oh, also, we've got both drops from... We have got both drops from... Fenrisian is, we've just filled up. Both drops from Zul'Farrak, so we will be able to combine both of the Jangthrays and Sangthrays into the Lasher Sword. That's all good and ready to go. What else was dropped? We've had some really good stuff recently. We got some good gloves. We got... Oh, goodness, we got the pauldrons for it. I can't remember anything else that was amazing, but we've definitely seen some good stuff. We've seen some real good stuff. So yeah, we're going to have both of the really cool offhand swords combining into the lasher. What felt better, getting the flurry axe or the second ZF sword? So the second Zul'Farrak sword had a drop chance of between 1 and 5% on the final boss. So when I sat down at the start of the day to grind that dungeon, I knew that I was going to be there potentially for 8 hours and not see it. And I knew that if a team wanted to help me, they might be there for a long time as well. So the fact that it dropped on the very first boss kill of Zul'Farrak was just a huge, huge surprise. But you know what? Bianc in the party is correct. We only got the axe because somebody gave me the item Lucky Charm before I did this. People that are like, Josh, listen. Okay, you don't do as much DPS as other people do, so you've got to be... All we care about is your luck. So, I was given a Lucky Charm, and then I just do luck stuff. That's all I do. Can you get a summon ice? You might be able to if people are there. Sunken Temple is over in the Eastern Kingdoms, and it is east of... It's east of Dark Shire? Duskwood, that's the one. Alright, cool. So, you're on your way to Stone. Who else is on their way? You know, I'll head over there anyway. Why not? Lucky Charm. You're already... Look, yeah, 2 1% swords on the first try was insane. That was pretty good. You can't deny that. But if we have a look in the bank, you guys can see what else we've got going. Because we've actually got some items stacked up and ready to go. Check this out, alright? See what we've managed to get from boss drops that we've stacked up and have good to go. So the Blade of the Wretched is the boss drop from the kind of preacher boss halfway through Sunken Temple. It has a chance of causing 90 shadow damage, and equipping it increases attack power by 16, and I've got 2 of them. Which means when we get to level 49, we can dual-wield Blade of the Wretcheds. But if we don't want to dual-wield Blade of the Wretcheds, if we want to continue going on with our Flurry Axe on the offhand, we did get the Tooth of Iranicus drop from the final dragon boss of Sunken Temple. Now, the Tooth isn't the most epic of drop, but it is still a level 50 axe. Relatively slow axe with +6 strength and an improved hit rating. So that's not a bad little axe right there. Does it look cool? It does look cool, but I think most importantly is we're going to go for Sang and Jang Thrace being combined together into the Lasher sword. That's probably going to be my vibes with this. Right. If you guys are on your way, I'll wait for a summon. If that's okay. I'm all the way over in Kalimdor. Josh, am I following the retail race to world first? I am not. I straight up am not. But you know what? As long as they all have fun, that's good enough. As long as everyone's having a good time, I'm happy for them. You can't wait till I start farming. Look, as soon as we hit 50, I'm going to combine those swords together. We're going to start farming. We're going to have a good time. That's my plan. Yeah, as long as everyone doing the retail race is just having a good time, I'm happy for them. What's my opinion of college students using AI to cheat? Personally, I support it, says Roto the King, or Roto the King. Roto, what's the point of college? That's the question we need to establish there before we talk about whether cheating there is actually relevant or good or bad. So the point of college, some people see it as to learn, and some people see it as to pass the actual test at the end to get the degree. And these are the two, this is the kind of dichotomy of it. If you see the purpose of college, university, or higher education as the ability to learn, to intake knowledge, to process it, to think about it in different ways, and to output a solution to a problem that maybe hasn't been discovered before, then the purpose of learning is the most important thing. Going through the process, learning how to deal with that. Also learning how to deal with people, because you're going to bump into people in college. And if that's the point, then using AI is not actually helping you with the process unless you're using it as part of the process itself. If you see the purpose of college as to simply get the degree at the end of it that says you have a degree, and then you use the degree to go and get whatever job you would like to go and get, then I can absolutely understand why people want to do that. because you have to ask yourself, and you have to kind of really consider this. This is a genuine kind of balance with this. Imagine that a job says, we will hire you if you have a degree. But the degree you get does not matter. Like, it's completely irrelevant. It will never be relevant within the job. It will never be tested. They don't care how you got it. They just care that you have a degree. At that point, they don't actually care that you have the ability to learn. They just care that you have a degree. And so I can completely understand why people say, hey, I'm just going to use AI to get this degree, because effectively all I'm doing is ticking a box that I need ticked to be able to get this job. So it depends. Do I agree with using AI to cheat? Cheating yourself out of the process? No, absolutely I don't. I think that's a silly thing to do, because you are removing the journey from yourself, and the journey is kind of the point. But if you only need a piece of paper or a little tick in a tick box to allow you to do something in life that previously you wouldn't be able to do, I can fully understand why people would want to do it. It's one of those very strange situations where if the company don't care about you using your degree, or if your future doesn't care about the process, then I can understand why you wouldn't. If you are growing up in a world that demands you have a degree, but will never actually ask you to use the abilities or the experience from it, then the world doesn't care that you have the processing power to do it. The world just cares that you have the degree. So at that point, why not just go and get it? The crazy thing is, I actually don't agree with the cheating, because I think it's missing the entire point. But the problem is, if the world is missing the entire point, then what's the point in continuing to fight for what you think the point is? I don't want to become one of those boomers that just start saying, oh, well, back in my day, we had to do it this way and this way and this way. No, we have to actually look at how the world is right now. AI is inevitably going to be a part of the world, and so using it as a tool is going to be something that gives you an advantage. But using it as a tool when you are removing the ability to work without that tool, that's going to be at a disadvantage. You have to work out what you want to use it for. Because people will say, oh, AI is just that. It's not just the same as Wikipedia. It's not just the same as having access to textbooks. It's not just the same as something else. It is something that effectively attempts to. Its very purpose is to remove the need to process information into the meaningful bits. That's what it's doing for you. And you know what? That can be a great time saver. And that can be, to a degree, remarkably useful. But if you come to rely entirely on the tool, and you can't perform anything without the tool, then the most important thing is the tool, not you. Which means that if one of them needs to be replaced, they're going to replace you, not the tool. Think about it like that. If you are simply a user of the tool, instead of useful inherently to yourself, then as the future progresses, the only thing that will matter is people that are able to use that tool better. Right up until that tool fails. Then suddenly people are going to want people that can do it without it. Back when I was working retail, I don't know if any of you guys ever had to do this, but when I was doing retail work for Toys R Us, most people paid by card. The vast amount of people paid by card. But occasionally, there would be a power cut. And because of where we were positioned within the shopping centre, a power cut did not mean evacuation. A power cut just meant get the torches out, keep working. And we did. So I have helped people find Star Wars figures by torchlight, and then got to the till to rung them up, and they were like, can I pay by card? And the only way that they could pay by card when there was a power cut was we had to get out these old, what we called chunk machines, which were these massive, huge slabs of metal with a moving bar across them. And the reason they were called chunk chunk was because that's the noise that they made as you rolled the thing across. And you would put someone's card in the center on top of kind of pressure paper, and you would slide it across, which made an imprint of the card, and then you would write down how much the card was being charged for, and then you would give them back. It was a carbon copy of the card. But I was the only person that knew how to use that machine, because I just literally sat there and read the book the first day I got hired. I'm like, one day there is going to be a power cut. One day someone is going to have to get out this machine and we're going to have to use it. Okay, so I need to know how to use it. So no matter how good people were at the tills, there was still an element of, I know how to use the older tech. And knowing how to use the older tech does not mean that you will have to use it. It doesn't mean that you even put it on your CV as a thing that you can do. It means, and this is very important, that in the off chance you need to do it, suddenly you're a goddamn hero. And then, whenever people are like, oh, should we get rid of this person? You can bring up, no, you shouldn't. Because I was the only person that could save us at that day. I was quite happy about the IRA. It was great. I had a good time. Someone raised a request for something that didn't exist. Turns out they used AI to read our docs and just guessed something exists based on the requirements. Yeah, no, it's very, very strange. Artificial intelligence is great at collating a load of data together and giving you an answer that sounds right. I think that what people that absolutely love AI or use it a lot in their work start to realize, and I've looked into it, is when it goes right, it can save you a lot of time. When it goes wrong, it potentially wastes all the time it saved you because you then have to go through the process of working out where it went wrong. You have to troubleshoot the thing that was meant to save you time. And that ends up costing you often more time than the total amount of time that has at some point been saved. It's a tad difficult with that. Or you can just discard it and ask it to go again. One thing that I have noticed, and if you use AI more than most people do, correct me if you think I'm wrong on this, AI is designed, especially the chatbots and the large language models, it's designed to give you an answer that it thinks you want, not necessarily an answer that is useful or correct. Because I've seen people talking about the fact that it said stuff that it knows would be personally validating, but not actually correct. That's dangerous because that's just an ego massaging machine. Do you want... But yeah, that's a great way of putting it. AI is designed to sound overly confident, and that terrifies me because that's my job. If all AI... I don't think that AI could do the job of a Twitch streamer, but if all it does is just say things wrong with confidence, that is my job. AI is coming for me. That's the problem. Right, let's summon the last person and go and do Sunken Temple. Does anyone not know the process here? Are we teaching anyone ST? I don't remember the process. Oh, well, Bankwell, I mean, you're not the tank, so that's fine. Oh, you've got the Lasher sword! I'm so jealous. Oh, Ziwu. Okay, cool. I don't remember the process as being. Ziwu knows it. I recall the long process where we're going, yes, indeed we are. Ah, Fenris, hello to you. You're doing ST on you. You've got the Lasher as well. We've all... This is the fricking Aladdin meme. He's got a lasher, and then they all pull him out of... You fools, we've all got lashers. Oh my god, this is just a guild full of rare swords. Oh, god. Can't believe that. Right, how long will the Sunken Temple run take? I don't know, like an hour? 2 hours? It's just honestly Lasher land. Everyone get out. Everyone's on the lash. That's just the kind of crazy stuff that we do. Hang on, you've got flurry axes too. Hope Gray, have you got one of those too? No. 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 God damn it. Oh, I thought I was special. You guys are making me feel downright normal. I don't like this. Vexarion Gaming, welcome. Quick, say something to cheer me up. If you've just raided into the stream, you have just seen my ego be shattered. Absolutely shattered. I thought that I was like the bee's knees with this. I thought that I was walking down here, people were stopping to look at me. I thought that I was bringing a real level of class and dignity and rarity to the team. Turns out, if anything, I am utterly whelming. I mean, you could kick them. Thanks, low FPS. From now on, I'm only forming groups of people that have less impressive stuff than me. This is the equivalent of that really arrogant kid that used to live in your neighborhood being like, no, I'm only playing with the kids that, you know, are worse than I am at everything. I'm not allowing anyone to be good in anything. Oh, god damn it. Hang on. Alright, I forgot what all the buttons do, so I'm just pressing them all and hoping something happens. If Flurry Axe drops, yeah, if that drops, you can need it, man. I'm not having two of them. Hey Josh, long-time viewer, first-time raider. Thank you very much. We're talking about your content on stream and you happen to be on... Oh, thank you very much. Welcome in. I hope you were talking about good things about my content. What were you saying? Tell me exactly what you were saying. Have the conversation again, but now, via text form. If you've just raided in from Vex's stream, I need you to give me full details of what was said. Dr. K says that using AI to cheat makes sense on the surface because schools reward results, not actual learning. 100% agree. But the reason is that you end up cheating yourself, you get the grade, but you don't build any real skills. Absolutely agree again. It's almost like Dr. K is quite clever. His main point is the biggest risk isn't getting caught, it's used to avoid effort and not really growing. Spot on! I agree with him. Me and Dr. K have got so much stuff we agree on. Not everything. I don't know everything he thinks, but I'm pretty sure that I don't agree with him on everything ever. But, I mean, the dude is remarkably smart. Yeah, K for clever. That's why he's called Dr. K. Because he's smart. Have I talked with Dr. K? We have messaged via, like, Instagram. I think I've spoken to his team. I haven't spoken to him directly. But, you know, we have a mutual respect for each other, I would say. Okay, tank lead the way. Tank leads, we kill. Full run, please. People resist the grinds and putting in the effort to learn because they want the results. People want to go to a... People want to be told exactly what setup. All 12 bosses. Anyone got the cool skeleton quest item? It's okay if you guys don't. I don't think I do. Yeah, people want to get the results without the work. But in a world that rewards the results more than the work, can you blame them? Yeah, we need you to set up your UI to use multiple action bars. No, you don't. Straight up, no, you don't. You have work tomorrow, hence you should change the title to accommodate me specifically and ignore everyone else. Thanks, Cheesebroker. You've reminded me how the internet works. The entire world must prostrate itself in front of one person. For it must be, without a doubt, everyone making sure one person's life is okay. You were paragraphing your video about the community being what makes an MMO to last longer. Oh, thank you. You're the few that be genuinely upset. Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate that. I would be upset if I couldn't stream anymore as well. I'd have to get like a real job. But I can't blame the kids that cheat. Because, I mean, this is, I think, a bigger thing in... And again, if anyone is based within, culturally within the East, you'll have to let me know. From my limited knowledge, and this might be wrong, especially within China, the process of cheating on a test is actually not necessarily seen as a negative thing. The process of getting caught is seen as a negative thing. Because if you were to cheat on a test, it's almost a way of saying you cared enough about passing to give yourself any advantage you could give yourself. I think I see cheating on some tests the same way that bodybuilders and professional... I mean, this makes sense. I just went to the Arnolds. Every professional bodybuilder at a super high level is doing steroids. Obviously, that's not a legal accusation, but I think it's something that we can definitely look at and say, yeah, that's probably happening. I know it's shocking to some of you. And I'm talking like Mr. Olympia levels. Anyone that gets that high within the sport is doing something to give themselves an unfair advantage. Oh, nice. Leggings of the Falcon. Very cool. 5% drop chance. Stamina, agility, and intellect. That's going to be good for... Don't know. Not me. Because they've got to stay competitive. You've got to give yourself a competitive edge. And suddenly, this is where things shift. When lots of people within a kind of competitive environment are doing something, the nature of the competition changes. It's no longer don't do the thing. It's now don't get caught doing the thing. Is this a recording? It is not. And that's what I have to explain to people. So when people say, is using AI to cheat on tests bad? I think you are robbing yourself of the personal reward that going through the process gives you. But if the personal reward the process gives you is an internal validation thing, and what you actually need to get from this is an external job, then I can understand why people begin to prioritize getting the actual job over getting the validation. It's one thing to sit there and think, oh yeah, I feel good. I have a warm, fuzzy feeling inside me because I have the knowledge to take on problems, when you don't get that job and somebody else who did cheat gets it over you. That sucks. Do you want the warm, fuzzy feeling that you did the right thing, even when that doesn't necessarily help? Or do you want the benefit that actually passing gives you? Steroids are banned on bodybuilding tournaments. They do tests for them, and if you are discovered to be on essentially too much, then yeah, there are problems to it. But I'm pretty sure everyone on stage is doing them. The trick becomes how to not get caught. But it depends on the tournament. That's a great way of putting it. Medi, or as some people say, if you're not cheating, you're not trying. Do I agree with that? Cheating removes the journey from yourself. But you have to ask what you care about more. Going on the journey or reaching the destination. How do they ban someone that used it a year ago? Potato, they don't. That's the thing. There is a time where the tests will no longer detect the steroids in your system. Which means the trick then becomes, how can you do the thing that gives you an advantage without being caught for the thing that gives you an advantage? That's the thing. You can look good and be at the top naturally. That's true. How many people need to be at this level? Dahlia, not many people need, but the question is, if you want to, if you wake up one day and say, I want to win Mr. Olympia, there is no way you are going to do that without taking steroids. Not now. Maybe many, many, many years ago, in a time before steroids. But if you wake up and you say, I am going to become the world champion at this thing, you need to be taking every single advantage you can possibly give yourself. Because if you aren't, here's the problem, somebody else is. This is my highest level tune from now on, yes. Vegs, gotta head off. Take care of yourself, bro. Have a good day. Fitness stuff has been a motivator. I am glad about that. Thank you very much. Oh, go and get a walking pad, man. Do it. Yeah. If you If you don't give yourself every competitive advantage, every competitive edge in whatever you are competing at, your opponent will. And therefore they will have an advantage over you. That is the problem. I watched a video a few days ago on competitive cycling and people putting tiny hidden motors inside bikes. Did you guys get recommended that video? Tiny hidden motors inside road bikes, racing bikes. You did see that video. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. But that's the reality. That's where we live. We live in a world where if you aren't giving yourself every possible advantage, you're not going to be at the very top of your game, which is a shame. And it's almost like the prisoner's dilemma on a global scale. If I sit down to play a game of Magic the Gathering with my friends, and I say, hey guys, let's all agree to not use the card Soul Ring in Commander, because all it's going to do is give one of us the potential first turn advantage. Let's just say, okay, we all agree to not use that card. That could be a good thing. But what happens if somebody does? Well, if somebody does, we're still on a small enough scale where we can say, you know what, guys, we're just going to stop this game now for a bit. We agreed to do it this way. It's not happening this way. Let's just stop. Okay. Agreements to keep things balanced only work if everyone follows them. But what happens if there was no way to discover that somebody hadn't followed an agreement? What happens if a bodybuilding competition says, okay guys, nobody is allowed to use steroids in the year before this competition? We won't test. Just promise that you won't. And everyone says, yeah, I promise I won't. How do you know everyone's going to do that? Because if somebody wants to win, someone's going to do it. That's the problem. Which means when the competition happens, the person that's going to win is the person that gave themselves the advantage. They won't test for it, they don't know. And this becomes the problem with any ultra high level competition. The promises that everyone makes need to be policed. And there is unfortunately no real way to police well enough. Your mate used to be a strongman, said the use of roids is quite high. It will be. It absolutely will be. I've got friends that work in there and do that kind of stuff, and it's like almost everyone. Now, I'm not an expert in fitness or bodybuilding. I'm a fan, but I'm not an expert. So consider this. Many years ago, it was the general culturally accepted thing for fitness influencers to say that they were natural. Even if they weren't, they would say they were. And the reason they would say they were is because they didn't want to inspire the kids that were watching them to go and do steroids. If they said, oh, I'm natural, then anyone they're inspiring is going to say, well, I can do it naturally. I can just, eat lots of chicken and broccoli and rice. Of course, the physiques they had, the lives they were living, they were not natural at all. It was impossible to get the physiques they had naturally. But they would say they were natural because they wanted to inspire. Well, two reasons. It's kind of like a pincer attack when you say that. The reason you say you're natural when you aren't is, first of all, you don't want to necessarily inspire kids to go and do a lot of drugs. But secondly, you actually reduce the amount of people, if they believe you, who are able to get to your level. You reduce your own internal competition. Because if people aren't doing the things that you did, they're not going to reach the level that you reached. Oh, hang on. The Atalai Boots of Power. That looks quite good. All right, so we've got strength, armor, and attack power. Very nice. I'm going to need. Good for you, Josh. I'll need. Anyone else can need too. They are some good boots. Hey, we got them. Next level, we're equipping them. Why do I keep swapping character? Because I want to. So going back to the whole steroid discussion, we had this thing where a load of fitness influencers said they were natural because they didn't want to, first of all, admit they were breaking the law. They didn't want to increase their own amount of potential competition, and they wanted to inspire kids to try and do it naturally, at least some way. And then someone said, this is dishonest. You need to be honest because kids are going to be looking at you and realizing that they cannot achieve this naturally. And so everyone in the industry started admitting when they were enhanced. And this had a bit of a double-edged sword effect. First of all, it was honest. They were being more honest with their audience. Wait, are people in the gym also using roids? Potentially. And these fitness influencers, they started being more honest with their audience. The problem with that is that the benefit of being honest came with the downside of, well, now a lot more kids are going to try and do steroids. Because the kids suddenly knew, I say kids, it can be easily influenced adults as well. The easily influenced adults suddenly started to realize they were never going to achieve the kind of physique they wanted to achieve without that. Like, I mean, when I was at the Arnold's yesterday, there were 3 or 4 entire booths selling peptides. And to me, that's still kind of weird. So what do you guys think? Is it a good thing that the fitness industry is being honest about its use of steroids because the process of being honest itself has value? Or do you think it's a negative because by being honest about the results they are getting, they are actually encouraging much more impressionable, often much younger people to start doing them as well? Have I got a mount? I do. Wind Fury Sword Specialization. Oh, you got the Thrash Blade. Very cool. Honesty can always be the best. Honesty can always be the best, but you have to understand that being honest also, no way. We got a really good stamina, spirit, and strength. That is not for me. Mine's got strength and stamina. Hang on, no, that's better. That's more armor. It's plate. No, mine's 18 strength. Nice belt for a paladin. That's not mine. That's not mine. Mine has more strength. That's good for... Oh yeah, I'm not tanking. It's a tank belt. Honesty with a caveat of saying how bad they are. Yes, that's very true. I do think that we are going through a bit of a push recently on fitness content online. And again, if you guys are in the industry or if you're within the kind of general scene, you can tell me how you feel about this. Do you think that younger and younger kids are being influenced to live more and more unhealthy lifestyles? Or do you think younger and younger kids are being pushed into attempting to follow more and more damaging fitness regimes or routines because the people that they're seeing online are doing that? I think something that we're often forgetting is I had to cough just then, is very few people in the world can be experts at more than 1 or 2 things. They can't be super high quality, super professional at multiple things. And so you see these fitness influencers who are incredibly fit, but that is mostly the bulk of what they do. And then you get kids who want to have varied life experiences, who they do want to be fit, they do want to go to the gym, but maybe they also want to play some video games, maybe they also want to go and have some holidays and travel around internationally, maybe they also want to go and get an education for a certain thing, maybe they also want to have, different experiences. They want to have variety. The problem is that it's very difficult to become the best in the world at something and have a huge deal of variety of experiences. You pick their pockets, you go for it. It's difficult to be the world's best bodybuilder and the world's best football player and the world's best basketballer and the world's best video gamer. You have to kind of choose something you're going to focus in on. And I think what's happened to social media is the average person is exposed to the best in the world at multiple things. Each individual person is the best in whatever they're choosing to do, and this means that the average person who is being exposed to this thinks that that is the standard that they need to reach for everything. Many years ago, before we had social media, you would have maybe seen the best in the world a couple of times, not almost every time you open your phone. Which means that when especially easily influenced people open their phones or open any kind of social media, you're not seeing the average person doing the average thing. You're seeing the absolute best in the world plying their trade to everyone. And the issue with that is that that then becomes your baseline. If you open Instagram and look at fitness, you will see some of the fittest people you have ever seen. And because you're seeing so many of these people, you start to think that that is the baseline. You start to think that that is the norm. And if you aren't that, you are abnormal, without realizing that what you are looking at itself is abnormal. There is also, that's a great way of putting it, Tef. There is this idea that only the elite is worth anything. There is this notion, and I think that's why so many people want to play games on hard mode. I think that's why so many people want to see themselves as professional gamers. Because we live in a society. My God, we live in a society, bottom text. We live in a society where the elite at anything get far more praise than the casual. Which means if you do anything and you want to be praised for it, internal validation is no longer enough. External validation needs to come from society seeing you being elite at something. Isn't that a good thing, though? Buns you well. What, the idea that you want to be elite? No, because you can't be elite at everything. It also means that a lot of people who are easily influenced take this idea that if they are not the best at something, then why are they doing it? What's the point? It's aspirational to see the best, absolutely, but I think people in the chat need to kind of understand that it's not a problem to see the best. You just need to understand that you cannot be the best at everything, and that's what, kids are being convinced to do, convinced to be. Some people do use it as an accomplishment. Yeah, that's fine. We're not talking about the average person who is able to take in these, inputs, all of these stimuli, and not be affected by it. We're talking about people that are going to be deeply affected by it. How many people ask me if I'm playing hardcore WoW? Why do you think people ask me if I'm playing hardcore WoW? Because to them, they want to watch a version where my character's life has depth and meaning to it. Because that is a more elite, difficult, risky way of playing. Because to them saying, no, I'm just playing for fun and there's no real stakes here, doesn't quite make sense. I think we go this way and that. We could go that way and drop down, but we don't need to. Oh yeah, they want to laugh when I die and they want to make clips from it. I get that as well. I totally get that. But to loop this back to the general discussion we were having earlier, I cannot imagine what it will be like to grow up as a kid now. The fact that the only real social media I had exposure to was magazines like FHM and Nuts and Cosmopolitan, stuff like that. Because I read all of them. People were like, oh no, mate, if you're a man, you can't read Cosmopolitan, you've got to read FHM, you've got to read Nuts, you've got to read Maxim. Lads, no. Give yourself a more thorough view of the world. Read Cosmopolitan as well. But when I was doing that, I cannot possibly imagine what it's like to have access to all of that information literally all the time. That to me is very scary. And I think there's an I mean, correct me if you think I'm wrong on this. I think there is an expectation nowadays stronger than there was before for young people who have been exposed to the best of the best of the best through social media, to think that if they aren't that level at everything they've been exposed to, they have failed. We're not talking about adults or you guys who are smart enough to look at it and go, that is the world class, I'm not going to, go to that. We're talking about the kid in high school who is looking at the best fitness influencers, the best gamers, the best sports stars, the best businessmen, and thinking, that's normal. Doing the balconies first, guys. Remember that we're not talking about people who are old enough and emotionally mature enough to handle this. We're talking about people who are specifically in a mental position where they are unable to handle this. But what do you guys think? I mean, most of it is performative. It's an impossible standard. It used to be magazine covers, and it used to be impossibly thin girls. And then, super buff dudes. And now that's normal. We call it gymflation. The idea that the buff body is now normal. The adults are looking at Josh being third in the DPS meter and thinking, that's me, I'm him. I'm fourth in the DPS meter, which is interesting because we've only got 3 DPSs. Pretty sure the healer's out DPSing me at this point. Look, people that run dungeons with me, they know what they're getting into. They know that they're getting into me chatting shit to you guys while they pretty much carry me. That's what's happening. Oh God, what are you going to make? There's a great comment in... There's an excellent comment in the chat saying the same thing has happened to males, and this is going to get me onto one of my... I don't like talking about this online because it's bloody dramatic, but I really don't think that the body positivity movement is necessarily the best thing in the world. Do you guys want some drama? Fuck it, it's Saturday, let's do it. Saturday's allowed, we can be dramatic on Saturday. I'm looking forward to this being a clip because I'm going to get cancelled. Let's do it. I do not think that it is healthy to convince someone that you need to do an absolute crap ton of steroids and hit the gym 12 hours a day. That is too much. That is insane. That is overwhelming. That is unrealistic for most people. I do not think it is fair to promote this hyper-attractive body, to some people, of ridiculously buff guys and ridiculously buff women. I think that is too far into the extreme. And I would hope that we can all agree with that. In the 90s, we used to call it heroin chic. The idea of these absolutely incredibly thin women. Unhealthily so. And these, super buff, roided up dudes. And so a movement was launched to counteract this. The body positivity movement. The idea that everybody is beautiful, and everybody has value, and everybody does not necessarily need to live up to these incredible, unrealistic Hollywood expectations. And you know what? I completely agree with that. I absolutely 100% agree with the notion that how you look does not necessarily define your value. I completely agree with the notion that you do not need to live up to these unrealistic expectations. You do not need to harm yourself in pursuit of this standard. However, I do feel that we've overcorrected slightly. And we've gone from don't do the incredibly unhealthy thing because it's too much to instead do the incredibly unhealthy thing, which is nothing. And I think that there is a balance to be found. Because while I would not encourage someone to go to the gym and inject a metric ton of steroids, I also cannot, in good conscience and good faith, look at someone sitting on a couch weighing 500 pounds, eating 10,000 calories a day, and say, this is a positive experience. Do I think that you are worthless as a human being because of it? No, because there's a level of respect to be had between people. But the point is, I think that the body positivity movement has gone from being, hey, we don't need to follow these incredibly unhealthy standards, to, hey, why don't we instead follow our own incredibly unhealthy standards? But moderation does not sell. You need to be one side or the other in this war. And that sucks. That absolutely sucks. Because what I have noticed within the body positivity community is it's pretty much been hijacked by people that want to do absolutely nothing. And the body positivity community seems to now be actively fighting against people that want to try and do a kind of exercise. Despite the fact that's a pretty bloody positive thing to do. It seems to have that crabs in a bucket mentality of we don't want to follow Hollywood standards, which I totally agree with, which means you cannot better yourself, which I disagree with. It was made for people who did not want to feel judged by the unfair standards of society. And that I get. And I think it's been co-opted by people who want to use it as a reason to not hold themselves to any standards at all. And that is my hot take. Attempting to live an unhealthy lifestyle one way or the other is going to be damaging. You are talking about a small part of people, though. Yeah, Bunzi, I absolutely am. I'm not talking about everyone. I think that I actually agree with the message behind body positivity. I agree with the message. I don't agree with what the system in general has been kind of bastardized into. If someone turns around and says, hey, I'm going to support body positivity, my friend just sits on the couch all day for 15 hours a day and eats Twinkies all day, I'm going to say that's not positive. That's remarkably unhealthy. And what you tend to get is whenever you bring that up, people always push back with the most extreme examples. They should say, oh, so should we go to the gym 12 hours a day? No, you shouldn't. You should just try and make small positive changes that are going to have a big impact. Eat less, move more, try and drink water. There we go. Mal, what have you typed L for? Is that an L take of mine? Champion wall. That's a good shield. God damn. Block rating and strength. That's not mine, though. A shield is not a sword. Not really a hot take. Most people view it that way now. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. This character is close to becoming high level. Absolutely. Very close. Very close. All of my takes are W for whelming. What's in between W and L in the alphabet? That's what my takes are. Wasn't the original intent something along the lines of ending prejudice against overweight people, like doctors blaming weight instead of doing their job? I mean, potentially, Smelly, although weight does have a medical effect. And while I agree that many doctors did do the thing of there is a problem because you are fat, which shouldn't have been done, because there are many times when the answer is there is a problem because there is a problem. It is also important to understand that an overweight patient will simply have more problems. That's not... I'm not saying that people are worthless or worth less respect. I'm pretty sure that's just a medical thing. But again, I don't necessarily live this lifestyle. I simply know from what I've spoken to people who have lived it. Right, south, north, south. Cool. Right, I will stay northwest. Hope says let's jump down and clear below first. Yeah, sure. I'll follow tank. Hope, you lead the way. The space between H and E is the most whelming letter. Oh yeah, okay. So it's a H take. Yeah, I believe that people who are overweight are still, of course, valid and worthy of healthcare. I just need those people to potentially understand that the overweight nature of that body may exacerbate certain problems. And one of the ways that we can potentially improve health is moving more and drinking more water. It's because I'm not going to instantly say you're unhealthy because you're larger. I'm going to say that the fact that you live in a larger body does mean that some health issues will be exacerbated. What are my feelings on Ozempic? I don't know enough about the GLP-1 stuff. I've watched a load of videos on it, but I still don't think I understand it perfectly well. They're GLP-1 inhibitors, aren't they? Which means that you don't produce ghrelin, which is the hunger hormone. If it helps with lifestyle changes, then great. If it's something that you can use to improve yourself, then fantastic. But I don't know enough of the science behind it, and I don't think we know where it's going to go in like 5 or 10 years' time. You have to continue using Ozempic. It's not a cheat to get skinny. It inhibits the hunger hormone. And if by doing so you end up in a smaller body and you're able to, you know, mentally push through and eat less because of this, great. It spreads to so many health aspects. Weight truly is the biggest health issue. Yeah, Frats, if that's what you've experienced, then, I mean, you've got a... We've got some anecdotal evidence right there. But another very big important thing to me is I don't want people to feel bad one way or the other. It's totally possible to understand your responsibility within a situation without necessarily being made to feel shit for it. Like, I've got friends that are hyper skinny and friends that are hyper overweight. And both of them experience different problems within life. And they know that those problems come from the shape of their body. I'm not going to... I think this is my issue with it so far. I think that a lot of these movements have been co-opted to protect people's emotional responses at the cost of being honest with them. Do you guys understand what I mean when I say that? Being dishonest with someone in order to save their feelings is not actually helping them. Now, I'm not saying... I know that someone in the chat is going to be like, oh, so should we just call all fat people fat? No, you're doing the same thing that I talked about earlier. You're jumping to an extreme example. We do not need to actively insult people. That's not going to benefit things. What we also don't need to do is actively coddle people and remove the level of responsibility they have from the experiences that they are having. You can be honest and kind. When people just say, oh, I'm just brutally honest, they care about the brutality more than the honesty. If someone says they're brutally honest, ask them why they can't be kindly honest. I don't want people that revel in the pain that they cause other people in the name of honesty. That is not how we're going to help anyone. We do not want to find joy within their suffering, but we also don't want to extend their suffering at the cost of their immediate joy. As someone who's on Wegovy, oh, Reverend, welcome. Someone who struggled with weights, Disorder of my entire life. It feels like a miracle drug, less about physical need, more about rewiring your brain. Is it about the food noise and the cravings? Because I'm hungry all the frickin' time, man. Gives me control and lets me eat what I want. That's a great thing. That's fantastic. If that's what you have used for that, that is absolutely beautiful. That's brilliant. And I'm really glad it's been able to help you. I think that we change the way we treat people based on how we see them. That's an important thing. You have no food noise at all. It's all gone. If I've got food downstairs, man, I'm fighting to not go and eat it. One of the reasons I go to the gym is because I know that I eat so much bloody food. Drink more water to help with cravings. I've got water literally right here, all the time. But I think that is... We live in a very extreme either way society. Something has to be either all good or all bad. If a friend of mine asks for feedback, I then have a responsibility. I have to make a choice. Do I give them feedback that's going to make them happy, or do I give them feedback that's going to help them? I will go to, I want to say northeast. Right. Okay, what's the order of this again? South, north, southwest, southeast, northwest, northeast. Okay, I'm at north. You need to find a way to give negative feedback in a way that you can hopefully have the other person understand that you are there to help them, not there to hurt them. Okay, Ziwu, go south. North done? Hang on. South has been activated. North done. Sorry for the caps. You want to spread the knowledge? Go for it. I'll try and read it. Oh, I will watch the Yuzu hole, don't you worry. I'm aware of the hole in the middle. Northwest. And then northeast. I'm going to northeast. This is northeast. Cool. Boss summoned. Beautiful. Regroup. Meet north. We're all good. I'm staying with hope. Accepting advice is voluntary. Accepting help and seeing it for what it is goes in the right direction. I think that we have unfortunately reached a bit of a fever pitch where input and advice needs to be emotionally and personally validating more than it needs to be practically helpful. And sometimes when people ask me for my input on stuff, I have to say to them straight away. I'm clear this up. Do you want me to say nice things? Or do you want me to actually try and critique this? Because you might like the nice things I say and you might like the critique, but I need to know what kind of energy you want back from this. If you're just showing me something as a hobby that you made and you want me to go, oh yeah, that's cool, then great, I can do that. But if you're showing me something that you want to make as a business, then I'm going to critique it in a slightly different way. And I never critique something to destroy it. I'll critique it to test it. No problem at all. Mal just says L again. Damn. Mal, I'm trying to understand what you mean by the L's. Is it an L take? Are you not happy with what I'm saying? Mal, this isn't the telly. You can talk to me. We can have a direct conversation. You and me can have a conversation right now. What's the L take here, Mal? Because if you've got input that I don't have, that's great. I want to be able to learn. I want you to be able to teach me. I want to, you know, want to grow from that. But if you're just saying, hey, you said bad things, does L equal love? Do you love me? Oh, thanks, Mal. We can probably just full burn, to be honest. Should I provide a whelming take? Is that what I should do instead? I'm just trying to understand what's going on. Provide you with a take of all time. Sometimes stuff. There you go. That is the take of all time. They are good braces for a thief or for a rogue. Yep, yeah, they are rogue braces. 17 agility right there. Sometimes stuff. Occasionally things. That was good. I can't believe you said that. You're whelmed. I like stuff. Why would you say something so controversial yet so brave? Because I'm a Twitch streamer. Which means that what I must do is go onto Reddit to check what the commonly accepted opinion is before I say anything, and then just parrot that. And if I ever say something that isn't the commonly accepted opinion of the masses, I must delete the video where I have said the thing that's not accepted, to make sure that I maintain my whelming and, well, I believe people would say, based opinion. Because based doesn't mean that it is the correct opinion, it means it is the opinion people agree with. That's the important thing right now. So I need to make sure that I understand which way the wind is blowing before I go outside and say anything. It's very important that you do that. And you'll notice that many big YouTubers and many big Twitch streamers do this. They think, right, it doesn't matter what I think or feel. What do you think or feel? And then how do I say things that make me appeal to you? That's what happens. Streamers permanently be on hold. Yeah, they're permanently held at gunpoint with their takes. It's like, say the right thing right now. And if you say the wrong thing, you're going to get cancelled, which means nothing you have ever said matters before. Someone left a comment on one of my videos saying, Josh, why on earth did you mention Dark Viper's video on React content? Dark Viper has said some awful things. And I thought, you know what? He has. I don't agree with everything he's ever said. But if you are going to discount everything that somebody has ever said, based on one thing that they have said, then you are also saying that you're saying that somebody only has value if everything they say is 100% agreed with. I dislike the idea that good takes get retroactively removed if you have a bad take on something. I dislike the idea that somebody is only worth listening to if they are 100% correct all of the time. Honestly, that's reductive and I think dumb. Saying, hey, I agreed with your take on this, however, now you have said something I disagree with, which means I'm going to retroactively disagree with your take on that. Perfectionism only. 100% agreed with only. Do you know what that is? When someone says to me, oh, I'm going to disagree with this person because they've had a bad take and therefore all of their other takes are bad, I often ask that person, do you want to live in an echo chamber? And they always say no. I say, well, that's what you're doing right now. You're engaging in purity test culture. This person has failed your purity test and therefore you're disregarding everything they've ever done. I have never seen communities argue and turn on themselves more than communities which pretend to be virtuous. I have often seen communities full of people that I honestly genuinely think are quite big dickheads, who end up supporting each other more and more through things that they don't necessarily agree with. Which is super ironic to me. Lol, Hope Grey is dead. Agreement with one thing does not mean endorsement of everything that thing has ever been connected to or represents. It's a bubble. It's a constantly shrinking bubble. It's a concentric circle. It's purity test culture. And it's this idea that if you say the right thing right now, we will revere you and value you. But if you say the wrong thing in the future, we will retroactively remove that reverement and value because you failed to toe the line of whatever ideology or whatever idea or whatever system we are pushing right now. I am going to grab a drink, and I will be right back. Give me 2 minutes. I have to grab a lemonade. Right, what are we chatting about? Hey Josh, just got off work, how are you? Oh, we're talking about some deep stuff today. We're talking about some real deep stuff. We really are. What do I think nowadays? What do I think it takes nowadays to be cancelled? I feel like before it was a wrong statement and nowadays it needs to be more severe. Yes, that's a great question, genuinely. I think the answer is by who? The notion of being cancelled means that your influence, your power, your kind of relevance to culture, your ability to affect culture, is removed. Would you guys agree with that's kind of what it means? Cancelled means that you have your influence within a society removed. Now, for this to work, for this to be good, and by good I don't mean the process is good, I mean for it to actually take effect the way people want it to, it would require society collectively to agree to remove that. But the concept of it makes sense. They've cancelled me means your power, your influence, your reputation, your ability to influence and to impact culture has been removed. It would require the court of public opinion to say, right, this person's gone now. However, as any society or any group collectively move toward an us versus them kind of binary, like a dichotomy, like a divide, like, you know, the in-group and the out-group, the A-team and the B-team. It is very difficult to bipartisan cancel someone. And by that, I mean both sides of any issue collectively decide to get rid of someone. Because what I think happens now is when one group of people decide to cancel someone because of something they have said or done, what they have done is they have forced an alliance with the other group. So that's a great way of putting it. Cancelled means that as a society, as a culture, as a collective, whatever the group, whatever the set of people is, they've looked at an individual or a kind of an ideology or a system within it and said, we are going to remove this person from this system. But when you do that, you force them to engage with another system. So is it possible to be cancelled when you have such extreme views constantly in clash with each other? One of the things you've been told, you have to be careful of how you dress because you have to present yourself to your students as an authority figure and not their equal. Care to share any wisdom as an ex-teacher? The way that your students see you and the way that your students understand they can interact with you will set the vibe and it will set the dynamic. Don't let a student call you by your first name. No matter how cool you want to be, don't do it. You are not there to be their friend, you are there to be their mentor. You can be friendly with them, that's fine. You can treat them with respect, but you do not want to engage with that casual connection. Don't do it. all of the students in your year will one day look back at the school life that they had, and they will not remember who they were friends with. They will remember who impacted their life and how. If you want to be a teacher that has an impact on their life, be the kind of teacher that you wish you would have had. And that does not mean a casual, easygoing friend. It means someone who showed you a level of understanding, a level of respect, and a level of discipline that benefited you in the long run. Just focusing on the actual mechanics here for a second. Just let me focus on the mechanics for a second here. God damn it, feared. Cool. I have... Oh! Avoided those, we're all good. I remember that I had a free fear break with my Berserker Rage. Right, what were we talking about before this? It was very important. It was super important. There was a big thing going on before this. We were talking about something super duper important before this. But yeah, as far as dressing goes, personal boundaries. Impose personal boundaries, impose a level of respect. Body positivity, that was the one, in general. Oh, being cancelled, that's what we were talking about. We were talking about being cancelled. Someone said, do I believe it's easier to be cancelled nowadays than before? To basically make that simpler, no. I don't believe it's easier to be cancelled now than it was before, because being cancelled requires one group of people to decide that you no longer have a voice. And as soon as that group of people decide that, the opposing group of people, and there will always be an opposing group of people to any stance, will see you and think, wow, that person is hated by our enemies, therefore they must be our friend. In order to be fully cancelled by society as a whole, you must do something so heinous that every side of every issue, of every ideology, collectively decide that you are wrong. Hey, you're watching MZ at DreamHack. Oh, sweet. Excellent. Oh, is she streaming now? Yeah, she's over at DreamHack. Give her a shot. See what's going on. Wrong take. All it takes is to have two well-balanced ideas that piss off both sides differently. Quentin, do you think so? That would be the centrist idea. That would be saying, hey, both these extremes are bad. And you're not going to necessarily be cancelled then. You're going to be able to go to a third thing. Because, Quentin, what you can then do is make a YouTube channel or a Twitch channel saying, look, both these extremes hate me because I'm just so balanced. And then people who are in the middle who hate both extremes will go, oh, yeah, you're just so balanced and right and perfect and this is great, and both sides are stupid. Which is what we do here. So I don't necessarily believe it's easier to be cancelled. I believe that it's easier to have people say, I'm now going to devalue your opinion because of what you said before, but I believe there will always be a platform for people. The fact that the world is more connected than ever means that there are more ways to connect with other human beings than there have ever been. There is Twitch, there's YouTube, there's podcasts, there's radio, there's blogs, there's loads of stuff. You know, you can connect with any community that you would like to connect with. And when people say, oh, I've been cancelled, it means it's removed your ability to connect with a certain community. And as soon as you do that, what you effectively do is say, hey, you're no longer part of this. But that person still wants to feel that they've been validated and seen, and so they try to become part of another community. And the whole thing becomes another purity test. Again. Kabbalist's leggings of the bear. No. Not as good as the 20 strength from the scarlet leggings. So a purity test, not a paternity test. Do we use a DPS meter off screen? Nope. My DPS meter is the enemy's health. If it's full, I'm doing badly. Remember as well that being cancelled just means one group of people have collectively decided to not engage with you. Doesn't mean that every group ever has decided to not engage with you. Nothing will ever confuse me more than extremely famous, remarkably rich comedians who have Netflix specials saying, oh, they've cancelled me. How? You've literally got access to some of the largest, most successful communication devices and systems ever made. You have millions of people paying attention to you. You have Netflix specials, you have Amazon Prime specials, you have DVDs, you have podcasts, you have YouTube, you have Twitch, you have Kick, you have Rumble, you have every other way to possibly connect with someone. You are the opposite of cancelled. If anything, you have been platformed even stronger by an ideology that disagree with the people that don't like you. I find it so strange that someone can say, I've been cancelled on the most popular communications platform. Because you clearly objectively haven't been. But the nature of the whole being cancelled thing. Quentin says, I think there needs to be a politically incorrect platform for streaming. Pretty sure there is, Quentin. Pretty sure it's called Kick. But also at the same time, why? Do you believe it needs to exist because there needs to be a dichotomy or a balance within political takes? Or do you believe it needs to exist because you want to be able to insult people freely and not be punished for it? Because believe it or not, I actually kind of agree with both. I kind of agree with that you should be able to say shitty things about people and not be punished by the government for doing that. That's not like plan attacks. There's a bit of a difference there. I'm not saying, oh, you should be able to literally plan, dangerous moments for these groups of people that you don't agree with. That's fine. You should be able to say, I disagree with this. I think these people are wrong. I think these people are idiots. That's fine. You're allowed to say that. And I don't think the government should be able to pop out of its little government hole and say, put that person in jail. I've died, by the way. That's what the whole free speech thing is. Protection of retaliation from the government. What's the old line? I disagree with what you say, but I would defend your right to say it. That's the classic one. And Mal has just put in chat, how many straw mans can one man explore in a single dungeon? Mal, I'm literally here saying that I don't agree with it, but I think you should be able to do it. How is that a straw man? I'm actively saying I would like there to be a world where stuff that I don't like has a place, because it's not about me building a world that I want to always like. And people go, straw man. Making a straw man argument right there. I'm here saying, hey, shit's complicated, but maybe not everything needs to appeal to me. And you're like, straw man. Don't forget to loot the... Oh, for the quest. I've done the quest already. But thank you. I've read about logical fallacies. Oh god, no one knows more about logical fallacies than the person who's just discovered them. Rage Darling, hello afternoon. Welcome to you. Are you at DreamHack still? I was at the NEC yesterday. I was at the Arnold Sports Festival. But some opinions or ideas are incompatible with some laws that prohibit them. Opinions, not necessarily. You can have an opinion but not act on it. The reason that I would push back against that statement is that if somebody has an opinion, that opinion only really becomes dangerous if they act on the opinion in a dangerous way. And if you start to do the kind of preemptive thing of punishing people for having opinions because they may or may not act on them, you get into a real risky bit right there. You get into some real Minority Report level shit. There is no drops from there. Yeah, like if someone says, I need you to go and commit violence or commit a crime because this is how I think or feel, I understand that's a dangerous thing. But if somebody else just says, you know, hey man, in our own private conversation, this is how I feel. Okay, you're allowed to feel that way. What we can't do is then have that galvanize itself into actual crime. Expressing some opinions and ideas can be illegal and dangerous. It can definitely be acknowledged as risky. Ooh, the Smouldering Claw. 200 polearm. And Bianca got... Hang on. Gut Ripper? That's a good... Do I need the Smouldering Claw? I don't think I do. It's a cool looking weapon. But it's a polearm. Hurls a fiery ball that causes fire damage. No, I don't need that. That's all yours, guys. But absolutely. I agree with that. Bridge, I completely agree with that. We have to find the balance between somebody expressing an opinion and somebody hiding a call to action within an opinion. I did not go to DreamHack, but I've heard it was pretty good. Charles says, you believe that getting cancelled doesn't exist. It's a group of buzzwords. Charles, I think it used to. I think getting cancelled used to exist because the gatekeepers of certain elements and aspects and opportunities would be able to decide who does or does not get to, you know, succeed within that opportunity. But I think that people use it in the wrong way now. The idea of getting cancelled means you have performed an action that has removed your ability to have any kind of impact on this society or this culture that you're a part of. And if the culture that you're a part of is just being heard, then you can be heard by using YouTube, Twitch, you know, podcasts, magazines, all that kind of stuff. But imagine, I mean, look at how Hollywood used to be. Look at how, to be fair, look at how Hollywood still is. Imagine what it would be like if there was only a few important, powerful, influential people within your industry and you pissed off all of them. Well, then you've been cancelled. People are like, nope, this person is not advancing. That is definitely a level of cancel. There is an old legend within British TV. You guys may have to correct me if I'm wrong on this. If you've worked in British TV, you'll know more than I do. There was an old TV personality in the UK called Cilla Black. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Cilla Black. Cilla Black was remarkably popular. For some reason. She was on, what was it? What were the shows that she, Surprise, that was the one. She did Surprise. Right. Cilla Black is considered by many to be one of the worst people to work with in the UK TV industry. Blind Date as well. That was the one. She did Blind Date. Nobody within the TV industry has a good story about Cilla Black. Absolutely nobody. Even people that were remarkably softly spoken and very kind and never spoke shit about anyone would say that Cilla Black was an awful person. Horrible to work with, super mean, super nasty. And the legend goes, I mean, the reason that she was so bloody popular was that she was remarkably close to people that were close to the Beatles at the time. And the legend goes that there was one day when Cilla Black suddenly just stopped getting work. I mean, Piggy, that's true. The Chuckle Brothers literally called her a cunt. The Chuckle Brothers, the most chill people on British telly. Stamina and strength, that is a really good ring for me. I'm going to take that. But I'm going to roll need. The Chuckle Brothers were completely chill with everyone. They were the most professional people. Hey, I got the ring, thank you. But Cilla Black one day suddenly stopped getting work. And people were like, what happened? Why has Cilla Black suddenly stopped getting work? The legend goes that a woman that once worked as a runner, which is just like a position in the TV world where you just go and do whatever needs to be done, normally for a person, for a celebrity, or for a special instance, worked with Cilla Black on Blind Date, and Cilla was horrible to her. And that runner ended up, through internal kind of connections, being promoted to the head of programming. And because that runner absolutely hated Cilla Black, just made sure she never got any jobs. She was just like, I'm not going to... She does not get any more work. So Cilla was horrible to someone who eventually was promoted into a position of power. And that position of power allowed that person to stop giving them work. That is an example of being cancelled. But is that necessarily a negative thing? Someone did something which put them into a position of, emotional connection with one person, and that person said, right, now that I'm in charge, this person is no longer getting work. You cannot deny that's being cancelled. There's an old saying, I used to have this pinned on the side of my PC when my PC was sideways. There's an old saying, be careful who you meet on the way up, because you'll meet the same people on the way down. And that to me was very true. If you are a dickhead to people as you go up in your career, I guarantee you will meet the same people on the way down in your career. That has consequences for your actions. It truly is consequences for your actions. Right, we probably should have cleared out the dungeon before we took on the boss, because I forgot that this aggroes the whole dungeon. Forgot that happens. Okay, full clear. So, to go back to the old idea of being cancelled. I believe that it used to be possible to be cancelled. Because there used to be the gatekeepers. And I believe on some level there still is. I mean, can you guys think of an industry that still has gatekeepers? As in, if these people don't like you, you don't get in. There's a famous story of Harvey Weinstein preventing an actress getting a role in Lord of the Rings. Which, there was an actress that effectively refused to sleep with Harvey Weinstein, and she auditioned for Lord of the Rings, and Peter Jackson really wanted her in Lord of the Rings. And Harvey effectively called up and said, no, You don't put her in. Even though it was a good one. It was a good actress. They went, no, you don't get that. Television and films, very much. Very, very much. You've never heard of this. Double check. Peter Jackson he got a phone call from Harvey, and Harvey basically said, you do not put that person in the film. Casting directors and producers have a huge amount of power within any kind of artistic medium. I think, unfortunately, anything that has any levels of human involved will potentially run the risk of someone that has a level of power saying or doing something. I'm sure you guys have... Who was the person? Hang on, I can work it out. I'll find it. It was an actress. It was an actress who wanted to have... She was doing pretty well in her career, and then it just kind of stopped. Mal, Josh, please don't misunderstand me. I'm your biggest fan. Don't be. Don't be my biggest fan, because then you start to look at everything I say as an L or a W, which is remarkably reductive. I will find out the exact actress at some point. But there are many industries now where being cancelled doesn't mean the public... That's a difference. That, I think, is an important thing we need to have a look into. Do you guys think that being cancelled means you have lost your career? Or do you think it means the public doesn't like you? Because most people think that being cancelled means your career's gone. But the public doesn't need to like you for you to have a career. There are many people the public does not like that have a remarkably successful career because the people who are powerful enough to give them a career have given it to them. Ashley Judd was the actress that was connected to Lord of the Rings. Thank you for looking that up for me. Hate watching also exists. There are actors who have pushed back against the established hierarchy, and in doing so, their careers have suffered. I mean, I'm pretty sure Terry Crews pushed back against some of the more shitty elements of Hollywood, and in doing so, did not get the work that he wanted to get. Brendan Fraser pushed back against a lot of the stuff in Hollywood, and in doing so, did not get the work that he wanted to get. The blanket cancelling was possible through mainstream media has weakened due to the trust in media failing. That's true. Media used to be believable because everyone kind of thought, okay, well, why would they lie to us? But now it's a case of, well, if this person is hated by this group, therefore they must actually be quite a good person. Right, full clear. Fancy word for XP farm. Yes. But can you guys think of some streamers that do shitty stuff that get even more popular after a while? Because streamers are in an interesting position because they appeal to people who, let's be honest, might be quite shitty themselves. You have to also remember that a lot of people in the world are just not that smart. I'm not saying that they're stupid, I'm saying that they don't think about the entertainment value of stuff beyond what am I immediately getting from it. And if people just want to get drama, they don't really care where it comes from. Agility and stamina, 200 mace, I don't need that. You also have to remember this. Guy, be honest with yourself. How many awful people do you think there are in the world? How many people do you think there are who want to do awful things? And then remember that those awful people also need a champion. And those awful people want to watch someone also doing awful things because it validates them. The weirdest thing I find is when people try and defend other people that they don't know. Like, I don't know these people. Like, if you like someone and you find them entertaining, you don't need to defend them from any kind of attack. You aren't their champion. Yet, if you do so, you will be seen as that by people who maybe don't have a huge amount of experience with them. Well, that has been feared. That's a problem. Okay, incoming. Right, focus down, guys. Let's do this. I am taking a huge amount of damage and I'm about to die. Let's not use totems again. I am caught. No more fear. Parasocial viewers are absolutely the worst. They're weird. Too many whelps, we did not handle it. That's my bad, I misclicked, noob error. No worries. Isa, can you resurrect? Or would you like us to... Want us to resurrect or wait for you? Can't cast yet. Yeah, no worries, I can wait. Also, understand this. Please, please understand this. If someone says something bad about an entertainer or a celebrity or a person that you like and you jump in to defend them, you will then be seen by others as the champion of that person. You are defending them, and therefore you represent everything about them. You embody everything they stand for. You agree with everything they agree with. That's a dangerous position to be in, because then all of the negative stuff that person has ever done, that gets thrown at you. Champion's too nice of a word. I'm not saying champion is in a positive thing. I'm saying champion is in you become the target, the personification of everything that person then is or means or thinks about. You become that. And if you're not willing to be that, then you don't need to jump in to defend someone. The figurehead. That's a great way of putting it. And this is where arguments come from. Because what then happens is, everyone that ever disagrees with that person that you are defending, they then see you as someone that is also worth disagreeing with. And you have to consider yourself, is that worth doing on the internet? Is that worth doing on the internet? Really? Yeah, I mean, the best case scenario is the person simply says sorry. The worst case scenario is that person then starts to choose and focus on you over everything else, and you become the target of that person's ire. You don't want that. You really don't want that. It's not a good place to be or a good thing to do. Oh yeah, I like this dungeon, by the way. That's really cool stuff. I very much like Sunken Temple. I think it's a cool dungeon. Gained some good experience. Got some good items and some good levels. We're going to full clear. Are you saying that because you got your axe? No, I'm saying it because there's a lot of complexity to it and I like it. Any dungeon with a dragon as a final boss is a good dungeon in my mind. Absolutely. Absolutely. Am I getting the diamond flask? I don't know what that is. Internet discussions are often difficult because people don't come looking to understand, they come looking for conflict. And if anyone says something that they don't understand, instead of seeking clarification, they just seek further conflict. Right. I think we're good now. Okay. Fully cleared now? Okay, cool. Well, let's see how well we can do now. That's true. Sieg, people come to hear opinions they agree with, and if it's not, their brain short circuits. People don't come to Twitch streamers expecting to think, they come for validation. That's what people want. People don't want conflict, they don't want any kind of potential input on their worldview, they want validation. People want to be told everything they already think is correct, and people want to be told all their problems are somebody else's fault. You're disappointed in how I'm whelming you. I'm sorry about that. I genuinely am. You know what? Let's do some validation. Everyone in chat, say something you would like to be validated for, and I will tell you that you're right. You came here to validate your parking. You need to have spent at least 20 quid in the shopping centre and then go to customer services. That's where it's done now. You can't do it in the shop anymore. You haven't been able to do it in the shop for years. You know what's amazing is when I said say something you want validation for, the chat then suddenly divided itself into people that are kind of mature and get the joke and want to be involved, and people that are just absolute children. Right, we got the horns again, which I believe I've already got, and we got the tooth, which I do not need. Yeah, so we've got people in the chat that are being like, hey, you know, I'm gonna say something funny, and people in the chat that are gonna say, I'm gonna say something edgy. It's Saturday apparently, that's what happens. Been loving the videos, thought I'd hop in. Thank you for helping me teach how many ways there are to see nuance and fun. Oh, thank you very much, Creator. That's very kind of you. Welcome to the stream. I don't need any of these things. I do, however, have the essence, which I still can't accept as a quest. Anyone got the egg for Hakar? I do not. Want to go again? I cannot use the essence there because I do not have the quest for it. Do we get Evil Josh tomorrow? Yes. Yes, we do. You thought a Fury Warrior would love a plus hit axe. I've already got the axe in my bank. That's the thing. I don't need two of them. Because the second offhand weapon is the Flurry Axe, which grants an extra attack on my next swing. Wait, you're a warrior? I am indeed. Right, let's find a group for another Sunken Temple run. Leave if you need to leave. Will I be doing the quest for the Thrash Blade today? I don't... What level do you need to be for the Thrash Blade quest? What level is... Is this the infamous slot today? It is. That's why this zip is all the way down. 45. I can do that. Okay, what is the... We should get it for me. What's... The thing is, do I need the Thrash Blade? Because I'm only going to use it for, like, one thing. For, like, one level. Then I'm going to change pretty much immediately. It's a single princess kill. Do I need that? I don't think I need that. Yeah, people say it's awesome, but, like, I've already got some good stuff. How do you get out of this dungeon as well? I'm going to try and learn... Let me see if I can remember the way. Do we have the ring? I do not. How do you get out of this dungeon? This... We're not hearthstoning. I know what the Thrash Blade is. If we still need the ring, an even better reason to do it. Okay, cool, we'll do Mara then. Right, let's... Okay, we can do Mara. In that case, I will Hearthstone out. Oh, hang on, I know where I am now. Hey, I've figured it out. I'm so clever. But there's enemies that have respawned, so I don't want to go that way. Moradon quest, easy peasy. Where do you get the Moradon quest from? Do I like streaming? I do, actually. I really enjoy it. I have a good time with it. Let me go and get the quest. You get it from Nigel's Point. Let's pop over to Nigel's Point then. See what I can do. Just double checking some emails and whatnot. We've got some emails. We've got some stuff. Oh goodness, people have donated some cash. That's very kind of you. Yes, people that have donated through Streamlabs, I have indeed received that. Thank you very much. Right, where are we going? Desolace next to the flight path. Let's go and get that then. Desolace is in the... It's in Kalimdor. Yes, and Desolace is there, which means I want to go this way. You won't believe the amount of shit I got on Reddit for thinking Cyberpunk is mid. Shaggy, I will. I 100% will.
How are you? Keep your feet on the ground.
Please understand this. I think everyone here does. The vast majority of people just live their life, enjoy stuff, and don't think about it too much. And you know what? That's fine. If that's what they want to do, totally okay. Very few people engage with media beyond the media itself. Like, very few people watch a film, then go and comment on a forum. Lots of people watch the film, but very few people then go and do something extra with it. So, lots of people played Cyberpunk. Great. Had a good time with it. Generally enjoyed it. Very few people then go and join any kind of subreddits or forums or groups or Discord chats based on that thing. It's, in relation to the amount of people that experienced it, it is much, much smaller. Which means you have to understand that when you engage with those communities that have themselves chose to engage with media in a way that is beyond the media itself, you have already very much filtered down the people that you're dealing with to the more enfranchised, to the more hardcore. So whenever you say something negative, you actually aren't talking to a valid cross-section of everyone who has ever experienced that media. You are talking to people who love that media and enjoy it so much that they have given more time to engage with the people who also love it in a way beyond the media itself. That's what you have to remember. People that have a fine experience at a hotel don't leave a review. People that have either a very good or a very bad experience. And of those two groups, the very bad will leave more reviews than the very good. Is a couple of 100k community small? Yes, it is. Compared to the amount of people that purchased and played the game, it very much is. Plus, you aren't communicating with all of those people. When you see the size of a subreddit, what you are engaging with is the amount of people that at some point in their lives joined that, not the amount of people who are currently actively participating within it. Because people can join a community and then leave. People can join and life changes and they want to engage with something else or realize they don't care about that thing as much, or they just don't give as much time to it at some point. I try and explain this to people with YouTube subscriber buttons. The subscriber count on a channel is the amount of people that at some point in time did like that channel enough to click subscribe. That's what it is. That's why you can see channels with 10 million subs and their views get 10,000 views. Because the subscriber button is the amount of people that at some point liked this. Whereas the active view count is the amount of people that currently do. You can have people that have, I mean, this Twitch channel has 210,000 followers, and right now we have 2,000 active viewers, which, believe it or not, is actually remarkably accurate to the 1% rule. The 1 to 2% rule is kind of where it is. If 1 to 2% of people who have at some point engaged with it continue to engage with it, that's great. That's kind of actually where we want it to be. That's kind of balanced. And Instant says, people don't obsessively manage their subscriptions. No, of course they don't. Most people, if they don't want to continue going to a subreddit, just don't go to it anymore. Most people, if they don't want to do stuff, just don't do it. Very few people actively curate the systems and the subscriptions that they are, you know, continuing to engage with if they aren't costing them money. They just don't do it. How many of those 2K viewers are active in chat right now? Potentially, if we follow the 1% rule again. I mean, in theory, it would be 20. But because those viewers are already slightly more deeply enfranchised, we are dealing with people who are actively engaged, which means there's going to be way more than 20 people. That's a perfect example of this. If you go to this chat, this Twitch chat right now, you are not getting a perfectly valid subset of people. You are getting people that have all actively chosen to engage with this chat. So, to link this back to the chat earlier, when you said that I wouldn't believe the amount of hate that you would get by saying you think Cyberpunk is mid on Reddit. I absolutely would, because you're engaging with people who really like the game. If you go out and just say Cyberpunk is mid to a bunch of people that played it and thought it was mid, everyone would agree with you. This is what bubbles are. Bubbles are the idea that everyone around you thinks the way you think because you actively avoid people that don't. Quentin has said, Tectone's community hated me because I liked isekai anime. There's nothing wrong with isekai anime. Also, when you say the community hated you, I often think that there's this weird thing where people speak of the community as like a monolith, as in every person in that community thinks the same thing. Communities are formed because people want to bond over sharing something, whether that's sharing a love for something or a hatred for something. A community can form over a connected, shared thing. Sometimes it's just the location you live, the school you go to, the college you go to, the books you read, the TV shows that you watch, the games you play. That can all kind of form together. But not everyone in that community thinks exactly the same thing. There will probably be many people in that community that quite like anime or isekai anime. And the reason that they say they don't like it is because they want to feel validated within the community. How do you know when you're in an echo chamber? No one really teaches that. Go North, that is genuinely a great question. I suppose the only answer you would have is if you don't repeat the echo and you get shunned. People that live within smaller bubble-based echo chamber communities think that everyone thinks the same way that they and their friends do. And I think that that happens because they cannot understand, they cannot even fathom a different idea, a different thought. So have you ever been within a community that you have realized has become toxic over time? If maintaining the harmony of the community becomes more important than understanding the individual, that's when you start to get into problems. Morky says, Josh, I'm afraid of posting my art in your Discord because I did once and got called a smurf. Was the art of a Space Marine Ultramarine? Because that is the correct response to that. Mara says, it's good vibes only. No, because that itself becomes toxic positivity. It's not necessarily good vibes, it's respectful vibes. You can respectfully disagree with someone. You can respectfully put out a bad vibe. Has he died yet? Yeah, earlier. Absolutely. Totally died earlier. Right. Corruption of Earth and Seed. Is that the Thrashblade quest that I want? Corruption of Earth and Seed. Yeah, I'm toxically mid. Put it that way. Yes, it is. In the depths of Marodon lives a creature of chaos and evil. Princess Theradas is an elemental force of Earth, related somehow to the old gods. Ages ago she was sought out by Zetar, first son of Cenarius, the offspring of their relationship with the creatures known as the Centaur. Ever thankful creatures. The Centaur killed Zetar, and now Theradas keeps his remains. My quest here is to find those powerful enough to slay Theradas. Or Theradras, so we may recover the remains. Yep, cool. Thrashblade. Chance on hit to grant an extra attack on your next swing, and it looks like it's actually better than Ripsaw. That is very nice. Okay, let's do it. Let's go to Marodon. Let's go to Maraudon. So we have a tank and we have a healer, so we need 2 DPS. Let's have a look. We need 2 DPS. Thrashblade will be good because Thrashblade will combine with Flurry Axe, meaning I will get lots of attacks. So, who wants to... 2 DPS needed for Mara Princess kill. Just a Princess kill. That's all we need. Bremaxing can DPS. And we need one more person. And Cinder, they can DPS. Full. Right, let's go to Maraudon, which is down there. And also... Oh, hang on, I can hand in this quest. And I've got a horse. I forgot that, I got a horse. I've got the staff that can jump us straight there already. Let me just send that party chat. So we can jump to Princess a bit quicker. I've also got a mount. Travelled all the way to Menethil Harbour for a cool black horse. Here is an item that you may need. And nothing that benefits me, but I can sell some stuff. Right, off to Maraudon. I have evolved to a Mount Enjoyer. It's true. Oh, there's Hope Grey. In fact, let's just follow you. Makes it easier. What's the horse's name? There is no name. Which is why I am very, very tempted to go to the desert. Did I play Final Fantasy XIV? Yes, I have partaken. I have enjoyed my time in Limsa. Now we slowly go and kill the Maraudon enemy. We should be able... I've got the staff. I think I've got the staff. Yeah, there we go. The Scepter of Celebras, which should allow us to teleport straight to the end part of the dungeon. Because we've pretty much only got to go and kill that. Sorry, Josh, we're too young to understand that. You've played San Andreas. You've heard the song Horse with No Name. Have I gotten the Thrashblade from the Princess quest? Strom, that's exactly what we're going to do right now. Have you tried Final Fantasy XI? Not yet, no. It's on the list. Yeah, you guys have definitely experienced some of this. In fact, let's see if there's any stream going on from DreamHack. Oh, there is. Although it seems that MZ is playing League of Legends. I can't, in all good faith. I can't support that. I'm sorry. You're my friend, but I cannot support that. Did I have a good few days off? Yes. So if I'm going to stream more often, I am going to need to take some days off. And I think Wednesday and Thursday are the good days off. Oh. having Wednesday and Thursday off is safe, because then I can stream Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Have 2 days off. DreamHack is a UK-based games convention. Well, it's actually its first time in the UK. It was at the NEC, and I was at the NEC yesterday for the Arnold's, the bodybuilding convention. What are you going to do at work Wednesday and Thursday? Moose, I'm loath to say this, but you're just going to have to do your job. I'm really sorry. I know that you guys don't want to do that, but I think what it's going to be is I'm going to stream Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. No, I'm going to stream Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. That's 5 days. Wednesday and Thursday, you guys are alone with your thoughts. You've got a raw dog doing your job. That's what you've got to do. You've got to just lock in. You've got to focus. I know that you're all going to experience what we call a major cortisol spike on Wednesdays and Thursdays. You've just got to rewatch old streams. That's what you've got to do. If you need something to happen in the background on Wednesday and Thursday, you've got two choices. One, you can discover that YouTube and Twitch has way more than just my content. I don't want you to do this because then I'm going to get compared to those guys. Or two, you can understand that this stream operates on roughly a 30-minute loop. You know, every half an hour I'll say the same jokes, tell the same stories, you'll hear the same things repeatedly. Like exactly how you wouldn't expect a professional comedian to come up with 8 hours of new content every day, you wouldn't expect a Twitch streamer to have 8 hours of new stories. You would at some point understand that I am just, you know, telling the same stuff repeatedly. Hang on, I'm stunned in the wind. There we go. Yeah, like the time I said succulent Chinese meal. Finally, we get the loop. There we go. You guys, you were waiting for it, weren't you? I thought you haven't had a treat recently. You really deserve the loop as a little treat. The loop was mentioned. Okay, so Dark Lord, I think what you meant to say was Stanktants, and what you have typed is Spank Tech. Spank Tech sounds like a side mission that you'd do in Cyberpunk, where somebody put an activated robot arm onto a paddle. That's a very saucy idea right there, my god. Right, are we all here? Bremaxing, Hope, Isena, where's Cinder? Or CD, sorry. CD, are you in the group with us? I think you are. Alright, cool, yeah, you are. Excellent, lovely stuff. Let's go mage some things. Spank Tech is what competitive ranked BDSM enjoyers discuss. Yeah, I'm more of a casual enjoyer of that. I never quite got into the professional scene. You know, I was always tied up in too much other stuff, which ironically would have been a benefit for that scene. Josh, do you feel your playthrough has been enhanced or reduced by having instant access to dungeon runs? Definitely enhanced, without a doubt. 100% straight up enhanced. Right, get ready guys, we're blazing forward into a new future together. Also, I'm attacking every enemy along the way, because these guys still give me experience and I want that. Heck yeah. Oh, lovely, a centaur just gave me his wild hog. I'll have a nibble on that later. Are you suggesting we have been a bad chat and need to be spanked? Talon, you've got to make sure people consent before they get involved in your kinks. Alright, there's the portal. Go through it. Let's go and kill Princess. It's entirely possible to reach Blackrock depths today. I mean, potentially. How does it feel to be your role model? Honestly, a lot of pressure. Lot of pressure. Oh, you guys are going in. Okay, cool. Everyone's in already. Alright. Kill as we go. 1, 2. There's the tank. Straight ahead of us. I've not gotten the princess ring yet, no. I've seen it drop. but I was never the one to actually get it. Blackrock Depth starts around level 48. Oh, cool. Okay, so we could actually probably start that today. I think we could... Yeah, we can get 2 levels today. It might mean quite a few dungeon runs. Stoptimus Crime, you might not be quite my hero, but will I be disappointed if I meet you? I think you'll be whelmed. I think you'll leave saying, that was definitely Josh. Does that sound fair? That's what I can give you. If you meet me, you will leave saying, I met the man that I watched do Twitch streams. That's it. That's all I can give you. Nothing more, nothing less. That was... You'll leave going, that was probably Simon Cowell. People say Blackrock Depths is a really good dungeon, so I am personally very excited to see it. Whelmed and overwhelmed have the same definition. Not anymore, they don't. Language is fluid. Underwhelmed and overwhelmed are opposite ends of the spectrum. Whelmed is the middle. That's where we are. That's where we live. Trying to hit everything I can with this. There we go. Overwhelmed, underwhelmed, Wembling free, the Wembles of Wimbledon. Oh god, that's an old song. That's bringing back some classic British memories. But if we can get to Blackrock Depths today, I will be happy. The warrior is probably going to become the main. Have I ever watched Young Justice? No, I have not. Is it a series I should find time to watch? Oh wow, that's lots of rocks. Solid stone, lifeless stone, smooth stone chip. Why human warrior, though? In a world of fantasy, you choose the human. Because there is nothing more fantastic than the indomitable human spirit. That's true. In a world where everything is terrifying, being someone who is scared is the only way you can show bravery. The human spirit, indomitable as it is. You might think that it is domitable, but no. Indomitable. That's what it truly is. Right, let me just try and hack these guys away because we're doing a cleave group right now. And the group, it do be cleaving. Also, I'm taking a huge amount of damage, so I'm going to drink for a second. There we go. I think I pulled aggro by mistake there. My bad. That was a very nice group change. Blackrock Depths has a very huge level difference. It will take more than 2 levels to finish it. Great, that sounds good. Human glazing, is that the new Krispy Kreme donut? Only if you go to those very specific clubs you have to sign a waiver to get into. Mate, you have skull-bound to E for a reason. Yeah. Ease of access. E for everyone attack that skull. Crab has just asked, thoughts on Black Snake? Infrequent and mild, and I don't really care about any of the Harry Potter universe at all. So, in the limited amount of brain power that I've got, I am dedicating precisely none of it to worrying about that. I know that you probably wanted some kind of spicier take with it. But it's totally okay for streamers to not have opinions on everything. Anonymous, my god, thank you for all the gifted subs. That's remarkably kind of you. If you want to watch the series, obviously no one's going to stop you. If you don't. People will tell you that you should or shouldn't. Personally, no particular desire to continue supporting J.K. Rowling. Beyond that, I don't have any thoughts about it. Sorry. Can the British use any... No, I'm British, which is why nothing we do is spicy. Can I give the spiciest, hottest take about anything? I did that earlier when I said I don't think the body positivity movement is necessarily entirely positive. That's going to be a clip later. Don't make me re-go through that conversation. Because that was an extremely whelming take. I mean, some of you would say it was spicy. I think the nature of if you're not with us, you're against us has reduced the world down to teams of us versus them and left no ground for any kind of compromise or middle takes, which itself is damaging. And you can say that only a Sith deals in absolutes, which itself is an absolute statement. The Spud Hunter. Welcome to the stream. How you doing today? What have you been up to? You gaming as well? You playing some stuff? You here for the spicy takes? People are asking. The reason people ask for the spicy takes is because they want to have their thoughts validated by someone on the internet. That's it. It's pervasive too, in every aspect with every differing opinion. Yeah, straight up. It's every aspect, every opinion, everything. And we were talking about this a few minutes ago. There is a level of purity test that comes with it now, where if you don't agree with everything, then retroactively all of the stuff that people did agree with you on before almost gets removed. It's this case of, what do you think about this? And then you give your opinion, and people go, oh yeah, I agree. Well, what do you think about this? And you give your opinion. And they go, oh, I agree. Well done, this person is based. And then you say, well, what do you think about this? And you go, oh, I think this. And that's not what the other person agrees with. And suddenly you're not based. Now you're woke. Apparently they are the two. They're the two genders. Based and woke. Which means that what that happens is, as soon as you say something that those people disagree with, they retroactively go back and disagree with everything you've said before. Ever. People want you to be 100% agreeing with everything they ever say, and if you disagree with anything they say, then suddenly everything you ever say is wrong. The three genders: based, woke, and whelmed. Okay, Boza just said, work in an office with 200 people in it, and the amount of times these terms you just never hear in real life are remarkable. If you have like an adult job and you work in a professional, respectable environment, do you ever think it's weird that internet culture thinks it's a monolith and infests everyday life, when actually a lot of things that people say online just never get said in real life? I sometimes find that. I find that people that spend a lot of time on the internet think everyone off the internet thinks like the internet thinks. And then when those people are forced to engage with people off the internet, they realize that actually internet culture itself it's like a walled garden. If you are chronically online, you think everyone else is chronically online. Like, imagine what would happen if you just said to a random normal person in a job, nice shoelaces. The chance of them responding, thanks, I stole them from the president, is actually quite low. Whereas the chance of them saying that online, much higher. I think terminally online people sometimes forget how to interact with people in real life as well. Like, it's not zero. People go, oh, well, I've had it. It's happened to me. It's not zero. But it's an old Tumblr call and response. You say nice shoelaces. Someone responds, thanks, I stole them from the president. How did you know that? Because I've existed on the internet. Alright, I've partaken in Super Hulock. Don't sit there and be like, oh my god, how does Josh know about the ancient magics? Because I was port forwarding when you were still an idea. But it's a very small amount of people that actually have to exist terminally online. Are you the guy from the British guy tries twerking videos? I'm not, Giga. If I was, it wouldn't be called tries, it would be called dominates. .35 is basically ancient, that's true. How are my 3 weed-smoking girlfriends? They're still trapped inside the Final Fantasy house. Alright, we're hoping we can get Grove around to do some kind of expansion. We're really hoping he can build a Doom bathroom. .32 here, your ancient era. Early but ancient, yes, that's what you can be. Internet culture does not always manifest itself offline. 35, does that mean you knew the dinosaurs? I was best mates with Jesus for a while. Mirror, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Josh, how can you think of things to say for weeks? I would run out of stuff to say after a couple of days. Zyvo, that's a really great question. So what you'll have to understand about this stream is everything I say happens within roughly a half-hour loop, which means I've only got about 30 minutes of content that I just recycle. So if you hang around here long enough, you'll hear the same stories, the same jokes, the same vibes. It all kind of continues to happen. Just like you wouldn't expect a professional comedian to come up with, 8 hours of new material every day, you wouldn't expect a streamer to come up with 8 hours of new stories. So I recycle what I know, which is why you'll hear me say things like, choculent Chinese meal when I made the mistake of, spoonerising that. Spoonerism is when you get the letters mixed around. Or when I said tank stance the wrong way round, and I said, hang on, tank stance. When I try and get it wrong, I can't. What was it? Stank tants, that was the one. I said stank tants. So yeah, the longer you hang around here, the more you will realize that eventually it's just a 30-minute loop that goes again and again and again. Hey, we got the scepter, the mace, the big-ass mace. But I am not a two-handed kind of guy. So I'm going to pass both of those off. And now I think I've completed the quest. Do I speak to you now, having completed the quest? I greet you, human. Cheers, bro. Are you meant to drop something? Oh, do I just go and hand the quest back in now? You want to kill the croc? I've still got 28 minutes on my Hearthstone. That's a problem. Kill croc. Will the sunglasses come out today? They're here. They're ready, don't you worry. That's why. I also don't run out of stuff because a lot of people just say stuff. And I've got a lot of opinions on things. And because I've got a YouTube channel and a Twitch channel, my opinions are more valuable than other people's. That's just straight up true. So I'm sorry to point that out in case that was a shock to any of you. But if you have an online following, your opinions matter more. That's straight up true. Sorry, I don't make the rules. I just, make the rules. If you need to hearth while in an instance, but it's on cooldown, leave party and you'll be ported back to your Hearthstone. Oh, cool. I did not know that. Fascinating stuff. I'll look into that in a minute. Right, let's kill this big thing here. Come here, you. Get sundered, nerd. Remember, as a warrior, your job is to cast Sunder because it reduces the enemy's armor. If you ever forget that, remember the acronym ABC. Always be sundering. And that way you'll be a good warrior. And you'll get the things that you need the way that you need them. The rock grip mantle I do not need. Right, in that case, I can just leave my group, I think. So if I just leave the party, I have not been ported back. Ah! You'll be teleported to Gadget Zone in 56 seconds. That is clever. That is very clever. And then I can catch the flight back and go and get the Thrash Blade. What is the in-game lore of the big crocodile? That's a good question, Crab. I think the in-game lore is that one day there was just a really big crocodile. That's it. That's pretty much it. Gadget Zone was fun. That's why I've got the whole thing going on. That's probably true. There was just a big crocodile. And people were like, you know what? That should be a boss. And lo and behold, it was indeed a boss. Just having a quick check. Right, I've been streaming for 2.5 hours. I require another cup of tea. So what I'm going to do is get kicked back to Gadget Zone. Then I will jump on a flight, I believe, to Desolace. It would make sense the flight's in Desolace. Because, I mean, where else? Yeah, there we go, Nihil Point. Hubgray, thank you for the invite. I'm going to fly to Desolace and hand in the thing. Quick 5-minute bio break. Can I repeat the last 5 minutes? G-Man, I cannot. Sorry, the last 5 minutes was too intense for anyone. Right, let's go. You, fly me to... Where's Desolace? There it is. Right, 5-minute break, guys. Grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a bite to eat, move your legs, go and get some fresh air, whatever you want to do with that. Here is a timer. I'll see you beautiful people in 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Or do. I'm not your dad. I don't even need to come back yet. Like, nothing's happened. We're still on the Griffin. The Griffin takes ages. Got myself some bread and butter. People are like, ooh, English cuisine. Hell yeah. There is nothing wrong with some straight up bread and butter. Sprinkle some salt? Hell no. I'm wealthy now. I just bought salted butter. All right, sprinkle salt on the butter. No, I went to be fair, Aldi, and I just bought the knockoff Lurpak. That's not Lurpak, but looks like Lurpak. And if someone didn't really spend too long looking at it, would think it is Lurpak, whatever it is. It's called something else. Danpak, yeah, or Norpak. One of them, Danpak or Norpak. That is, we stand Danpak in this stream. We really do. I can't believe it's not Lurpak. That's what it should be called. I like how Lidl and Aldi's entire marketing strategy is, let's take the same colours, the same font, the same vibes, the same essence, but not do that. Love it. Absolutely love it. Big fan of that. Big fan of shopping at Aldi and Lidl. You can't shop at both, they're rivals. I used to live somewhere where there was an Aldi on one side of the road and a Lidl on the other. And in my head canon was that at the end of every shift, they would fight. And they would have to just constantly keep hiring new people because of all of the death. All of the fallen at the end of every shift. In my mind, that still happens. Dark Lord's got some strong opinions on Aldi right there. This is most wonderful news. Although it concerns me you were not able to bring back Zatar's remains. Who am I to question the will of Cenarius' firstborn? Perhaps now the will of the Centaur will break, and their thirst for blood will lessen. We can only hope. Here's a really fast sword. It goes swish, 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 swish through the air really quickly. That's what he said in the quest. Definitely interesting quest dialogue. Hey, leveled up to 47! And we've also got the weapon that is called the Thrash Blade. Right, 236 goes up to 246. We've got the Thrash Blade. Right, check this out. So, we've got the Thrash Blade, which has a chance on hit to grant an extra attack. And that is combined with the World Epic drop that I'm also wielding, the Flurry Axe, which has a chance on hit to grant 1 extra attack on your next swing. So both of our weapons have a chance. Where'd you get the Flurry Axe? It dropped from a maggot in Sunken Temple. Not even lying, it did. If we combine this with Wind Fury, Blessed Blade of the Shaman Totem, then I think we could hit a lot of stuff. Can we try Blackrock Depths? Or do I need to be 48? You can't wait for me to get the Hand of Justice. Is the Hand of Justice good? I think it's 48 plus. Yeah, okay, then ST runs. Sunken Temple runs, good for XP. And drops. I would love to do some more Sunken Temple with you guys. If you want to run some Sunken Temple. We can sink and or temple. Lots of skinning. Yeah. Yeah, we can do this. Okay, Sunken Temple is over in the Eastern Kingdoms to the east of Darkshire. But Duskwood. Darkshire is the name of the place. Sunken Temple is over here. Cool. Already at Sunken Temple. Ready for summon. So we have got 2 weapons that both grant extra attacks. All I need to do now is enchant them with fire. What should I enchant my weapon with? I've got the Thrash Blade and the Speedy Zoom Axe. Okay, Bree is there, and Hope is on their way. Okay, we're saying Crusader, we're saying Aldi's butter. Right, I'm not sponsored by Aldi, but I would be. Shall I email Aldi and be like, listen, Mr. Aldi, John Aldi, you don't know what a streamer is, but would you like to sponsor one? And he'll be like, will this increase my sales? And I'll be like, here's the great part. No. Probably not. And then what I'll say is, listen, John Aldi, if you don't go with that, Jimothy Little is very interested in this. It'll be like that whole kind of Schwarzenegger-Stallone thing in the late 90s. We just play them off against each other. We see what's going on. Got any Costco's in the UK? Of course we do. We love Costco. I don't think Costco needs to advertise, though. Aldi is pre-raid best in slot. Once you're raiding, you can get up to Waitrose. If you get a very lucky drop, you get Harrods. You know what? Do I have any items that I can now wield specifically? Okay. I don't want to change my weapons. My weapons are pretty much spot on. Hey, thank you for the summon. In all seriousness, what effect should I get put onto the blades. I think I want to put, like, fire on them, because fire does more damage. Do I want fire, or do I just want the version that makes them hit harder? In fact, question, does anyone have any sharpening stones? I can't afford Crusader. I absolutely cannot afford Crusader. Crusader is better, but, like, that's insanely powerful. And expensive. Why don't you have a stack of sharpening stones? Because I'm not John Stone, am I? I'm not prepared. Just let me eat my knockoff Lurpak in peace and stop judging me. God. Sorry I'm not perfect. Sorry I'm not sharp maxing and stone pilled. You are very judgeable today. Is this TBC? No, this is WoW. But also, yes, it's TBC. It's the Burning Crusade. Right. So, let's go and slap some stuff around. Let's throw away the empty venom sack. We don't need that. Hello, Mr. Streamer, first-time live viewer. I've enjoyed your YouTube content, so glad I got the chance to watch today. Brother, if you enjoy the YouTube content, just lower your expectations. It's not as good. The YouTube content is like watching the best of compilation of an 8-hour comedy show. Most of it is bad. Right, 7 hours of this stream is perfectly fine as background noise. But do not expect it to be anywhere near what we would consider good. Right, so I've got a Thrash Blade and a Speedy Zoom Axe. Let's just see how many numbers we're going to be able to put up with this, especially because we're going to have a Wind Fury Totem as well. Now, I might need to try hard this dungeon. At least a little bit. Because by try-harding at least a little bit, I'm going to see how much damage I can actually do with lots of numbers popping off. We're going to go for a real pop-off number thing here. And you know what? It's not terrible. Why does he only have 1 bar showing? Because I only need 1 bar. Once you find your efficient way to play, you only need 1 bar. Entirely superfluous to have more than 1 bar. 22-year-old game, as of yet, no use. Slime scale bracers. We just got a decent blue drop. Stamina intellect restores 5 mana per second. Trash mob. Damn, I can need it. Go for it. I don't need it. You need it, you need it. You take it. Let someone who actually needs it have it. You beat Psycho Mantis in Metal Gear Solid 1. Well done. I see you like Suikoden. Who got the good thing? Hey, well done. Asana needed it. You're doing a 100% achievement run of The Witcher 3. Have fun on Skellige. All of those treasure chests being literally nowhere near the map makes them look. Love it. Love it. What a good time all round. Okay, you know what? This is quite a lot of numbers, I'll give you that. I like this. This is a decent amount of numbers popping up on the screen. Those chests in Skellige, man. They were always difficult to find for me. Non-WoW question, a White Russian or a Mexican mule? Interesting. I would have to say a gin and coke. And I'll tell you why I ordered a gin and coke. You might think, Josh, that's not a drink. Correct. Let me explain. I was at a friend's wedding once. This is not a joke. This is a real thing. I was at a friend's wedding about 3 years ago. And I got there early. And the bar was open, but there's no one else around. And there was a young bartender. And she kind of looked over and said, you know, can I get you anything? It's all on the house. The wedding's paying for everything. And I went, oh yeah, in that case, I'll have a... Now, you're meant to say gin and lemonade. That's just how it is. That's the combination. But I said I'll have a gin and my brain, for some reason, went, Coke. And she kind of looked at me and was like, a gin and Coke. I'm like, yes. Because I thought that when she said a gin and Coke, what she was giving me was confirmation of my order. What she was actually giving me was a chance to admit that I was wrong. But I didn't take it. And I just said yes. And then she gave me a gin and coke. And I thought, this is actually quite nice. Double down. Never admit mistakes, never apologize, never say you were wrong. And I drank it. And I thought, you know what, this is fine. This is not the worst thing I've ever drank. And so now, whenever I go out, I order a gin and coke. Because I made that mistake once. And now I will continue making it until the day I die. That is my drink. So the next time you go to a bar, order yourself a gin and coke. Now, if people say, what gin? I would say Hendrix. Because it's a kind of mid-tier gin. It's not super expensive, it's not super cheap. It works. But the actual truth is, it doesn't matter. Because you're mixing it with coke, and you're not going to, you know, taste it anyway. So if you do want to have... yeah, you want to have the haze... It's just a gin and coke. And it's fine. The moral of the story is never ever admit your mistakes, ever. There you go. It's a very whelming drink. It's not a mistake if it works. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Right, full clear, please. For XP. Has anyone got the quest item for the extra boss? That's why we keep watching the streams. We double down on your mistakes. Absolutely, guys. If you ever realize that watching this stream is a mistake, just keep going. Just keep pushing through. Keep making it. Josh, is that crab's name Mozzarella? It is. Because it's the pet belonging to Bremaxing, which means it's cheese. There's a cheese theme going on here. This stream is never a mistake. Give it time. Give it time. We'll make one, I'm sure. So yes, we have Bremaxing and Mozzarella the crab. This voice can say anything, I will agree. Sir, unfortunately, I am aware of my remarkable power as an Englishman to be able to say anything and have people agree. And I should probably charge more for this than I do. Because I clearly do not charge enough. Now, I'm not going to be full-on try-harding. However, I am going to be trying. So I'm going to be try-softing. That's the best way to describe this. I regret saying that the moment I said it. But I'm going to be... yeah, not exactly sweat-lording. Sweat-lording is too much. I'm going to be kind of... like, what's below a lord? I need something below a lord. If we're going to look into some kind of... a duke. Yeah, like moist duking. I'm not sweat lording, I'm kind of damp duking. That's the way to put it on. CY Art, thank you very much for the subs. That is very kind of you. You have gifted out 5 ad blockers to the community. Dukes are above lords. What's below a lord? You are real damage here. Oh, okay, cool, fine. I'll do real damage. An official. Okay, so I'm not sweat lording, I'm kind of damp officialing. Does that work? Moist. Like moist lieutenanting. That's the way I would do it. CD just said, thanks, I hate it. This dungeon is going to be about moist lieutenants. A moist baron. That's what I'm doing. I'm damp baroning. You guys might be sweat lording while I'm damp baroning. We are not the same. Or are we damp baroning or moist lieutenanting? I kind of need to know. Purely for the vibes. Froggo is saying, chat, stop. Damp Duke and Moist Mayor. This is sounding like a film. The Moist Magister. That's just my rap name. Because I get everyone wet. Serena's just said, Josh, can you not, please? Listen. This stream is not always going to go the way you want it to. It's not always going to go the way that I want it to. But sometimes we just have to... Hang on. We still need to summon the boss first. We do, but we are clearing first. Hang on, clearing trash. We're clearing trash first before we summon the boss. No, I've gone wrong every time. Doing correct order. I thought you just wanted to clear the trash first. I thought this was part of the plan, Hope. I thought you were like, I'm going to be really sensible and clear all the trash first in the boss before we do it. And you were like, nope. No, we've just made a mistake. The perspiring peasant. That's what I'm going to be. You are a sweat lord, while I am either a perspiring peasant, a damp duke, or a moist baron. Tony, I was in another room when I heard the phrase damp duking. I apologize for the irreversible loss in stature. I'm sorry, man, but sometimes you just gotta DD it. The soapy squire. You know what, at this point, Sweat Lord is kind of... it's winning. We're either soapy squiring it or damp duking it. I think we need to work out whether a duke is above a lord. We're not sudsy squiring it. Soapy squire is good enough. We'll soon be the drenched baron. And this is Josh. While the rest of the team is sweat lording, he is definitely perspiring peasantly and potentially damp duking. God, we are running bloody fast. What's happened with this speed? Dukes are above lords. Well, depending on the party. Okay. Knight, Lord, Baron. Okay, so it's Knight. So Knight is below a Lord. So if you're sweat lording and you're not doing as well, you're kind of just damp knighting. Cat's Eye Ultra Goggles. Cool. How do the names keep getting worse? Skill. Pure skill. Don't be coming in here and thinking things are going to go well. They clearly aren't. Right, the Damp Knight. The Moist Magister. It's the Damp Duke, the Moist Magister, the Perspiring Peasant. The Wet Wench. A knight can be a lord. Well, this is just getting too complicated now. 'Cause we're going to have to have a knight and a lord. You haven't damp nighted since you were a teenager. No. Depends how exciting the nights are for you. Cam, I don't appreciate the fact that the first ever message you've written in this chat is the clammy count. And the reason I don't appreciate it is because it's very funny and I kind of wish that I'd thought of it. This is a slip and slide that I can't follow. Some people have left the stream. All of those people are cowards. The great thing about the people who have left the stream is it was actually quite easy because they could just slip and slide their way out. Froggy Nom says, oh yeah, I'm gone. They slipped away quite quietly. They very much sweat-lorded. The Moist Marquis. The Soggy Scotsman. That just sounds like something I don't want to Google. Should I just regret opening the stream? At this point, yes, you should. You should. You really should. I think that this stream was going really well right up until it started. Then it's been a slow descent. The Soggy Scotsman sounds like a sex position. It's honestly more of a threat. Hope we're following you. A slow descent. This was a wet slide down. Why not both? It is. It's a threatening sex position. Right, I'm bringing this warrior to you because he attacked me and I can tank using my own healing things. Doing the floor first? Sure, Annie. As long as everything dies, whatever order you want to go in is fine. As long as everything is dead, whatever order you want to go in. What am I going to do at level 70? Raid? No, I thought I'd just dance in Goldshire for a bit. Well, the mage is dead. Well, the mage is alive. I saw an enemy ran down here. Pretty sure I did. 99% sure. Oh, you may have killed them. Well done if you did. He still doesn't have the extra bars. I don't need them. And everyone keeps going on and on and on about, oh, you need this, you need that. You don't. Straight up don't. We missed one of the bosses. Let's go back then. Haven't missed. Just different order. We will do everything before we leave, don't you worry. Look at this guy. Sloppy Sundering. No, Sundering isn't a title. Sloppy Sirring sounds even worse. If it was a choice between do I want to Sweat Lord or Sloppy Sir, that sounds like I'm placing an order at a restaurant I don't want to be at. The wet warrior does not concern himself. Inside you are two nobles. Both of them are differing levels of wet. Seeing you use only one action bar makes me question why I use more than one. You should. You know what? People only use more than one action bar because Big Action Bar tell them to. No one's prepared to admit you don't actually need more than one action bar. The spellbook is a perfectly valid big fat action bar. You're glad this was the first live stream you got to. We're all glistening gladiators. It's getting worse. If I ever get invited to a party and someone is described as a sloppy sir or a glistening gladiator, I am turning location off on my phone and making sure nobody is filming anything. How is it getting worse? That is what she said. Oh, the Duke of Drenchington. Yeah, he's the one that holds all these parties. The Brined Barons. That just sounds like a really crap high school football team. All right, here we go. Time for damage. Time for damage coming in. The crab has leveled up. You started a glistening gladiator and ended a crusty crusader. Only if the party goes well. Yeah, well done, Mozzarella the crab, for leveling up. Good job. Everyone say congratulations, Mozzarella. Mozzarella is a fantastic name for a crab. It's a bit cheesy, but I'm glad they chose to do it. The Hydrated Heroes is the name of the entire group. I mean, these swords are definitely doing something. I don't know if they're doing enough, but they are doing something. Well, one of them is an axe. Serene, yeah, you know what I mean. You know what I... Yes, one of the swords is a fat sword. I get that. Sithis has just typed in the viscous viscounts. Right. Sith, we're describing different levels of moisture. Using the word viscous to describe a liquid fills me with all sorts of uncomfortableness. There have been very few times in my life when I've seen a liquid and gone, ooh, ooh, that looks viscous, in a good way. The Drippy Duke. The non-Newtonian nut smasher. The Oobleck official. That's what we've become. If you hit it hard, it's pretty hard. But if you slowly go, then you'll keep it soft. I regret every word in that sentence. Every single word. I miss the man I was 10 seconds ago. I think the world is actively worse for this stream existing. I am a big defender of everything being art, but what I think we have created here can definitely be described as anti-art. Ooh, that spirit and stamina, how does it look? It looks boring. And Wicked has just joined with Sup Stream Demons. You don't realise what you've just done there, Wicked, but Stream Demons actually does work in the context of the kind of things that we're saying, and I hate the fact that it does. This is what happens when Slutty Saturday becomes just awful. Recovering from arm surgery, missed your streams. Keep recovering. This is not going to help. If anything, this will make it worse. Josh, stop the viscous viscounts on our art smudge. I stopped, yes, I did. I stopped art because the viscous Viscounts came out of nowhere. I do understand that saying the phrase, the viscous Viscounts came out of nowhere, in context of the whole conversation, is probably literally the worst thing I could have said. Did the view count go down? No. Annoyingly, no. It's actually gone up substantially. There is no going back now. There is absolutely no going back from where we are. Josh, in excruciating detail, describe how this stream would make arm surgery recovery worse. I think because after hearing the stream for long enough, you would move your arm quickly to turn it off. Which sounds like a bad thing for a recovering arm. Is my warrior now higher than my rogue? Yes. Yes, they are. Josh, I want to run my hands through your chest hair. Zach, you say that, but it's very viscous. It's very viscous and stringy, and there's a couple of globules going on. I think a great way to describe any kind of liquid is containing globules, because that makes it much worse. Mass Worship says, he's just a goopy guy. If you describe a boba tea as containing bubbles, that's fine. But if you say it contains globules of flavor, suddenly you get asked to leave. As a doctor, can confirm I've seen much worse on this stream. It terrifies me that there are people with actual real jobs that join into this stream. I just assume that everyone responsible that I meet is doing something more important with their time. Sometimes people with actual real-world responsible jobs are like, I watch your stream. I'm like, that's terrifying. I really wish you didn't. I wish you were out there doing important possible things. And not... I don't want my doctor one day to be giggling and then just going, remember the globule stream? That's scary. I just opened a stream and I'm going to go a night shift for 4 hours. Aaron, it's about to get... The night shift, honestly, it's probably going to feel like it's going to take a lot longer than 4 hours. It's weird, because obviously Twitch is super popular and everyone watches different types of streams, but it's always strange when someone with like a real job says to me, I watch your stream, and I'm like, I'm sorry, I assumed you'd have better things going on. I almost want to apologize. I almost want to be like, I'm sorry there's nothing else happening in your life. Hopefully one day something does happen and this becomes a terrible memory to all of us. Me also while driving. Right, sorry, I was forgetting to attack the enemies. Don't apologize, become more moist. Never admit mistake, just gently become damper. Alright, I'll take that advice. Brother John says third monitor content doesn't have to be great. I appreciate that. Are you calling your entire community losers? How long's... Yeah, kinda. I think people that are mature enough to know that I'm joking will still be here, don't worry. And then Major Dormo just said, moisten your gusset. That's the vibe that we switch between on this stream. Never double down, always double drench. I hate this. Registered losers. That was from Warframe, wasn't it? The registered losers comment. You had an online interview for a UK-based game studio. Oh, sweet. You left the stream running. Turns out the interviewers were watching your DDO in the background. Oh, sweet. Bonded over remembering the game from my teen years, discussing your content. We are planning to download it. You've got the job. You've basically got the job right there. That's amazing. The fact that you were just... The videos were happening in the background. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Excellent. Good luck with that. Seriously. Genuinely. Good luck with that. If anyone else has got any good stuff going on in their lives, let us know. More than happy to... Bree-maxing has died. That's the cheese. The cheese has fell down. I've only been watching sporadically. I'll say that's on you. Did you decide to stop alt-hopping and focus on leveling up one character? No. No, not at all. I'm going to be continuing to alt-hop. This character is just the most leveled up right now. I'm just taking time to read up, chat, see what's going on in general. Picking up the vibes. Oh yeah, the registered losers. So what I think happened was... Correct me if I'm wrong on this. There was a Warframe interview or a Warframe panel or some kind of public advertising thing. And there was a lady there who was presenting. And she meant to say something like 7 million registered players. But she quit halfway through and said 7 million registered users. But she started saying the word players and then decided to switch to the word users. But the problem was that she'd already said the letter L from the word players. So she kind of went, and 7 million registered losers. So you had the letter L from one word fitting in with the word users from the next. And she said live on camera, 7 million registered losers. Which is honestly brilliant. I think that's fun. I think the Warframe community will kind of rally behind that. Warframe is, I'm going to be real, one of the chillest general communities that I've found. I don't know what they're like when they get super intense into their game. They're probably like every other community where they're a bit weird. But in general, I've discovered the Warframe community to not be as offended by things. Like, they just kind of enjoy their game and get on with it. Every community wants to think it's the most chill one. But very few communities, when you say, hey, your game sucks, can kind of go, yeah. Can you guys think of any communities that are just kind of totally okay? Lord of the Rings Online is another one as well. Lord of the Rings Online, those guys are real chill with stuff. Cozy gamers are fine with it. Terra, the Terra community got real quiet recently. The more seriously a community takes itself, the harder it is to kind of get into. I've always said this, take what you do seriously, but don't necessarily take yourself seriously. And by that I mean, I take what I do as far as streaming goes seriously by making sure that I'm trying to be on time, I'm trying to provide an interesting entertainment experience, I'm trying to make sure I'm reading messages and kind of getting back to you guys as often as I can, but I'm not going to take myself seriously with it. Like, I can be the butt of the joke. I can take the piss out myself all day. Not a problem at all. The Brighter Shores community is chill. I'm sure they're both lovely. Oh, that never gets old. That's a classic joke. That's a classic setup right there. You can use that for any game that just doesn't have many players. Oh, it's goodness. It's my goodness. I'm sure, you know what, the Brighter Shores community are lovely, and if they keep grinding away at lovely for the next 50 hours, they'll unlock brilliant, which comes from exactly the same place, but the word's different. Hope, we're following you. The New World community has definitely chilled out a little bit. That's true. You've heard good things about the League of Legends people. I mean, propaganda affects us all. Right, that's the Prophet. Any community, unfortunately, is made up of people. And so you kind of just have to find the people that you vibe with. Like, people say the WoW community sucks. But, like, it's fun with the right people. This guild and you guys, fantastic. Absolutely spot on. Cracking all the way through. We'll do one more run of this, and then we will do Blackrock Depths. We'll finish this run, then we'll do BRD. I also have to point out again that most of the online community, if you engage with people on like Reddit and YouTube and Twitch, they are the enfranchised. They are the deeply involved. The vast majority of people that play WoW just play it for fun, chill out, you know, hang out, have a good time with their mates, and then go and do something else. I think someone, wasn't it one of the old Blizzard employees, said that if you read a guide on how your rotation works, you are already in like the top 20% of players. That's how the standard actually is. People that are really good at the game assume that everyone else is really good at the game. A huge amount of the people that play WoW just play it casually. You have a 500 IQ strat for this. I'm very excited. A huge amount of communities. Are just pretty chill. So what am I doing in this game? we're going to destroy the rest of the Sunken Temple, and then I'm going to go to Blackrock Depths. Never been there before, heard good things, very excited. I've heard it's like Center Parks, but for dungeons. So really intrigued to see what we're going to be able to get out of that. Be a good time in general. Never done BRD, heard it's good. Yeah, Scotsman, spot on. Competitive games. People think that if they are playing a competitive game, everyone else within their kind of group has to be super sweat lord, super drippy duke, super moist mayor. It's got a bar inside with a succubus. Why are we not there right now? Right. We're going to go around. Let's go. Scholomance, it's best in slot, but Blackrock Depths is amazing. Looking forward to it. Cinder, shoot skull with frost bolt once. Are we just drawing the enemies to us now to see what happens? Now we wait. I mean, we still need to go there eventually. I've got 9 seconds left on the Wind Fury totem on the Thrash Blade. The Thrash Blade is doing some DPS at least. Josh, I couldn't find you for the last 2 days. Where do you go when you're not inside my laptop? Dan, I was still in your laptop. I just thought I'd explore that folder on your desktop called Homework. And Dan, I don't know what kind of lessons you were doing. That's not homework. Everything's a learning opportunity. You put yours under private so other people know it's not for them. That is a great way of doing it. I just decided to go, full psychopath. I just save all of the individual video files and picture files to the desktop. Not even in a folder, just to the desktop. What is the desktop for if not saving files on? The desktop is just the biggest folder. It's like how the floor is the biggest shelf. People are like, are your clothes on the floor? I'm like, no. They're in the wardrobe. I'm gonna fight someone if this keeps going. Look, I'm sorry that you cannot handle the neutron style. But sometimes this is just how things have to go. Turns out that my warrior is really good at single target DPS and really bad at everything else. Good job, healer. Tron, is Josh playing modern? I prefer modern over standard Magic the Gathering. Although I watched that excellent video by the professor a few days ago where he points out that standard nearly has now as many cards in the active card pool as modern did when it was introduced in 2012. That's insane. I love coming to this stream because I'm not immediately hit with 3 minutes of ads. What a silly thing to say. Sorry, I just thought it'd be really funny to manually run ads right then. I made myself laugh with that. That was quite funny. You have to admit, as far as timing goes, that was silly. Unless if you've got an ad blocker, or if you are a subscriber to the channel or have Twitch Turbo, you now don't get ads. That's messed up, bro. No, chill. That's what we call comic timing. All right, that's funny in the biz. This is my fault. I'm so sorry, guys. Oh, that was funny. Icarus flew too close to the sun. You know the story of Icarus, the warning of flying too close to the sun, could have been solved had he have simply gone to the sun at nighttime. He could have flown closer to the sun when it was the moon. Then wings wouldn't have melted, would they? Think things through, Icarus. Crafted, my goodness, thank you for gifting out 10 ad blockers to the community. That is very kind of you. Very, very kind of you. Icarus, he could have gone to the sun at nighttime. Alright, what are you giving us? Slither Scale Boots. Restores 6 mana per 5 seconds. Who needs mana? The coward's rage. You know what? That's true. Would Icarus have been okay if he was damp? Because there is a thing called is it the Leidenfrost effect? Where if you have a layer of moisture on your hand and you slap like really hot material, it boils the moisture, but it keeps your hand safe. There's probably some scientists in the chat. How wet would Icarus have needed to have been to survive the whole being near the sun thing? Is there an amount of very wet, maximum moistness? All right, he wouldn't have done it. He wouldn't. It basically had to be a jellyfish at that point. He could have just worn some wetter than a sweat lord. You mean a damp duke? Enough to not be. I see. He wasn't trying. He just wasn't trying hard enough. Icarus needed to believe in himself more. I just don't think he went to as many seminars as he should have gone to. Ah, Fuddle Bob. Falling into the ocean was Icarus's attempt to retroactively gain the moisture he needed to survive. What the fuck is this stream? What are we doing? How do we get here? A month and a half ago, I was like, I'm going to play World of Warcraft as a bit of a relaxing, fun, chill-out day. And now we're like, could Icarus be wet? I miss the man I was a month ago. Hey Josh, my friend has dyslexia and struggles with inventory in video games. He wants to play a lot of games that use inventory systems and suggestions as to help him, but he still struggles. Okay, so there's two... If your friend genuinely struggles with inventory systems, there's two honest answers to that. One is attempting to use all of the accessibility options within the games and trying to help him find a setup, a screen shape that helps him do that. That's the serious way. The other issue is just don't worry about it. Just don't let him... He has played many hours but is still struggling to use them. You know what that could be? That could be the basis for the greatest challenge run ever. He could start a YouTube or Twitch channel where he plays games without using the inventory, and the reason is that he just can't. Can you complete The Witcher 3 without using the inventory? Challenge run done because I just straight up can't use the inventory. Welcome to my dyslexic locked Iron Man. That sounds fantastic. Make sure that he's wet enough to deal with all the struggles he's going to deal with. Turn your greatest weakness into your greatest strength. If he struggles with inventory, just don't bother with the inventory in as many games as you possibly can. Nobody just said turn mental illness into content. That's what the rest of us are doing. Nobody healthy and well-adjusted is sitting down and saying, you know what I'm going to be? I'm going to be a streamer. All those people are like doctors and pilots and have actual real jobs. And then for some reason, they watch the streamers. Right, let's kill these guys. No one dreams of making a tier list as a child. Except, I think, Tierzu. He very much went through the whole thing. He makes incredible tier lists. He had to have been born with this drive, this desire. Because he is the gold standard when it comes to tier lists. We have a rogue. There's a lockbox for you. Oh, Tierzu makes incredible videos. Absolutely phenomenal stuff. Really, really respect that dude. Stuff he's got going on. I mean, I don't necessarily agree with everything he's ever said, but that's because I haven't listened to everything he's ever said. Josh, by the title, I assume you like Pepsi more than Coca-Cola. Rod, I'm going to give you a truth bomb right now. I just can't taste the difference. If someone gave me a bottle or a thing of something, someone gave me a drink and I was like, it's either Pepsi or Coca-Cola, and I drank it, I'd be like, yes, this tastes like both of them. I can taste the difference between diet and non-diet. Yeah, diet and non-diet, no problem at all. And when people go, it's totally different. No, it isn't totally different. It's remarkably similar. That's the point. If someone gave me a can of Coke and then like a cup of tea, I would say, yes, these are totally different. Coke and lemonade, totally different. Coke and milk, totally different. Coke and Pepsi, by their very nature, remarkably similar. Just got here, what's Unk yapping about? Yebro99. I'm going to assume 99 is the birth year, and that's going to make me feel very old. The fact that you've also just said Unk and yapping. Okay. CD has a friend on our way. Hang on, CD needs help. Let me just help CD first. There we go. Okay, cool. Now we're done. The visible and audible frustration behind that comment was gold. Thanks, Icy. It's the years of acting training. Okay, Josh, click. North done. Scary Joe says, you feel like an unk already. Does unk mean uncle or does unk mean uncool? Is it an uncool uncle? Is that what's happening? Means uncle. Hammer, welcome to the stream. What's up? Currently we're discussing the verbal usage, the lexicon of the modern youth. We're discussing what unk means. Just means you're old. Okay, gotcha. Unk is unk now. It's a real unk thing. It's Zoomer slang, real unk thing to say. I think the more I learn about the youth, the more I don't fear death. Everyone northeast, let's go. Done, 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 done. And there's the boss. Sweet. Chopped is chopped unk, which is basically a chunk. A chunk is a chopped unk. I thought chopped meant that you had a bad haircut or you had a good haircut. Like when someone, if I were to say, oh, that person's chopped, that references their haircut. Is that not what that means? Chopped means ugly. It does not mean bad haircut. Chopped is fell off or ugly. Chopped is bad. Okay, but you guys have to also understand that in the school that I went to, we had... Hang on, let's kill this oozling thing. English slang, for some reason, had the phrases peak and peng. Whereas peak, the top of something you'd assume is good, was actually bad. And peng, P-E-N-G, was good. So peak was bad and peng was good. But then peak started to be used as a reference to stuff that is good. Like if you were a peng ting, you were good. Peak was bad. Which I never got. I honestly never learned that at all. I'm glad that's forgotten. Ooh, we got the plate armor, which I've already got as a plate belt. So that can go to somebody else. Yeah, raw dogging now just means doing something without a distraction. Whereas it used to mean, you know, sex without a condom. I'm sorry to be so brutally blunt with that sentence, but that's what it meant. Now it just means you are going to do this thing without any kind of distraction and focus fully on the thing. I mean, it still does mean that in different contexts. I just full-on raw-dogged that explanation right there. That was very uncouth. There's actually a reason that you want to teach children to use all of the correct anatomical words for things, and it's because that way it stands up in court. There you go. That's one of the worst things you'll learn today. Here's some random teacher knowledge that you probably don't want to have. One of the reasons that we teach children to use the correct anatomical words for things and places and processes is because if the child then says those and uses those as explanations, those can be used as testimony within court. If they start using all of their, you know, preferred slang to it, then suddenly that word does not have any legal basis or legal connection, and therefore it cannot be applied as evidence in court. That's a sad fact. Right there. That's not a fun fact. There you go. This stream is a roller coaster. This stream sometimes gives you the really high comedy value, and sometimes it goes all the way down to, well, now I'm very sad, because now I have to think about that. The more you know. That's pretty peak, unless it's pretty peng. Roller coaster full of loops. Tragedy and comedy. Oh, I mean, comedy is just tragedy plus time, as they say, but there are a couple of tragedies that are still, especially if they're personally effective, you probably don't want to make too many jokes about. How do you get back to the time when you didn't know that? Oh. There's a couple of weird disturbing things that you do learn about stuff. Like the fact that most cereal packet mascots have their eyes, if they're painted on the front of the actual cereal packet itself, looking down, because it's easier to make eye contact with the child, which means the kid wants to buy that cereal more. Psychological trick. Sucks. Or, you can just drink. I think we started with what if Icarus was wet, and then we got on to, do you guys want to know depressing stuff about the education system? Oh, goodness. There are other streams, just so you know. You don't have to be here. I, unfortunately, do. Growing up, what was my favourite pastry? Honestly, all of them. I just think they're all so good. As long as they're all having a good time. None of the streams I like are online. None of the streams I like are online, and I'm here. Six caras deep on Druid, still no staff, and guild runs where I got the loot prio. Dark, I'm going to take a second to just kind of decode that entire sentence. 6 caras deep on Druid. You've ran the Cara dungeon 6 times. No staff, didn't get the drop. And it's guild runs where I got loot prior, and it's with guildies and you got loot previously. Alright, I'm learning. Okay, Dan, vanilla slice is a great pastry. Pastry? And you're barraging monkeys till 99. You know what, Bald Man? It's really weird that I understand what you mean when you say you're barraging monkeys until 99. It means you're casting one of the barrage spells in old school RuneScape until your magic level hits 99 and you're on Ape Atoll. That's a sentence that would kill a small Victorian child. And yet it makes complete sense to us. We know exactly what it means. You know what's really weird is I feel that the drop rates in WoW, everyone says are really low. Like, oh, this has got like a 2% chance to drop. And if you've played RuneScape, that's quite high. Josh, what do you have against small Victorian children? I just think they should stop haunting places. There was a fad, for some reason, in Victorian children England where everything had to be haunted. Why is it that all the ghosts are always weird, creepy Victorian kids? Like, where are the weird hipster ghosts? Where are the caveman ghosts? When are we going to get... In like 100 years' time, are we going to get ghosts of people from nowadays? Where we're going to be creeping through some abandoned Walmart, and then from the distance, from the shadows, you're just going to hear, "That's Peng, bro." You're going to have some ghost hunter creeping forward with some electrometer, and all he picks up on some kind of EVP is, "Unk is chopped." I'm like, that would be horrifying. We have managed to capture the essence of a ghost, and all it seems to be saying is 6-7, 6-7. I feel the Victorians were really into haunting places. All the ghosts will be walking around following us in the future, being like, "Look at these hunters. Life-mogging us. Life-mogging an existence pilled." Heraldric Spaulders. I don't need those. I personally do not believe in ghosts, but I will absolutely watch every single ghost hunting show on telly ever. And I will watch John Wolfe make every single video debunking every single ghost hunting video because I find him very entertaining. The ghosts should believe in me. Anyone else watch John Wolfe on YouTube with his debunking of the Cody videos? It still makes me say true in the same way that they say it in those videos. Heavy mithril pants. Do not need. I still, if someone says something truthful, I still go, true, to them, as if it's the exact same way they say it in those videos. It's so silly. Oh, goodness. Like, if someone showed me actual full-on evidence, I would believe it. I'm not going to deny evidence. I'm going to deny the lack of evidence. And I'm going to say that lack of... What's the old saying? The absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. I understand that as well. There is a balance to be found. I just don't personally believe in ghosts. And I think if there were, there would be more ghosts of people that weren't just Victorian children. Why is it always a small, frail Victorian girl instead of a big, ripped, industrial-age man that's been powering the machines? Children are just really creepy. They appear as to what you would associate with them as bad. They appear as to what I would associate them as bad. So if I'm walking through a haunted building and suddenly I see a ghostly taxman, and all I can hear is, Josh, it's HMRC. And I'm like, no, the Warhammer is a business expense. That's what would happen. That's what would scare me. You don't understand. I do need 5 keyboards in case one breaks. What kind of... Can you imagine the OSHA rep in a factory, haunting it after death, making sure all the rules and regulations are being followed? What if the tax collector ghost is wet? Hello, Icarus. Are ghosts wet? Like, because people obviously... Ghosts don't have, like, a physical presence. People always say, oh, you can detect the temperature fluctuations, and you can detect the electromagnetic fluctuations. Okay, cool, but, like, can you detect moisture fluctuations? Like, if you were doing a ghost hunting show, and you had equipment that could scan an area for moist, could you tell if a ghost walked through it by seeing on some kind of computer representation of the area, like a moist figure going, pirate ghosts are wet? I think they would have to be. I think ghosts that died in a fire would be remarkably dry. Does a ghost maintain the moisture level of the thing that killed it? Like it drowning, wet ghost. House fire, dry ghost. Die in the desert, dry ghost. Die in the desert from drowning, just kind of normal. I miss when this stream wasn't like this. Do you guys remember that time? Was it ever? So Josh, you're a... I've died, by the way. So Josh, you're a professional streamer. What do you talk about? We're discussing if ghosts are wet. I'll get up in a minute. I died for a couple of reasons. One of them was I wasn't wet enough. Josh, did you die wet? That's a question. No, I didn't drown. The ghost killed me. The question is, if the ghost is wet, do I die wet? But you are in the Sunken Temple. The temple is damp. We have got some of the brightest minds in the world in this chat right now, and that, I cannot overstate, is terrifying. Thank you. I'm no longer wet. How's the durability on my equipment looking? Honestly, actually fine. I've got some good resistance to stuff as well. I've got no nature resistance, which is a problem. You would apply these to your professional career. Moonberry juice. Thanks. Thanks for giving me something that's damp. I appreciate. Get moist. I'm going to drink it now. Purely out of principle. I don't even have mana. According to the Beetlejuice rules, you also do stay wet. That's true. I feel that we've learned a lot today. I just don't know if we're actually any smarter. We've definitely gained knowledge. The question is, at what cost? Don't fear me, my friend. Just don't make it memorable. You don't want to retain the knowledge. That is honestly fully understood. Right, where's our tank? And there's a corpse eater and a corpse eater's ghost. Let's kill this corpse eater here. Maybe the real tank was inside us all along. Oh my god, hang on. Harlongs has just given us a problem. Lava is wet. Liquid is wet. If you die in lava, do you become wet? Is lava... No, lava's not wet. It's just viscous. Is lava wet? Why? It's a hot wet. And hang on, Jay, don't make this worse than it needs to be. Jay's just said not all liquids are wet. Okay, yeah, you've got non-Newtonian fluids, which are just oobleck, which is like a liquid. Oh god, if you drown in oobleck, what happens? For those of you who have just joined, the concept that we're exploring is, if you die and become a ghost, your ghost takes on the qualities of whatever caused your death. So, the question was, if you drown, do you make a wet ghost? And I think the answer is yes. And then what we were looking at was, pirate ghosts, wet. People that died in house fires, not wet. So now we're discussing what exactly counts as a wet death. So if you drown in lava, which I don't think you would do because you would just burn to death. Maybe that's what the important part is. You don't actually drown in lava, you just burn on top of it. So it's... Lava isn't wet, it's just liquidy. What happens? Right, so if you drown, you become a wet ghost, and if you burn, you become a dry ghost, and if you just die, you become a regular ghost with no specific moisture content. But what happens if you drown in a non-Newtonian fluid, like oobleck? You become an oobleck ghost. What happens if you punch an oobleck ghost? Does it solidify into a solid ghost, or does your hand continue to go through it? Can you become a non-Newtonian ghost? What happens if you were electrocuted? That's how you become a shockingly good ghost. This is why I'm here, for content like this. For some reason, the view count is fluctuating wildly. And I think it's because we are losing cowards at the exact same rate we are gaining insane people. Does water breathing work in lava? That's true. So if you give someone water breathing in World of Warcraft and they jump onto lava, they would still die, which means they haven't actually drowned because they can't drown. Josh, we're not losing cowards, we're just making what we call wet ghosts. If you have left this chat because something we have said has upset you or offended you, then you are just a wet ghost. Sanity is the prison. It truly is. This is like the film Bird Box, where if you just let yourself go insane, you're actually fine. You don't get affected by it. Lava has a higher density than your body. Okay, gotcha. What happens if you die in space? Would an astronaut make a wet ghost? You know what's interesting is the YouTube clips that come from this channel are often rather philosophical. We discuss rather deep topics. Earlier we were discussing the body positivity topic. We were discussing the corruption of the youth in relation to social media. We were discussing the idea of the inflation of body physique and the unattainable realities of Hollywood standards. And now we're just like, what happens if you die in the bath in a house fire? What kind of ghost are you? Can you drown in zero gravity? I mean, yeah, you could probably drown in zero gravity. If there's like a big bubble of water, I think that would work. Right, let's see what we get. Kilt and... ooh, Fist of the Damned. Kilt of the Prophet. Stamina, Intellect, Spirit, don't need. Fist of the Damned. Chance on hit. Steal 30 life from target enemy. Now, I think that's probably going to be a tank weapon. Fist of the Damned seems like a tank weapon. I'm not going to want that because you can have the kilt. No, I don't need that. Stealing life seems like a healer or a tank thing. It's alright, but it's not great. Okay, I'm not bothered about that though. I've already got a really good main hand and a really good offhand. Bro, JoshStrifeSays is more popular than you. Okay. What do you mean by that, CC? I'm here. I'm with you. We can do this together. JoshStrifeSays is probably more popular than me. What do you mean by that? Where's that going to? It's the first message you've ever said. I agree, this is a scary time for both of us. Are you saying that I'm more popular than me? Because, you know, true. You just... Some people truly just be out here just typing words on Twitch. Right, we've got full stacks on this. Ooh, the Drake Fang Butcher. A 2.7 sword, it's slow. Wounds the target, causing them to bleed. Man, that dragon wanted you. Do you want that cool badass sword? You know, that's a good-looking sword right there. That is a good-looking sword. But I do not want it. Because it seems that our tank has brought us another dragon to hunt. Wait a sec. Okay, Red, these are the questions. If you bleed to death, do you make a wet ghost? Because you were obviously covered in blood when you died, but you had none in you. I don't know. I do not know. You make a bloody ghost. You'd be sticky. Because blood gets sticky. But then blood dries. So I think you'd exist in that permanent kind of sticky phase. You'd be a ghost covered in blood. Runeblade of Baron Rivendare. Increased movement speed and life regeneration. The hell yeah, that sounds good. Why not? If you drown in holy water, do you become a ghost? Or immediately get kind of sanctified and sent to heaven straight away? This is why we need ghost hunters. Inside of you are two ghosts. One is wet. If you die, could you get a flesh zombie, a skeleton, and a ghost all from the same person? In theory, could they be three separate things? Would they all be different? Or would they all share one consciousness? Oh, so this is the main channel. I thought you are a motivational speaker, guys, as a gamer. Okay, hang on. No, CC, this is... Let's put a pin in the wet ghost conversation, which itself will be hard to do because it will just fall through. But just bear with me. CC, I need to make sure we're on the same page here. You thought that JoshStrifeSays was the main channel, and I was a motivational speaker who just plays games. And you came in here to tell me that I would never be as popular as JoshStrifeSays. Is that what you're getting at? I'm not your enemy right now. I'm just very confused. Yes. Okay. Why did you think it was a good idea to do that? I'm trying to follow your logic here. You see a guy streaming who you've seen on YouTube and you think, what I'm going to do is go onto that stream and tell him that he'll never be as popular as the YouTube that he's featured on. I'm trying to follow I'm really trying to follow the logic here, man. You're not my enemy. Right now, I'm very intrigued. I'm not mad, I'm just weirdly disappointed. The problem with Twitch is that anyone can just type stuff. Josh, I'm deeply disappointed in that UI, sir. No, you're not. This UI is perfect. There was nothing wrong with this UI whatsoever. Oh, God, now you all just type the word stuff. And then they don't follow through. The danger with the internet is that at any moment of any day, you are at risk of being exposed to a 14-year-old's opinion. That is a terrifying moment. Peter Van Salt. True. Is it just me, or is it a bit stuffy here? No, that's just my old sensibilities coming through. Sorry. What about splitting the soul 3 ways? Yeah, that could work. That could definitely work. Does someone have the special weird skull? Yeah, excellent, we do. Cool, this is great. That's a... Oh, Malak, oh my god, now we are getting into some serious scientific questions. You have just asked the equivalent of what happens when 2 black holes collide. What happens if you drown in wet ghosts? Like, where do you go? One blood going on. Cool. You turn into a wet, wet ghost. I think at that point you get a do-over. You get 1 free respawn to prevent some kind of problem. Right, big dude. I think at that point a DM actually turns up and just sends you back to the start of the dungeon. Where did the ghost come from? Where did it go? Where did it come from? Cotton Eye Joe. What if we just repeat the word ghost for the next 6 hours? That's actually how you summon one of them. Pretty sure. It's a super obscure glitch that hasn't been patched out because no one's done it yet. Peter, can ghosts even get wet? Oh, Peter, welcome. Let's go over the conversation we're having for you. I don't believe in ghosts, but if I did, does the circumstance of a ghost's death define what type of ghost it will be? For example, if a pirate drowns, it's probably going to come back as a wet ghost. If you die in a house fire, you're probably going to come back as some kind of burnt ghost. And the question was, how wet can a ghost possibly get? Not in like a sexy way. Maybe in a sexy way in the future, but right now, do pirate ghosts have pirate hats? I mean, yeah, otherwise how would you know they're pirate ghosts? You'd just think they were just people that fell in. I have to go. I am legitimately losing brain cells from this topic. One more wet ghost has fallen. If you die in a house fire, do you come back as a homeowner? Oh, what a glitch. If you found it, what an absolute glitch. I just think that the moisture content of a ghost is more complicated than we realize. How soggy their clothes are, does that count as them being wet, or does it have to be human cells? I don't know, because like you could be wearing a waterproof anorak and die in a rainstorm, but you yourself are actually quite dry. Remember when this stream used to be talking about Warcraft? Someone earlier told me they were starting a 5-hour shift at work. How's that going? Is the shift better or worse because this is in the background? Some of you were like, honestly, I've just started focusing more on work. The shift drowned and came back as a wet shift. He's put on Radio 2 instead. Fair. That's what I'd do. That'd be my choice. There's one enemy here alive still. If you have blood, you must burn. Who got the loot? I did not get the loot. Do I have the loot? Pretty sure I don't. No, I don't. Done mine. There should be one more person with blood. Greetings from Russia. Thank you, Ural. Welcome. Question. Don't worry, we'll ask it later. It's an important question about ghosts. What would you come back as if you were scared to death by a ghost? Probably a small Victorian child, to continue the whole focus on that. There it is. I like that I put the skull logo on the big enemy boss to let everyone else know this is who we're attacking now. Small Victorian child is indeed the default ghost. Don't ask me why, it just is. Give us some good loot, Hakar. Ooh. You free for all. Bloodshot Greaves. And something else. I don't know if I need that. Increases attack power. I don't think I do. No, I don't. I'm fine. Oh, you free for all for the blood. Gotcha. Are they good boots? I've got some better boots that give me some attack power. I got them earlier. I got these ones. The boots of power. They're plate, they're mail. 34 attack power, 11 stamina. They are 20 stamina, attack power by 10. I don't need those boots. I've got these ones. Oh god, they're awful. Oh god, they show my feet. Oh, the grippers are going to be on full display as soon as I put those boots on. That's not going to be great. Feet for free and everything. Right, we can change group loot back to group loot. Well, we survived. I can't believe that the feet, the grippers were on display right there, right then, for free and everything. God. Don't say I'll never do anything for you. So when are we putting those shoes on? Oh, I can do it now. I totally didn't realize I can just do it right now. Right, so I'll lose armor, but I will gain stamina and attack power. All right. The old meat slabs do be slapping the floor. The old grip slip. It's about to happen. Some of you aren't even tier 3 subbed and you're getting this. My goodness. You say you remember when I ran around with no shoes on? Look, we don't talk about the difficult times, all right? We all did what we had to do to survive. No shame in that. Returning to the meta build. of just putting everything out there on display. Everything's ready for everything. I've nearly gained like half a level in this one run as well. This is insane. We're up to level 47. One more level. We get to go to the Blackrock Depths. Sithis says, Josh, if the default ghost is small Victorian child, if a person dies in the Dark Ages, did they become a small Victorian child, and is that technically an upgrade depending on the context? Sithis, that's a good question. Scholars for years have debated on the small Victorian child phenomenon within ghost hunting. And I think the idea is that small Victorian children are just quite scary. Which is why also we have decided that funfair music and music boxes that play slightly out of tune but recognizable tunes are also scary. The small Victorian child paradox is the switching point in the linear study of time where the small Victorian child became the, if you will, premier type of child during the Victorian times themselves. Then, as the time advanced, the small Victorian child went from being a horrifying vision of the future to a rather stark vision of the past. You see, people that were haunted by ghosts before the Victorian age thought the ghosts were the most futuristic things they ever did see. Then, when the Victorian age passes, the ghosts become something of the past. There was, of course, a moment, if you will, a singular day. We called this the Victorian Child Switch Day, where the ghosts that we were seeing were the exact representations of how Victorian children looked at the time. And then from then on, they became relics of the past. Unfortunately, they were simply, they're never updated. The patch has never been changed, it's never been updated. So what is more scary? Being haunted by a future that you don't recognize, or a past that you do? And I think the answer is both and neither. Because if you were alive before the Victorian period, you would think, wow, these ghosts look like aliens. Is this the type of philosophical discussion you come to these streams for? Yes, yes, good. Some of you are saying yes. It blows your mind that dungeons aren't just big spaces. Yes, you're doing something more of a home... It's a home invasion, but of them, really. On Switchover Day, people didn't even know the difference between ghost and real people. They didn't. It was insane. They were like, is that... What I would have loved to live through. I have an interest in history, because obviously it affects all of us. And I think history is one of the few lessons in school that gets harder because more stuff happens every day. But one thing that I am fascinated by, and I've looked at old pictures of the past, and all old pictures. To be fair, all old pictures are pictures of the past. There is no picture of the future as of yet. But I've looked at old pictures of the past as opposed to new pictures of the past, and I've thought, how insane would it have been to be alive on the day that colour happened? That must have been shocking. Like, people wouldn't have known that they were wearing like a red or a blue shirt. And then just suddenly one day you wake up, boom, green. Because you see the pictures of the past and everything's in black and white. And then you see pictures of the modern day and everything's in colour. And there's got to have been a switch, a day, a moment when that kind of went from one to the other. Like the DLC. Yeah, that's what it was. Are colourblind people just on the old patch? No, colorblind people are still on the modern day patch. The problem was that they had the wrong textures installed within the color files of their brain. Which means when the game says render red, they unfortunately have a slightly older dev build where it kind of renders green. Who misses the loop? Based on what we've been talking about for the last 2 hours, how many of you are sat there thinking, you know what, I think I preferred when this stream was much more predictable. I think I preferred when Josh wasn't talking as much bullshit. The righteous helmet of defense. It's leather. Don't need that. This is just another type of loop. It's random. I like the random. I miss political, Josh. Oh my god, can you imagine if I go back to Brussels to talk about Stop Killing Games and by mistake just walk up to the podium and be like, ladies and gentlemen of the European Commission, are ghosts wet? In this essay, I will... You got my vote. I don't even know what you're standing on, but I'm going to vote for that guy. He's asking the questions we're all thinking. Inside you are 2 politicians. And no, not yet, Kafra. Depending on how much support we need, don't worry, it's an option. Inside you are 2 ghosts. One of them is wet. Can you make it your TEDx topic? Is a ghost wet? I think we could do that. We could look into that. What is my TEDx topic? Like, I still don't know what it is. And I need to know what it is by tomorrow. So someone is going to have to help me out with this. Maybe it can be about procrastinating. There's already a TED talk on procrastination. They are way ahead of me. Third spaces. Yeah, third spaces. Digital third spaces. What I think I might talk about, genuinely, is the evolution of games as a third space. Oh. Well, we're going on a bit of a journey. Trying to sunder as much as I can. Remember your warrior training, ABC. Always be sundering. Right, we got a drop. What do we get? Oh, no. We got a ripped wing. No. None of that was useful. That's a shame. This is my first time in Sunken Temple. Oh, no. I'm a dab hand at it by now. Josh will off-tank this. Stay away from him. Will I? Josh, you will tank half this boss. Stay away from everyone. Done. Should I use a shield? No. No shield. Just full-on deeps. Right, let's Adele this. And by that, I mean we are going to be rolling in the deeps. You'll give me your biggest heals. Love that for me. I should probably upgrade whatever this is. Hang on. Right, Berserker stance is improved. Means I generate less threat. Let me open up my protection. Alright, my taunt's ready just in case. I'm going to be ABCing. Always be sundering. Generates an absolute ton of aggro. And I am ready to click. What's the special button I've got to click? Where's my... Is it it requires battle stance, doesn't it? That's a shame it requires battle stance. Can I... I'm dead. It's fine. Don't worry, I'm okay. I believe in both of you. All of you. You've got this. It's on like 20% health. You can do this. I am tanking from the floor, but I am... Right, what I'm doing is I'm death maxing and floor mogging. You killed it. We did it. Crest of Supremacy, an offhand shield, which I can't try on because I'm dead, and Dragon's Eye, which I also don't need. I need none of these things. So I will pass both of them. Can I accept this quest? No. Requires level 48. I still can't. I will wait for a respawn. Oh. Shall we try... Blackrock Depths? Thank you for resummoning me. I appreciate that. We can do Blackrock Depths. Hell yes. I floor mogged and tank maxed. Release the damp spirit. Okay, where is BRD? Did I enjoy my days off? I really did. I went to the Arnold's Festival in the NEC in Birmingham. It's a bodybuilding festival. Very interesting. Lovely, cool stuff. Saw Sam Sulek do some posing on stage. And walked past Joey Swole. Right, let's... Hey, can I join the guild, says Hepix. Yeah, of course you can. You absolutely can. Let's get you invited right now. Yeah, sure. You take your time, mage. You take your time. Yeah, Joey Swole. Can I lift Sam Sulek? Definitely not. Dude is absolutely crazy hench. Blackrock Depths is like the dungeon. It will be wise to clear your inventory before going to Blackrock Depths. Is it that big? I mean, okay, I can do this. Here we go. More people can join the guild. That is fine. I will invite more people as and when. Right, you. Fix all my stuff. Oh my god, 2 gold to fix. Wow. Okay, time to sell some things. Let's go. What do I need to sell? Sell my goo to the goblin, obviously. Sell my hog to the goblin. Also, clearly something important. Ripsaw I'm never going to equip when I'm going to use the thrash blade instead. Is it time to sell the whirlwind axe? It might be time to sell the whirlwind axe. I don't like that, but like I'm never going to use it. 34 attack power, that's better. Bank it. Keep it in your bank purely for vibes. Okay. I'll bank it. I'll keep it for vibes. Right, let's have a look at this. Vice grips of strength give me 17 strength and 5 strength. The branch claw gauntlets, they are not good. I probably don't need the shadow shard fragments. A quest item, though. Right, some stuff's going in the bank. And I'm going to go to Blackrock Depths. Bank is in here. You, banker. So close to being able to combine those 2 swords. The Rock Pounder. It's a 200 mace, but it's probably the best 200 mace I've got. 3.7, 190 damage. But, you know, plus 20 strength is big. I'm going to bank these things. Keep the shield on me just in case I need it. That is... Bank the ring. Any of this thing I can use? Ah, level 49. Ah, no. Still not the right level for any of these things. Real shame. Real shame. Don't want to bank my horse. That's probably important. Can bank these books, including the One Ring. Bank the ball. You know what? No, the Lucky Charm is staying. That's very important. I keep that on me at all times. What else don't I need? Why have I got a great amount? I'm going to bank this chocolate cake. Parchment. All this is just quest items. This is all being banked. And everything else can stay down there. My horse is on me still. 2 weapons, 2 items. Okay, cool. We are basically... I can purchase some more space, can't I? Yes. Oh, God, you've got to pay per slot. 1 whole gold. And then 10... Is it like 100, 1,000? That's insane. Right. Bank's full. Any gear with hit rating on it in the bank? Not that I can wear. Attack power by 16. Hit rating... No. Parry rating, but not hit rating. Attack power. So, nope. You've just got me as I am, unfortunately. Only thing I could possibly do is to increase my hit rating. No, I've got my weapons right now. You know what I could do is I could get these swords enchanted. The Chunky Whippet just says, just ask my missus, are ghosts wet? As a philosophical discussion got met with the, what the fuck are you listening to? You're listening to knowledge, all right? I'm sorry that she hasn't unplugged herself from the Matrix yet. I'm sorry that the man is still keeping her down. I'm sorry that she hasn't opened up her 3rd chakra eye to the idea that maybe the world is more complicated and we do have to ask the questions such as, are ghosts wet? But that's what knowledge is, man. Sometimes, I mean, the idiots of today are the smart people of the future. When the people in the future look back on us, they're not going to say the people that said, what the fuck are you talking about, were the smart people. No, they're not. They're going to look back and say the people that were saying, are ghosts wet? They were the trailblazers. That's something an idiot would say. It's really not. Lordio, I am live on Twitch right now. Do you really think a Twitch streamer has ever said anything idiotic? I don't think so. Right, where's Blackrock Depths? I don't know what or where it is, but I'm going to find it somehow. If I was Blackrock Depths, the Burning Steps, where's the Burning Steps? That's Strathome, Scarlet Monastery, Scholomance. It's in Blackrock. Thanks. Near Stormwind. Oh, okay. So Stormwind would be like down here. The Eastern Kingdoms. Stormwind is... Oh, there's the Burning Steps. Right. So the Burning Steps is connected to Red Ridge Mountains, which is in Lakeshire. So we can go to Red Ridge Mountains, north to the Burning Steps, and then across to there. Okay. Could also do Searing Gorge. So first thing we need to be is on the other side of the world. Gotcha. We will go to Ironforge and can meet there. Cool. I will go to Dust Wallow and then we'll get the boat from there. I'll go to Theramore. We'll get the boats. None of these places sound wet. Menethil Harbour is dripping. Elwyn, Red Ridge, Burning Steps. That's what we're going to do now. Oh, early stream. Where have you been the last 2 days? Off. Doing other stuff. You can reach the Burning Steps by setting your shoes on fire. Empress of Myth, don't come into this stream and make jokes. This is not a stream about jokes. This is a very serious stream, and I would ask you to respect the seriousness and the sanctity of the discussions that we have here. Now, are ghosts wet? I feel that "Are Ghosts Wet" is going to be some kind of activation phrase for me in the future. Like, I'm going to be just living my life when I'm 60, 70, 80 years old, and then I'm on the radio, some kind of song's going to come on, and I'm just going to hear, "Are Ghosts Wet?" And I'm just going to naturally, without even thinking about it, load up Twitch and just start streaming World of Warcraft. Full-on Manchurian Candidate. That's what's going to happen. Ghosts are viscous. Bug, you can't just come in and give a definitive answer like that. Full-on sleeper agent happening over here. The ghosts, Mason. Are they wet? I don't want this to be the first piece of merchandise I ever make, but I am so tempted just to sell a really shit mug with the words "Are Ghosts Wet" printed on it. If ghosts were wet, would graveyards be damp all year round? That depends. Like, a ghost doesn't have to hang out with its former body. We've discussed this. Like, a ghost could just go into the church and hang out there. New guild name is "Are Ghosts Wet?" I don't like any of this discussion. Because on one hand, people who see the YouTube clips think that everything we talk about is super deep and super focused and super serious. And it just... I mean, yeah, it is. But some of you don't seem to be taking this discussion that seriously, which I personally think is honestly quite offensive. Hot take: if ghosts were wet, we couldn't feel them because humans can't feel wetness. Is it that humans can't feel it, or is it that it's the change in temperature that the liquid brings? Like, a human being is aware of when they've got liquid on them, but mostly because of the temperature change. Is that a wet take? A W take? Right, W means wet from now on. IB Souls, thank you for gifting subs, but on a, what a W thing to do. What a wet thing. Wet's in the chat. That's very, very kind of you. Thank you for gifting up 5 ad blockers to the community. 5 more people will no longer be forced to watch ads. They can instead continue with this great conversation. Looking back on it, that may have been a detriment to them. You may have M for moist. W for wet. L for let's keep things wet. Google says ghosts are made of ectoplasm and ectoplasm is wet. There we go. Bailey, you can't just type L and not explain what it means. L for lubricated. I don't... Do you need to lubricate a ghost? Because they just go into places anyway. Like, a ghost can just go through a door. You've never seen a ghost just bump into a door. Yes, that's just common sense. Depends on... Ghosts are slippy. Is that what we've come to realize? An anti-ghost door. Okay, so when you say an anti-ghost door, I'm sure most people picture some kind of sacred, mystical, ancient door carved from an incredibly powerful material covered in runes, when what you're saying it needs to be is just really dry. Like, if it was a door just covered in sandpaper and sawdust, that would stop. Maybe silver repels ghosts because silver can't get wet. The Expectations has gifted subs, but I don't know why. I mean, thank you, I appreciate it. It's very kind of you, but at the same time, I am a tad worried. Off to Ironforge, let's go. Insane stuff to do. Expectations, thank you so much. Because of you, this conversation can continue. I'm sure that's a great knowledge to have. Empress of Myth asks the question, can you soak up a ghost with a sponge? If I ever start a ghost hunting channel, this is what I'm going to do. If I ever go to like those old most haunted places and I take the special ghost hunting equipment with me, somebody else can use that. All I'm going to need is a dry door and a sponge. It's not even a ghost hunting channel, it's more like a ghost testing channel. Can't we call it the Ghost Soaker? No, it should be called Our Ghost Wet. Is that why silver doesn't rust? Yes. Bailey, that's terrifying. It's scary that we would have to look for ghost puddles. Ah, found one. Just like this. Me after an intense workout. You know what? If a ghost was wet and it ran out of itself, it could rehydrate with gamer subs. And then it would also get better at games. And then it would also taste nice. Can you smell a ghost? And the reason I ask this, don't say no straight away, bear with me. The reason I ask this is because if someone is vaping in front of you and they exhale their vape moisture, you can obviously smell it. And if a ghost has a level of moisture, that's going to carry a level of scent on it. Like the word petrichor, which means the scent after a rainstorm, because humans smell better in slightly moist environments than they do in dry environments. So there must be, to at least some degree, the knowledge. Where are we going? Apparently the Searing Gorge is down there. Are we going to Loch Moden and then the Searing... Requires key to Searing Gorge. Can't go that way. Black Rock Mountain, 52 to 60. I can't do that then, can I? What map out is this? This is Leatrix Maps. Loch Moden, still waiting for cider. We can meet there. Okay. Do we want... Waterbubble says, let me bless you with double Crusader enchantments for your weapons. Guild discount. Sure. I'm in Ironforge. How much? If we want to go with double Crusader enchants, we can... I mean, that'll be relevant for like 2 levels. That's true. Being underleveled. 10 gold invite. Yeah, sure, no worries. Being underleveled has not stopped me before. Is 10 gold good for this? That's like 300 gold. Waterbubble says 10 gold. I will give them 10 gold if that's what they want to do. And I'll kind of sit around here for a second. You are not party... God damn it. Hang on, Hope, can you... Hope, make me leader, please. And then I will invite. Oh, there you are. I didn't realize you were that close. A level 52 human paladin. Am I about to be scammed? Let's find out. So, Thrash Blade. Let's see if... Okay, Crusader enchantment. I don't know what the Crusader enchant does, but I'll take it. And then... Okay, that's a Crusader enchantment. And now the Flurry Axe will also be given the Crusader enchantment. Item will not be traded. Item enchant Crusader. You know what? Have 15 gold. If that's okay. It kills ghosts. Well, let's see what's happening. It's about to make ghosts very, very wet. Right, that is remarkably kind of you. Thank you very much. Water bubble. See you later, alligator. Wow. In a while, crocodile. So it dehydrates the ghosts. And Damara can also DPS with us. So we have Paladin, Druid, Priest, Deeps. I think this is a good team now. We good? What does Crusader do? We want a Warlock or a Rogue, it will be important. We do not have a Warlock or a Rogue. I mean, I'm sure we'll be fine. This is the first time. First time we'll be okay. We're not going to worry too much about the meta build. We'll give it a go. We will give this team a go. Chance on hit to give you 100 strength for 10 seconds. Can it proc multiple times? Is the question. Or does it only proc once? It can proc multiple times. And Kappa has just come in and said, Game Go shill. How so? Do you mean Gamer Go as in the company Gamer Go? Or Gamma Go, however you want to pronounce it. The ones that run like Runes of Magic and stuff. It also heals. I'll have to have a look in a second. I'll work out what Crusader actually does. It doesn't stack, but it can proc over and over. Gotcha. Okay. The proc chance of your weapon to hit multiple times increases the proc rate of Crusader. Well, that was incredible. Thank you very much. Enchant Weapon Crusader. Permanently enchant a melee weapon so that often when attacking it heals for 75 to 125 and increases strength by 100 for 15 seconds. Has a reduced effect for players above level 60. Okay. Right, where do we meet to head to Blackrock? Where do we meet? But no, if you're coming in here saying that am I shilling Gamer Go? No, I've been incredibly critical of their games many times over. Oh, you mean Gamer Sups? Right, gotcha. Gamer Sups, yes. Absolutely. Right, so you want to meet at Lochmoden, do we? Right, if we're meeting at Lochmoden, I'll head over there right now. Someone just put easy mode on the weapons. Well, you know what? We use them until we get level 50, then we use the other thing. The Lasher. What's the code to get 10% off? Josh. That's the code. It's code Josh. Get to the purchase bit. Just use the word Josh, J-O-S-H. How do you spell that? J-O-S. This is a very important one. H. Go and purchase some gamer subs. Use code Josh. 10% off. Do it right now. It's very important you spell the H correctly. J for Josh, O for Osh, S for Sh, and H for H. There you go. Lap, thank you very much for the gifted subs. That is incredibly kind of you. Do I need to do something to be able to get into Blackrock depths? Is there like a thing I need? Because I'm looking at Lochmoden, and it says down here, Searing Gorge requires key to Searing Gorge. I don't have the key to the Searing Gorge. Obey, but can you now spell it in the NATO phonetic alphabet? Juliet, Oscar, Sierra, Hotel. Rogues are keys. Oh, is that why we needed... Why are there no ghosts in the wetlands? Because they all drowned, and then when they came back as ghosts, they once again fell into the water. Let me just jump on my horse. Right, I'm going to pop and grab myself another cup of tea. I've been streaming for 5 hours now. It is time to take a 5-minute break. Guys, take a break. Stretch your legs, grab yourself by a tweet. Get yourself a drink. Go outside, touch some grass, see some sun, and then come back in 5 minutes. Here's a DVD logo, because I know that you guys have no attention span. And here's a timer to make sure you don't get worried. I'll see you guys in 5. Don't go anywhere. Or do. I'm not your dad. All right, Blackrock Depths. What is that? Everyone's been saying to me, oh, you got to go to Blackrock Depths, super important, you got to do Blackrock Depths. Everyone has said that to me. And my response has been, how have you got into my house again? And what is Blackrock Depths? This is healthy, by the way. This is carrot cake. It's a masterpiece of a dungeon. Is it moist? This is very moist. This is the finest carrot cake that Costco can make. Carrot cake is probably my favorite vegetable. I am back and ready. And if we're all meeting at Loch Moden, I believe... Is carrot cake a ghost? No. If you eat food, does the food become a ghost? I don't think so. I don't think so. Okay, hang on. I can just follow Hope. F. Right, Hope, I'm just following you right now. Can follow. All right, lovely stuff. It's a ghost of a carrot. Only you just wrote it's the ghost of a carrot. I read that in the same cadence as the Yu-Gi-Oh line, he doesn't stand a ghost of a chance, which is in every single episode that involves a ghost. Is a ghost Pokemon wet? Like if you hugged Gengar, would you get damp? These are the questions we really need to answer. Gengar can learn Lick, which means a ghost is capable of producing dampness. Now Ungoggy, no. Don't you do this. Ungoggy RS, I literally read those 3 words and I know exactly where you're going with this statement. You do not need to continue writing any of that sentiment. Don't do it. Right, I'm going to work out where the hell I am now. So, I'm in Loch Moden. We've gone south to the Badlands. Now I assume we go to Searing Gorge. And then that actually gets us to... the dungeon? We can get the Searing Gorge Griffin Master, which I've not got yet. Don't you use that smiley face at me, Ungoggy. You can't be coming in here and just typing things like that. But I don't know if I know or not. You don't know that. Don't do it. Do you have any idea how terrifying it is to sit down to Twitch stream and it's just a string of the basic normal smiley face? Like, if it's Twitch emotes, if it's like Kappa or Poggers, then I kind of get it. Because that's like, oh, good, we're all having a good time, we're all hanging out, we're all involved in this community. If it's just the standard smiling face, that's Children of the Corn shit right there. That's terrifying. I'm picturing all of you as Victorian children. Ghost Victorian children, not like some weird YouTube fantasy. Sorry, sometimes I say jokes that make even me laugh. Oh, goodness. That was funny. That was... Some of you giggled at that. Oh, God. You missed it. You're in an ad. Oh, thank God. Oh, my goodness. That was quite funny. Welcome, everyone. Some of you, this is your first time ever chatting. Lovely to have you with us. We are discussing the classic, age-old question. Are ghosts wet? We don't know. Hey Josh, how do you feel about Quest following the Lord of the Rings example and giving a slider like ESO for difficulty? Great. Player choice is normally good. Player choice, normally pretty good ideas. I think that MMORPGs giving players the ability to make content harder or more difficult and then challenge themselves to take it on is great. Makes balancing a tad easier when you can allow the player to find some balance for themselves. Especially when you can change the amount of or the type of rewards that you get for doing the content on harder difficulties. There is no slider for how wet a ghost can get, because if you maxed it out, you would just get a ghost jellyfish. No one has actually ever asked the question, is ectoplasm just a ghost jellyfish? Because jellyfish are like 99% water. And I think if you just added 1% more and made it water, that would work. What if jellyfish are ghosts? And that's... What if jellyfish, actual real jellyfish, are just ghosts that drowned? And that's what we see them as. I think science needs to study just more stuff, honestly. Like, we're not yet there with knowledge. Hey, Vsauce, Michael here. Are ghosts wet? That's what we need to ask the question of. Is rain ghosts? We could just grab even more of... Let's just grab some science tubers, shall we? Let's get Nile Red involved in this. He can know. We're back in the lab, and what I've got for you today is I bought a ghost. And he just opens some kind of bottle, and it's just there. He would do that. I think we could... I'll message Nile Red somehow. I'll use the YouTuber content creation network that we all have access to. Okay, so where am I right now? I seem to be in the place that Saruman built when he was killing all of the trees. Is this just straight up evil Saruman land? That is lava, which is wet, hot rocks. Yes, but what do you mean evil Saruman? I mean, before, well, when he first started in those films, there was a moment when he was like quite cool. And then he was like, we must join with Sauron. And then you were like, oh shit, you've gone evil. You've gone bad. You've gone past. Wizards expire if not kept in the fridge. Once opened, A wizard must be kept in the fridge, otherwise it goes bad in like 4 to 6 weeks. That's what happened. He's gone off. Alright, I have now unlocked Thorium Point from Searing Gorge. And from Thorium Point, we want to be going what seems to be like straight. Okay, Blackrock Depths, Lower Blackrock Spire, Upper Blackrock Spire, Molten Core, Blackwing Lair. That's a lot of dungeons. Do I need to take any quests? Are there any quests that will be important for this dungeon? The quest, the key to freedom seems to be everywhere. See the big mountain in front of us? That one? Yep. Oh, that one. Is that the dungeon? Oh, this is brilliant. This is like Death Trap Dungeon, but less bullshit. That's the dungeon. Well, let's, there's about 20 quests. Okay, cool, let's go then. Let's go to Black Rock Depths. None for me now, but as I level up, does this mean that I'm basically just going to be at Black Rock Depths for the rest of my journey to 60? Don't fall in a hole here. Don't tell me what to do. I'll live my own life. Alright, you don't know me. You don't know me or the moistness of my ghosts. Coming over here telling me not to fall in a hole. There's a higher level dungeon. Oh, there's higher level dungeons than this one. I'm looking forward to seeing you experience BRD for the first time. Here we go. This is it. This is the moment. This is the final leveling dungeon. Right, so when we get to level 60, we get other dungeons that were designed for, like, more stuff. Ah, Virility, hello there. You seem to have opened this giant door for us. Thank you very much. Right, Black Rock Mountain. Ooh. So there's no quests yet. Just lots of enemies to kill soon. The Molten Span. Okay, let me just... Okay, this place is pretty big. We going up or down? Well, there goes one person. Can explore as much as you want. Take me to the first dungeon. This is where you throw any rings you've got to get rid of. I put the ring in the bank. The ring I had to get rid of is in the bank, the one ring. Otherwise, yeah, I would have thrown it here. So that's the meeting stone for Black Rock Depths. 48 to 60. Damn, son. And are these both the same or different? The Forge Rights 2. Oh, they could have been the same, okay. I see where I am. Shall we get the quest for the key? No. Quest giver can only be obtained here if you are a... The quest giver can only be obtained if you are a ghost? Right, okay. Believe you need level 48 though. Right, one more level and I will become a ghost. This is great. This is like a classic dungeon. Good lord. Oh, this place is cool. Throw some water on me, don't. You don't need to moisten me. Already very excited. What's the rewards like? Is the loot good? I bet it has good loot, doesn't it, as well? Very good loot. All right, I'm excited. Extremely good. Who's that person? What's up?
The dark times will pass.
Probably a quest NPC for later. Right, we have entered Black Rock Mountain. The Grinding Quarry. I am picking up what you're putting down. I see some level 48 enemies. Okay. Have you put the diamond on me so you can find me if I get lost? Safety diamond. You've put a leash on me. I feel like I've got a tracker. Oh, it's because I'm a gem. Thanks, babes. Got like a little leash baby. Hand of Justice is a drop from the final boss. What's the chance of it dropping? Can we give Josh the nipple? No. Oh. I don't want to be the nipple. This reminds me of the quarry from Kingsfield 1. And I think that's because they're both quarries. Right, Black Rock Depths. The first bit. The Shadow Forge gate needs the Shadow Forge key. We have a dancing tree. We have a couple of other enemies over here. This part of the room seems to be relatively empty. Alright, nothing going on over here. Cool. That tree is really getting jiggy with it. He's probably branching out. Is this your first Black Rock Depths? Yes. Yes, it is. Do I need to change the stream title? Hang on. 1 sec. Let me change the stream title to First Ever Black Rock Depths. There we go. Hang on. Stream info. Done. World first. For me. Personally. Change it to Our Ghosts Wet. That will be tomorrow. Someone else has done it before. No, they haven't. And then where's the ad manager? There it is. Can you get some water, please? Why? Do you need to be a wet ghost? Am I going to run at my own pace? I don't know. Blue equals sheep. Okay. So skull, hope. Skull is priority, X is secondary target, and blue is the sheep. Moon is the sheep. Moon the sheep. Got it. I know what I'm doing. I go slow. Take time to pause to explore. Yes, please. Let's do this. Now, there is a chance that my Crusader will trigger, and I will suddenly gain 100 strength and be able to heal myself for an absolute ton. So, yeah, strength increased by 100 happens a lot, apparently. Love that for me. Juicy damage. Damn, son, this place is big. This place reminds me of a mine. And everything here is dead. Oh my god. A mine? Where everything's dead? It's Shadowfang Keep. The dead mine, the deader mines. Yeah. We've had the dead mines. Well, what about the deader mines? Okay, there's like a lot of stuff here. I think I can feel the Crusader enchantment working. Where do I feel it? Honestly, in my fingers. Sometimes in my toes. Crusader enchantment is all around me. And so the feeling, it just kind of grows. With how fast I'm attacking, it's honestly at this point just ridden in the wind. I think it's everywhere that I'm going. So if you really do love the Crusader enchantment, just come on. Let it show. The Drippy Duke has returned. The Bathed Baron is back. Remember, there's a chance with every hit that we get plus 100 strength for a little bit. I need a dungeon map. That's what I need. Because Blackrock Depths is going to be huge, isn't it? You don't need to write the Squirting Squire. That is a completely different time of my life. Right, we've all done some jobs. No map here is good, it's the real experience. Yes, I'll have the regular normal experience with double Crusader enchants. Yeah, I mean, look, that was me 3 hours ago. It's a shame you can't tell when the ability has been triggered. But when I start hitting like 300s, that's when I think. So I think something's out. If you die and become a ghost, does the Crusader proc heal you, or do you get spiritually moist? The more I interact with Twitch chat, the more I kind of understand why God flooded the world. Like, the first time you read about it, you're like, that's cruel. Then you get to know people and you're like, I get it. I asked for this. This is my fault. It's my fault for having the internet. Sometimes we ask questions that I don't think science should answer. Not because there's a level of, you know, mystery left to it, but because I think it's an information hazard that we as humans just can't handle. I don't know how much damage I am or am not doing, but I think I'm doing okay. Need to wait for this real proc, this real Crusader hit. Then we'll know how much damage is happening. Probably 12. Thank you. There we go. 12 damage is good. Last boss can also drop Iron Foe. A one-handed mace to grant 2 extra attacks on your next swing, but it's like basically impossible to get. Okay, gotcha. Who is my favorite ghost? They're all so good. Yeah, you gotta try harder. Come on, Cider. Come on, CD. You can't be out DPS'd by a basic warrior. You're out here being mogged. DPS mogged by a basic warrior like me. Crusader mogging and damage pilled. Are there any rare enemies down here that we could get? I bet there are lots of rare spawns down here, to be fair, aren't there? Hey, there we go, double Crusader enchant. Does that increase my strength by... Nope, it increases it and then it decreases it. Okay, so my strength was massively decreased by something, but then increased by double Crusader procs, and now we're fine. Can it proc off both of my hands? A black diamond. How rare is a black diamond? I'll greed it just in case. Okay, so you can get 2 Crusader buffs, one off your main hand and one off your offhand. Lovely. Both weapons can proc. Love it. Love it a lot. That's what I need more of. I am also going to treat myself to some doggy style, which is the name of this Gamer Subs flavor. Don't go getting any ideas. Don't be out there being cheeky. Right, I'm just going to make it live on stream. While I just pour my... Let's get the old scoop out. Oh, the enemies are here. Give me a second. Gotta kill these guys first. Will my Gamer Subs flavor just be called Wet Ghost? And it's just water. It's just normal flavor. Whelming Wet Ghost. How would you describe the flavor? Spiritual. Unflavored. Alright, there we go. I agree. I hate it when I'm enjoying my doggy style and the enemies interrupt me. I'm like, guys, this is not a group activity. At least not yet. Right, let me get into some DPS here. Where is my damage? Trigger. Trigger and hit. Yeah, no. Am I a ghost? I don't know. I don't want to be. But we don't always get to choose. We don't always get to choose whether we are or are not ghosts. Lord's Arm Guards of the Eagle. No, I'm good. Are we all premature ghosts? Are we ghosts in training? That could be a good way of looking at it. I need some kind of cool holy symbol when these things trigger. It's been a strange conversation today, but I'm glad we've had it. I think it was important that we got this out of our system. Soulflamer just said, are you a ghost in training because your eyes are haunting me? You know, okay, cool. Black, I got a relic thing. That's great. That would work on me. Flattery will get you everywhere. I just got a key, I don't know if it's worth anything, called Relic Coffer Key. Opens a Black Vault Relic Coffer door. Whether it is or isn't useful, dunno. Brilliant, the key is used for later. Good to know. You have 5. Alright, God, sorry. Sozard. Out here being keymogged. Didn't realise someone was drop maxing. Hell yeah, 380 strength, love it. Are they in the keyring bag? Yes. So nice to catch your favorite second monitor streamer live while you play WoW. What are you playing in WoW at the minute? What are you going through? What's the drop? What's the hap? As we would say, as us cool kids would say. Sozard, as I explained a few days ago, is an old English saying meaning sorry person who is so tough that I didn't mean to offend you. It's the same as saying sorry, hard man. Which would have a bit of a different connotation, depending on the context that you say it in. There are no cool kids in Britain. That's true. This stream got Richard Hammond. Yes, that's what it is. If you can't afford Richard Hammond or Richard Madden, some kind of Richard. Like a mid-tier Richard. That's what you get from this stream. Chat, you guys really are jester maxing today. You're going to give me a major cortisol spike. Richard, are you Addy? No, I'm not that funny. Nowhere near that funny. A little Richard. Yeah, that would work. Like, Richard Ayoade, Richard Armitage, Richard Hammond, and... yeah, all that kind of, that general middle vibe, but from Lidl. And obviously Richard can be shortened to Dick, so I would say that you do get very kind of Little Dick energy from this stream. That's what I'm here to give you. That is my vibe. And I'm leaning into that. I'm really embracing that. Froggo, don't type my name at me. Boss and mini-boss. Let's go. Evening, chat. What does BRD mean? Lewis, are ghosts wet? Lewis, your answer is going to really help solve an argument here. An argument that we really, I'm going to be real with you, need solved pretty soon. High Interrogator Gerstan. Let's slap this girl around. What are you going to give me, High Interrogator? You're going to give me something. You're going to give the Black Veil Cape. Nice. All right. 38 armor. That's more armor than mine. My current cape gives stamina and spirit, whereas that gives strength and agility. How does it look? It's the same as what I've currently got, so I will in fact need that because I will use that as a warrior. Allow me to equip that next level. Right, are we going through here? Which way? In my Was It Any Good series, are they all my childhood games? No, they aren't actually. Several are games that people have suggested that I wanted to make sure I tried to play, so I understood their childhood games as well. In fact, quite a few are games that people have suggested. What would be my advice for somebody who wants to DM an RPG game for their friends but's afraid it's going to be a disaster narratively and mechanically? The DM is not there to make sure the players have a good time. And the players are not there to make sure the DM has a good time. You are all there to make sure you all have a good time. If you DM a game and you aren't sure about how to do something mechanically, it's more important that you talk to your players and work out what they believe is fair and fun and balanced, as opposed to what you think would be the thing they want to do. It's a collaborative storytelling experience. So work out what you guys want to do together. And you know what? If it goes wrong, great. Chat to your friends, work out how you can all improve to all do better, and then try it again. It's a collaborative process. Wait, I'm not at DreamHack. Soggy Bob, I'm not, unfortunately, man. I was there at the NEC yesterday for the Arnold Festival, but I was not at DreamHack or at MegaCon, which is also on today as well. Am I going to run the level 60 raids? Piggy, no. I think I'm just going to kind of sit outside and stare in at them. Yes, I am. I am going to do as much content as I possibly can. Because I am, and I cannot overstate this, just a little content bitch. That's all I am. That's my entire purpose of being and living. Just a content boy. Just making content in the content time. The people watching... How is DreamHack? If anyone is at DreamHack, how's it going? What's happening? One more level for 48 and I will be happy. And I can add another to the improved Berserker stance. Increase attack power by 8. Reduces threat caused by 8. Full-on DPS. Is this classic or hardcore classic? Neither. This is the Burning Crusade Anniversary expansion. Here we go, finally. We get the increased strength. You know what? You can really notice the increased strength boost, can't you? Am I content with all this content? Yes, I am actually. I am content with all this content. That was the name of Kadikarus's TED Talk. Content discontent. Got myself another key. What's on this corpse over here? Why is there a tortured slave down there? That dude dead? 100 strength is massive. It is, it's pretty good. You are too low level. Useful tool, I'm clearly not. I'm here, aren't I? I'm doing some damage. You can't be sat there telling me I'm too low level when I'm clearly doing stuff. I mean, look, right now, I'm hitting for loads of damage. I'm hitting in, I'm doing stuff, I'm cleaving. I'm attacking, I'm slapping. Tapping, whacking, all that jazz. Everything's going on. What makes you think I'm too low level? You miss Catty. MZ is currently, I believe, at DreamHack doing some Just Dance stuff, I think. All the misses? No, there's not too many misses. Most of that is damage, see? Most of that is just straight up DPS. I'm DPS maxing and damage mogging right now. Codex, Prayer of Fortitude. Class, Priest. Requires level 48. I don't know what the Codex Prayer of Fortitude is, but it's clearly not for me. So, priests? We have a priest with us, don't we? Get priesting. Are we hope-pilled and whimsy-mogging? Like you wouldn't believe. Like you wouldn't believe. It's too complicated to read for a warrior. Too many words. Too many words, my friend, for me. Didn't understand them, didn't get them, didn't value them. Are people in comas sleep maxing? Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Warriors need picture books for their technique. Yes, I need it to be drawn, picture-wise, nice and easy, nice and simple. Otherwise I can't work out what's going on. How are you meant to work out what's going on in a book without pictures? I would say, so far, this run's going great. Chat, would you still love me if I was a wet ghost worm? I just want to know. No, no, yes, the dichotomy of man. Oh, so have we just, like, done a big loop? That was the prison wing. Ah, so you don't need to do every wing. You do on the first run. Got it. Okay. So, let's go this way. We're going this way now? Let's go. I'm so into this. I do need to inform all of you guys that we might be doing Blackrock Depths for a while. Is the sock on the microphone a thing? I've just seen a lot of creators do it. Genuinely, no. I think those creators are just copying me. The reason that I put the sock on the microphone is, if you genuinely have bought a microphone and want to know, I sometimes unscrew the microphone from the arm and I put it in a mug and I hold the mug while I'm recording videos, and in order to make sure the metal of the microphone does not touch the ceramic of the mug and therefore potentially induce extremely weird audio vibrations, I put a sock on it to act as a dampener between it. As opposed to why other people are doing it, no idea. Why not put the sock in the mug? Because the sock lives on the microphone. Is the sock clean? Physically, yes. Spiritually and emotionally, no. Is the sock a ghost? It's not wet, so no. What horrors has the sock seen? The sock wouldn't consider them horrors. The sock will consider them appetizers. We are delving into... This is Saturday. Why are Saturday streams so weird? It's less weird than it was last Saturday, and I think it's because, thankfully, a lot of people are at DreamHack. You know, we're boosting up by 100 for the damage, which is excellent. Blackrock Dungeon is pretty long. Good. I'm okay with this. I want a long sock experience. What am I saying about DreamHack attendees? Whatever you're implying. I'm saying nothing negative at all. Are you? What I am discovering is, and again, correct me if I'm wrong on this because I'm still learning the game. If I were playing an arms warrior and using a two-handed weapon, my hit chance would be higher on each enemy. The reason that I am missing quite a lot is because my offhand weapon has a lower hit rating. Especially because if you look at my character sheet right now, you'll notice that my hit rating is 0. Increases your melee chance to hit a target of level 47 by 0. So I'm just kind of raw dogging this hit rating here and seeing what's kind of going on with that. There is a massive hit penalty for dual wielding. That's fine, I'll just, you know, hit them more. It's 50-50, you either hit or you don't. Every chance is 50-50, of everything. Is that the flurry axe? It is indeed the flurry axe. I was somehow able to get the flurry axe global drop, and that has been combined with the thrash blade, which means we are getting an extra hit chance with both weapons on both hits. Which I think is pretty good. So we've got the Flurry Blade, which gives an extra hit chance. Sorry, the Flurry Axe and the Thrash Blade. When did that drop? A few days ago. It dropped from a maggot in the Sunken Temple. Genuinely. It was a random trash mob in the Sunken Temple. We killed all the maggots, and then we got the Flurry Blade drop. The Flurry Axe drop, sorry. Everything can drop it. It's super, super unlikely. And what was then done, out of kindness, was one of the guildies has enchanted both my weapons, the Thrash Blade and the Flurry Axe, with the Crusader enchantment. So we have the Crusader on both of them, and then we have a Shaman giving us Wind Fury, which is just honestly combining into quite a lot of hits. So you don't really need accuracy when you're just hitting them a lot more. You can very much... Oh, I've got some cells. I have keys. Yeah, you don't need accuracy. Oh, it's a coffer key. Right. Okay, coffer. You need to hit to trigger the chance on hit. That's fine. I'll just keep hitting them more. This is the machine gun approach. Just attack them with enough, and you'll be okay. %8% is hit cap on abilities and auto attacks on main hand weapon. Well, maybe one day we'll get to 8%, but until then, we shall not. You wouldn't have to deal with this math if you just kept spinning. That is true. I mean, I've got this weapon on me. Level 45 Blanchard's Stout. Two-handed weapon, plus 20 strength, plus 15 stamina, 5 fire resistance. So if I get bored of doing maths, I can just, at some point, use a big hammer. You've got a second monitor so you can finally watch me. Welcome! Welcome to the stream. I'm glad that you followed the rules and waited until you got that second monitor to watch me. Otherwise, it would have been weird. You'd have broken the law in many cases. Come back here, you silly little guardsman. Ooh, the Vandium Talisman of the Owl. Intellect and Spirit. That's useless. You remember doing this whole run for your whole guild back in the day, painful times. There's nothing painful about playing WoW with some good chums. And that's what we're doing. We're just enjoying a little bit of WoW with our good friend Arenos. As together, we hack our way through the guardsmen. And I'm hoping people in the guild love this dungeon because I'm going to be asking them to take me on it a lot more. Like, this might just be my thing. I might end up being a Black Rock Spire kind of guy. That might be happening until we get to raids. Then we go and do raids. Then we get to 70, and then I'm going to demand that you all raid with me every week. I might even... Get this. I might even run a raid. I might even do a little bit of a guild leadership. I mean, don't get too worried if I do that. Okay, Lord Rokor has just happened. So, good luck, everyone. I'm assuming this dude is a boss, so I'm going to just try and grab a load of aggro off him. Heals on me for a second. Get sundered, nerd. The warrior creed, A, B, C. Always be sundering. That's how we do more damage. Idol of Ferocity. A unique relic. Increases the damage of your claw and rake abilities by 20. I assume that the claw and rake abilities go to the druid. So... I'm going to pass that. That goes to our druid. That would be Ferality. Ferality now has the Idol of Ferocity. Lovely stuff. Very good indeed. It's like the bow for druids. Cool. We've got one. So it wasn't a hunter item. Ooh, what's in here? Oh, some kind of quest for you. Okay. That's a cool little quest. It's not ferality, it's ferality. As in they're feral. I suppose that works for furries as well. You love this dungeon so much, makes your butt moist. Is your butt a ghost? I know that makes no sense if you haven't been here for the entire conversation, but my God, we need answers. Who said they were going to work 5 hours ago? Because they finished work an hour ago. I want to know if this stream helped. Or hindered. Another black diamond. I'm greeting those because I just kind of want one. This place is big. This is definitely the Deader Mines. Hope Grace says stay there. Boss here. Jump back a bit. We're jumping back a bit. Worry not, we're jumping back. You're 7.5 hours into your shift, been watching since hour 2. Has it helped? Or are you asking all of your co-workers if ghosts are wet? I sometimes wonder what effect this stream has on people that have jobs that have co-workers. Like, are you asking them questions? It's helping people to ask that. Oh yeah, it's definitely helping. Whether we should or shouldn't be. Unsure. Right. Hope Grey wants me to stand here. That's the... Oh, cool. That's the whole dungeon over there itself. That is the dungeon. Love it. Right. So we go into there. That's the whole thing. Love this. You asked your sous chef and you thought it was a good question. You know, Wilk, I'm going to be real with you. Of all the people that I've ever met that have worked in the restaurant or the cooking industry, all of them have been insane and all of them have been just the most chill people to hang out with when, and I have to state this, they're not at work. When you're at work, you are terrifying. When you're off work, pretty chill. In the kitchen, actually doing your job, I'm a bit afraid of you. Out of work, everyone's kind of chill. There is a special type of anger that is only found in a professional kitchen. There is no way to describe it unless you go and experience it yourself. But there is a special type of professional kitchen anger. It's not... It's not aggressive. It's almost like extremely assertive. Like to an absurd degree. Well, I'm dead. That's fine. The mage can kill all these guys and I'll be good. It's a necessity. That's what it is. Time for the wet ghost. You know what? It would have been super useful to have all the experience from those guys. Oh, there's the boss. There's the Hound Master. You've got this. I believe in you. I believe in you, team. The Hound Master's Rifle. 9% drop chance. Increase attack power by 24 when fighting beasts. I mean, that sounds like a pretty good rifle right there. Are we fighting beasts often? Ironically, that actually is a hunter item. You died because your damage was too strong. Ha! That's true. Now, I'm guessing I don't want that, do I? Do I want that? Do I need this gun? I mean, the only thing I'm currently using in my +4 agility, +4 strength. No one else in the group can use it. You know what? Fantastic. I'm going to equip it when I'm level 48. Yay. Maybe your current is better. Maybe. When mobs are frozen, they will attack the nearest person, and it just so happened to be me. I see what's going on there. I'm picking up what you're putting down. And I'm going to grab that thick, furry mane. That's the name of the item I picked up in the game. I'm not doing some weird furry roleplay. Yeah, if they're frozen and a tank is kiting, you just get giga bonked by whatever enemies are around you. So if you want to clip the phrase, I'm going to grab that thick, furry mane, and use it for whatever you want to, that's fine. I remember a couple of months ago, I made a joke about something relating to like computer technology and furries. It was something like, if the furries want to download that and sort it out, they can do. And a friend of mine said, would they know how to do that? And I had to respond to him that you have to understand that a furry convention and an IT expert convention is the same convention. Ring of the Law. Right, are we fighting this guy? Right, what's the plan? This is the Ring of the Law. We get some RPD. RPD? Ring personnel devices? Oh, we're just fighting stuff, are we? Okay, cool. Right, we've got some role play. Oh, and you're pulling it out to there. I see what you're doing. Right, I'm going to just sunder one of these things constantly. All I'm doing is sundering. Consistent sunder. God damn, I'll tell you what though. Whew. The damage! The damage here alone is quite high. I'm focusing on killing these dinosaurs. Why do you only have one action bar? You've got to be trolling. What else do I need? Right, explain to me what else I need on the action bars. Every ability that I use and some that I don't are on my action bars. I've bound horse to 0. What else do I need on the action bars? Give me one thing that needs to be there. Where is overpower? Overpower is in the book. Where is it? Hang on. Which one was it again? There it is. It also requires battle stance, which I don't have. I'm not in battle stance. I'm in berserker stance, because I'm crazy like that. Oh, but you should go into battle stance. No. Just stance, don't need to. Just berserk. See? Just use 2 weapons. Just hit the enemy. Just do it. Just kill them. Watch how I just do this. See? Watch how much damage I do. If you pay attention, you'll notice that I hit the damage all the way up to miss. Sometimes even dodge. But what if I used... What was the attack that uses everything? Execute? What if I build up rage, then just use execute? Can't do that yet, but I can soon. What if I execute, like, now? There we go, that's big chunk. 600 damage right there. You all didn't see that, did you? Got him. What are you going to give us? You're going to give us plans for the Dark Iron Pulverizer. That's pretty good. And the Entrenching Boots. Improves hit rating by 8. Strength, agility, and stamina. They are just my boots. They're the boots that I need. I don't need the Dark Iron Pulverizer, but the Entrenching Boots, they might be the best boots that I could possibly get. I'm going to need those. And if I get them, I will wear them. Boots are yours, you'll need them. Yes, I'm hitting nothing, so they may actually be useful. Entrenching Boots. As soon as I hit level 50, improves your hit rating by 8. Also, gives me way more armor, more strength. See, I'm currently getting 34 attack power. What is the difference in attack power and hit rating? Just out of curiosity. Hit rating or attack power? What is the difference? So... hit rating is there. Attack power only helps when you hit. Right, strength is attack power. Hit rating is accuracy. So you want high hit rating to actually be able to hit them. And then you want attack power to actually do the damage. Attack power is basically useless if you miss. Got it. I'm learning. I'm learning. Okay, let's take 5 minutes. 5-minute break. Right, I'm going to grab a cup of tea. Guys, we're taking 5 minutes, then we're coming back and carrying on with Black Rock Depths, I think. Here's a DVD logo, because I know that none of you have absolutely any attention span. And I will see all of you beautiful people within about 5 minutes. Here's a countdown timer. Don't go anywhere. Or do. I'm not your dad. Okay, I am back. Are you guys ready? You should be. You should be feeling ready and good to go. Question for virality. What's the subway? What subway did you go for? So we've got some boots. They were good. We've got a cool gun. That's good. How many, like, drops are there in Blackrock Depths? Oh my god. What the hell? Hang on, have we just killed one boss? Are there more bosses here? Grizzle. Eviscerator. Do we have to... Is it random every time that you get the thing? My goodness, thank you very much for all the gifted subs. That's incredibly kind of you. Gabe has gifted 10 ad blockers. Thank you very much. And we've also gone out there with... Oh, and Sabi T. Thank you very, very much for gifting up 5 subs as well. That is incredibly kind of you. Okay, so you get one random boss every time you do the Ring of Law thing. And... then there are like even more bosses afterwards. Okay, cool. So we got like a really good boss for me. We got my boots. No way you can do all of this right now. I mean, yeah, probably. Probably can't. But we keep going, you know? That's what we do. We keep going. We just... You know, we've got to go into the dungeon. Conquering the dungeon is what we do. A, B, C. Always be conquering. That's how we work. That's just how us warriors are. You wouldn't understand it unless, like me, you're a full-blown warrior. I had to rewrite that sentence in my mind because I almost said ABC as in always be coming, as in like we are going to, we're on our way to the dungeon, we're coming into it. And I didn't say that because it wouldn't have been taken that way. And I had to very quickly change it to conquering. I very quickly remembered the word conquering. I think some of you need to accept that I'm much faster. That makes it worse. I was talking about my ability to come up with words at speed. I don't like who I become after 6 hours of streaming. Always be charging. Try to interrupt as often as possible. Can do. Totemic Girth has also just private messaged me. I will strive to always be coming, my lord. I don't like any of this. I will be very careful from pulling. I will not pull off any of the enemies while we're going through this dungeon. And by that I mean like off of their paths, their pathing, their place in the dungeon. What I will, however, be doing is as much damage as I can, because that's just how us warriors work. It's getting worse. So, Strongy, don't give... No. That what I just said doesn't deserve a gifted sub. Because what that means is that you are encouraging this behavior. That is very kind of you, but I'm also scared. Because that's telling me that you want more of this. I don't think anyone should want more of this. That is very kind of you. Thank you for gifting 5 ad blockers to the community. I'm on standby at the minute, that's the problem. Am I going to play a Beastmaster with all of this hype training? I don't know. Oh, are we... Right, are we pulling this guy all the way back to here? Give him a good old tug. Sand, why? I mean, thank you, everyone who's gifting 5 subs. Soapy, what's happening? Which gang is currently laundering money through Twitch? I mean, thank you very much. The train has left the station. That's very kind of you, though. Thank you so much. The stream is incredibly moist. Subs for all. Where do y'all get this disposable income? I don't know. I mean, I'm glad people have got it, don't get me wrong. I'm really glad that people are able to do this and keep this stream free for you guys, because let's be real, it really shouldn't be. You should be paid to be here. Bailey, thank you very much for the gift. That is incredibly kind of you. You guys are all just doing stuff. And or Dreamer, what's happening? What's going on? I started saying sexy things and you guys were like, well, we've got to give this man money. Is it the feet? It's my character's feet, isn't it? Nothing was happening until the grippers were out. Full-on gripper view on the table. Maybe it's payday. Maybe... Wait, are we not being paid to watch this? Some of you probably should be. Or Dreamer, thank you very much. That's very, very kind of you. That's extremely kind. Bailey Lynn, also very kind of you. And Soapy Expenditure. What a great name to be able to pronounce. I've always said I will try and keep this stream as free as it can possibly be for as many people as it can possibly be, because it is funded by people that want to keep it going. Should they keep it going? Dunno. Do they? Yes. Oh, I'm being attacked. I am not doing much damage either. Parry, 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 miss, parry. Parry, miss, parry. I feel that Sunken Temple is probably the right kind of level for me, because I'm just not hitting anything in here. Like, I'm getting experience when something dies. Don't get me wrong. I'm getting a decent chunk of experience when something dies. Keep it cool. I am keeping it cool, Jump. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. There are some people who keep subscribing and supporting, gifting, donating, and unfortunately, because of those people, the stream continues. Josh, are you ordering an exciting takeaway tonight in honor of that Friday feeling? Dan, when you say that Friday feeling, because I'm from England, I just think of the chocolate bar Crunchy. Do you guys remember the Crunchy? Get that Friday feeling, the advertisements? God, they were good advertisements. Hang on. New Finn, thank you very much for the 5 subs. That's incredibly kind of you as well. Is there some kind of... It's Saturday. You can't just come into the stream and say, are you excited it's Friday, when it's Saturday, because I will believe you. Crunchies were good candy bars. They really were. The fact that I said candy bar instead of chocolate bar means the Americanization is slowly taking over. Look, here's something that I need to admit to all of you. When I am using my brain power to both play a game and explore a dungeon I've never been in before and pay attention to 2,500 people talking to me, I do not have enough brain power left over to talk to you. Which means that you can say anything and I will believe you. Mbeard has just gifted 10 tier 1 subs, that's incredibly kind. And Ulbelk has just gifted 10 tier 1 subs, that's incredibly kind as well. What has happened? Why is this happening? Could somebody who's gifted subs right now just explain to me why? Merloin the Wanderer has gifted 5 as well. What's going on? What's happening? What's happening right now, guys? A little bit scared. Josh, the ghosts are wet. The ghosts are super wet right now. That's the problem. Soapy just said, you make me happy. That's fair. Because I want the stream to continue. Dragon's Dogma 3 has a trailer out. Those are 2 different things. The stream will continue. Don't you worry about that. Oh, it's cheaper. Is it 35% off right now? No. Okay, gotcha. It's cheap. Right, okay, cool. It's cheaper to give subs right now. If you're going to give a sub, do it. Now is the time to do it. If you want to have the money for it, that's fine. Youngblood, thank you very much for all the gifted subs. It's very kind of you. I'm so glad I'm dodging all those gifted subs. Sir Gex is sat there like, there's been 100. None of them chose me. Right, okay, cool, gotcha. There's, if you wish to donate subs, there is is it 35% off right now for doing that? And GDF says, Josh, what's your favourite class so far? Honestly, I would say drama. I think drama has always been my favourite class. You looked away for a second, level 11 hype train. I looked away, I'm not even paying attention now, to be honest. Someone once said to me, Josh, you're the worst DPS in the group. I'm like, in theory, I'm not even... I'm one of the worst DPSers. The healer is doing slightly more damage than me. Need to bring the ghost of the warlock back from the watery grave. If you do the least DPS, I'm the cameraman. Without me, nobody could be seeing this right now. Drama is my favorite. Was my favorite class. I enjoy drama. Pass drama with flying colours. What is my least favorite class so far? I never really enjoyed geography. I know that that's going to get me even further in hot water with the Guild of Ex-Geography teachers, whom I maintain is nowhere near as cool as the Guild of Ex-Drama teachers. Josh, save your rune cloth. I might be able to make 14 slot bags. My rune cloth will be saved. Geography is politics, but weird. They're all just weirdly obsessed with rivers. Geography is like, ooh, do you know how this river was made? Probably water and erosion over time. Yes, but what word do we give the erosion? I don't know. What is it? What's the word? An anonymous has just gifted 10 subs. This is incredible. Thank you very, very much. It's an Oxbow Lake. Don't say Oxbow Lake to a geography teacher. They will instantly come. That's how excited they get with Oxbow Lakes. They freaking love a good Oxbow. They really do. They like them more than we like? More than Lee-Wike wet ghosts. Okay, I'm going to try this again. They like them more than we like wet ghosts. Got it. Nailed it first try. Volch has gifted 15 subs. That is incredibly kind of you. Thank you so, so much. This is what happens when too many people give too many subs at the same time. We still haven't worked out whether ghosts are wet. I just want to work that out, guys. Check out the view. That is a good view right there. Oh, that's cool. That's the main entrance to Shadow Forge City. That's where they forge the shadows. Someone was rude to my geography teacher once, and he said he would wrap an Oxbow Lake round the kid's neck if he didn't leave. Wet ghosts are best ghosts. Ghosts aren't wet, ghosts would be dry. Iron Soul, you can't just come into this and have... You can't just say something that guaranteed immediately. Alright, there are layers to this. Listen. Also, there's a hype train going on right now. I assume there's a hype train going on right now? I think there is. The monthly gifters are there. Is there a daily gifters? No, just monthly. There we go. If you type /camp, you get a tent and can get some bonus XP. Warbringer, is that true? Because I wouldn't want to harm what I'm doing with my team right now. I wouldn't want to damage the journey that I'm going on with a team who's relying on me. So if I type /camp right now, will my team benefit? Thank you. I know that it logs me out. Warbringer just went, yes. Yes, do it, Josh. Log out. Fuck your team up. I'm an agent of chaos and here to make your day worse. No, it doesn't. It logs you out. And I'm not going to do that. We all lose if we camp now. You guys don't want Camp Josh. He's too powerful. But no, if you've gifted subs, thank you. It's very important, and I know it sounds really stupidly showbiz, but it's very important to me to remind you that money is tight for everyone, and make sure that you are spending it on yourself and you are comfortable with what you have first. I sometimes have people message me saying stuff like, oh, I've just sent you my rent money, or it's my birthday and I've just sent you all the money I've got for it. I don't want that. I never want that. You take care of yourself and you take care of your family first. Your friends, your family, whatever you've got going on. When you've got a little bit of extra cash, that's when you can look into supporting entertainment. but you do not send stuff that you cannot afford to send. Don't do it. It genuinely worries me when people do, seriously. Oh, Tef, thank you, it's very kind of you. Josh, I'm giving you the money from my piggy bank. Game Wiz, that's fine. You and me have got that special agreement. You wanted me to be cruel to you. That's fine. How whimsical is today's stream? Very, very whimsical. Imagine someone being like, I send you my rent money, and it's just a tenner. I mean, there are some remarkably cheap parts of Yorkshire. It's not like Yorkshire's discovered rent yet. An anonymous gifter has gifted out 10 subs. That's very kind of you. So many people are getting ad blockers. I'm not going to make any money off ad revenue. I'm going to click play an ad and no one's going to see it. And honestly, that sounds great. That's ideally what I would like it to be. If I click run an ad and nobody leaves, that'd be brilliant. Anonymous, thank you very, very much. That's very kind of you. Warbringer says, can you play ads for me, please? You know what, Warbringer? I'll do you one better. I'll advertise at you directly, because what you should do right now is go and purchase some gamer subs using code JOSH to get 10% off. Didn't think about that, did you? All those people with subscriptions be like, I'm going to avoid the adverts. Not from me, you're not. I'm going to skip that phase. I'm going to go straight to the source. I'm going to advertise at you directly. Subs can't save you from that, can they? Personalized ad. Or bring it. If I don't see your name on the list of people who have ordered gamer subs, I'm going to be very disappointed. Just so you know. Very disappointed. The switch in the last room closed the door that we are now running over. Gotcha. I am learning. Delaney has been gifted a tier 1 sub. When I see the problem is that I'm going to see the numbers at the end of this stream and it's going to look incredible. And then tomorrow the numbers aren't going to be the same and I'm going to feel like shit. Because that's what Twitch and YouTube does to you. When you have a good day, it's like, yeah, amazing, fantastic. And then the next day, you get a little analytical report emailed to you at the end of the day. And the report's basically saying, hey, just so you know, everything's down. So you need to be sad now. There is nothing... People that do YouTube and Twitch will tell you this. Every single day gets compared to the day before it. Which means when you have a really good day, it's kind of like that bittersweet of, oh my god, this is amazing! And tomorrow, they're going to remind me that everything... Only look at half the report. One of the things I was taught in theatre was don't read your reviews, just measure them. And I've followed that advice for a while. Yeah, number didn't go up again. Not the week before. No, the day before. You literally get reports day by day. It's actually quite disconcerting. Green arrow is good. Red arrow is bad. Right, what are we fighting, guys? Are we fighting the Doomforged Dragon? This guy just here? Yeah, chart only go up. If chart go down, you are failing. That's why I keep pushing back on people saying, look, guys, you have to understand that the line cannot endlessly go up. I just got here, but I can leave to balance the viewer count. No, Kip. Somebody else has already left. You must stay here. Kip, are ghosts wet? This is a question that we've been plagued with since the dawn of time. And we're just wondering kind of whether they are or aren't, to be honest, at this point. He left and he left. One more wet ghost joins the platoon? Not sure how you'd categorize wet ghosts. I'm not sure what you call a collection of them. What would you call a collection of wet ghosts? You know, like you have a murder of crows. A puddle! It's a puddle of ghosts. Puddle was the best one, and then some of you were going squelch. A squelch of ghosts. A river of souls, a sea of souls. That would work. That sounds grim. Welcome to Most Haunted, where we take on Britain's most haunted buildings. Today, we're going to see a squelch of ghosts. Alright, what are we killing first? Right, Fireguard Destroyer first, eh? Let's kill you first then, my friend. Come here, get sundered. Let me rip some armor right off your face. Your silly face. GameWiz, why did you type the phrase moist haunted? Why must you always be funnier than me? I could have thought of moist haunted. It's literally just adding I to the word. But you were like, nah, Josh, here's what a joke should look like. Get comedy mogged. Can't believe that I'm trying to be funny and you guys are out here being funnier than me. That's legitimately made you giggle. This week on Moist Haunted, a puddle of ghosts. Right, the Fireguard Destroyer is back alive again. That's a problem. Why is it alive again? Why is that Fireguard back alive? What do you want me to attack here, guys? Just out of wonder. What's the plan? Are we killing one of the fire marshals? Or the Fireguard Destroyer? I assume we kill this marshal. Let me try and get the... rip this guy's actual health down. You're too low level to hit the big guy. I'm apparently too low level to do anything. If I can kill this guy, though, he might not be... he might not be brought back to life. Okay, Ferality is dead. So that's down. I think we might be pushing the limit of what we can do currently. Right, the mage is also down. Nearly. I'm down. I am an E rank hunter in here. Maybe we've hit my limit for being useful here. I can't do any more damage. I just can't hit things. Double paladin healer, 2 destroyers. Yeah, it was a challenge. We hit it a while ago. That's fair. Maybe we should do another Sunken Temple, possibly. I think if we do the other side of Blackrock Depths, I can hit the mobs. Okay. Lower level area of BRD. Damara, you are a priest, so I think you can res people. Blackrock Depths at 47's crazy. I'm just built different. Not right, but different. That's kind of like if you put a spoon in with the forks and it said it was built different. It wouldn't be lying, but I think it would be lying by omission. Because the implication is that you're better. I'm built alternatively. But again, not in like a sexy goth way. You'd love to do a full Blackrock Depths clear for the first time again. Well, that's what we're doing. That's what's happening. That's the focus of today. Of the vibes. We've been resurrected. I live again. We can go the other way. Yes, please. Let's go to lower level stuff, because I'm level 47. I've got my feet out, and both my weapons have got Crusader on them. Let's go. I'm going to slap these meat slabs against the... Oh my god, what the hell? Okay, so we don't want to attack these guys. Level 50 arena spec. Oh, these guys are watching the fight we've just been in. I see. I see what's happening. Right, so Damara says that you've run this successfully at level 48. I mean, not the whole thing. Surely you just mean that you've run, like, parts of it. Oh, are we actually fighting these guys? You've done a full run at level 48. God damn. That's a lot. It's easier to run things as a healer. Yeah, I'm not hitting anything. You can try, though. We can give it a go. We can kill these things if we want to kill these things. I'm following the tank. I mean, they're level 50, which means I can probably do some damage to them. That's a good amount of experience, to be fair. And now we continue to attack these guys. Alright, I mean that worked. What other drops are we going to get from these guys, if anything good? These guys are innocent. There are no innocents in this room. There are no innocents in this dojo. But are they wet? They will be. With their own blood. I am ready to attack them. I am ready to start doing damage and deeps. And after doing the damage and the deeps, I'm gonna keep punching this guy, see what happens. My job here is to punch this dude. And I take my job very seriously. Are there any special drops from these guys that I should be aware of? Nope, nope, that's just sitting down. Also, who sits here? You can't even see the arena. You're a dwarf, you're tiny. Just go forward and look over the edge. These guys deserve to die because honestly they can't take care of themselves. Right, ready when you are. Ready when you are, Mr. Tank. At least I'm doing some damage, you know. Not a lot, but some. And I might gain a level by the time we get to the next whatever the area is. You got paella. Ooh, we love a bit of paella. Right, you're dead. Smooth leather shoulder pads. No, I'm good, bro. These things are okay experience, aren't they? I'm the moral support. How's your DPS compared to me now, Josh? It's probably pretty good. I mean, your DPS is only higher because I'm using Sunder, which is reducing the armor of the enemies, so you hit more, so without me, you'd be doing less. It's not an excuses, CD, it's true. Straight up true. True and real. Truth-pilled and reality-based is what I believe you'll find I am. I am playing the Burning Crusade. Could you defeat a ghost with a dehumidifier? I think that what you've built there is a really kind of redneck ghost trap from Ghostbusters. But yeah, you could. Like, you could do that. I'm not saying it'd be a good idea, but you could do it. A humidifier is just a basic ghost trap. A dehumidifier, sorry. A humidifier is a ghost delivery system. If you drowned a man, and then you put the water that he drowned in into... Holy hell. Okay, hang on. Revenant Gauntlets of the Tiger. 10 agility, 10 strength, 300 armor. Interesting. Yeah, you could deliver his ghost somewhere. Can you defeat a ghost with logic and reason? No, because I'm not a late 2000s YouTube video. Stupid ghost torn apart with facts and logic. And then the entire screen went red for some reason. Even the game's angry at that joke, good lord. Sorry for the random ass red flashbang just then. I've got no idea what the hell that was. It's... hang on. It's that. I have no idea why the screen flashes red. I think it's the fire graphics if you move the camera around that exact point. But there we go. We discovered a random ass red flashbang. It's clipping into the background. It was you, sorry. Horsalino, god damn it. I knew it was somebody. I knew it was somebody. Clipping through the map to a background texture. Shouldn't be doing that, should it? Right, I'm a lower level, by the way, so I will end up pulling some of these guys to us. Okay, so I've now been frozen. Can I use that to get away from freeze? No, I can't. That's annoying. Should you keep drinking water because it could be a ghost? Yes, that's actually the entire business behind smart water. You ever drank that smart water stuff? You know what's in there? Ghosts. The risk is that you don't get to know what you're about to learn. That's a story right there. I should write that as a short story. Condense ghosts that you drink, that you become smart from, and you gain their memories, but you don't know what memories you're going to get. What about spirits? Ah, Doll of Mud. That is actually that's a common misconception. Despite the name, spirits do not contain ghosts. Oh, that does have the potential, Techno Goose, to be a seriously... Imagine drinking the essence of someone and learning the most horrible, horrific memories you could possibly think of. Oh, man. That's a good horror idea right there. Right, Twilight Emissary, Pyromancer. Hey, Elite 1. Cool. Should be a boss. Right, what do you drop? Pyromancer Law somebody. Nope. Oh, my bad. Sorry. I may have accidentally... Oh, okay. Alright, so we're killing this guy. I'm trying to lock this dude down as best I can. I may even occasionally punch him. Then we go with this guy. Come here, Pyromancer. We pulled the sheep, that was good. Beautiful. Right, where's the sheep? The Pyric Cordyces. It's a wand, increases damage done by fire spells up to 13. Don't know if it's good or not. Huge wand, apparently. What did this thing drop? Just some money. Alright, I think we're doing good. Good evening, what's all the wet ghost talk about then? Okay, some of you haven't been here for the entire stream, and honestly, it has been a 6 hour, 45-minute stream, so I can understand why you haven't been. I'm personally offended that you haven't been. People are like, oh, but Josh, we've got lives. Excuses. What we were discussing earlier, and this is the third time we have to explain this, so please listen up. If you die and become a ghost, is your ghostly form affected by the way you died? For example, if a pirate falls off at the edge of a pirate ship and drowns, they would form a damp pirate ghost. If someone died in a house fire, they would probably form like some kind of burnt, charred ghost. But how do you detect ghosts? I mean, I don't believe in ghosts personally, but I think some people say that you can detect fluctuations in the temperature, you can detect fluctuations in the electrospectrum, electromagnetic fields, all that kind of stuff, which led me to ask one simple question. Is a ghost inherently wet? Because unless you have died by having all of the moisture removed from you, there must be at least a level of moistening that remains within the human body, whether it's blood or skin cells inside. So could you detect the presence of a ghost with a moisture sensor instead of necessarily a temperature sensor? Because they always go, oh, we found an area over here where the temperature drops. Okay, cool. Why don't we combine it together? Why don't we put like a load of humidity sensors around and see if we can draw a kind of 3D image of where the area is more moist? Which leads to the ultimate question, is a ghost wet? And the answer is, of course, we don't know. This is why I think a dehumidifier does count as an anti-ghost device. Are ghosts... Yeah, ghosts are like your breath. You exhale, but there's a level of moisture there. Does the stud finder work on a sexy ghost? These are the questions we need to ask. Why are scientists doing anything except answering these questions? I'm actually upset that scientists are doing anything. One simple question, you say. Hello everyone, my name is JoshStrifeHayes and I'm here to ask you one simple question. So I've actually got a TED talk coming up in a couple of weeks' time, and I was going to talk about the monetization and the predatory nature of modern video game design, but now I'm tempted to walk out in front of that crowd of very educated, very professional people, grab the podium and go, are ghosts wet? And just see where that goes to. I think it could be funny. You get a podium, you get the red dot. There might be a podium there. I'm asking the real questions. It must happen now. Sam's asking the good questions here. Sam just said, what about silica gel? Now, silica gel, for those of you who aren't sure, is that little packet that normally gets delivered with any kind of electronic or sometimes food that says, do not eat. The truth is, by the way, guys, if you do eat those, you escape from the Matrix. But a silica gel packet absorbs moisture. So is silica gel anti-ghost gel? Did I drink a ghost? Possibly. Silica gel is a ranged weapon. It's a thrown weapon against ghosts. It's like silver to a werewolf. Yeah, it is. It's like silver to a werewolf. It's like the fact that somewhere in China there is a factory producing a load of silica gel, not knowing that it is the front lines of anti-haunting technology. These guys are level 52, which means I'm not hitting my attacks anywhere near as much as I need to be. But I'm just kind of glad to be here, to be honest. We are building new ghost lore right now. We are. We're creating it. Hang on. No, they are baby ghosts. That's how ghosts are born. They soak up moisture until they become a wet ghost. Are you telling me that silica gel packets are just ghost seeds? That they slowly... You can grow the ghost. And Braps just said, I had a dream I was in Baldur's Gate 3, but in an 80s punk setting. You are going to love a couple of the 80s sci-fi punk things. '80s sci-fi punk style Baldur's Gate 3. That's just That's just... What you've described there is Judge Dredd. Do I remember the capsules that grow into dinosaurs? Red, I do. We had to give them up because we kept growing dinosaurs, which was terrifying for everyone. Okay, if you want some deep, deep lore, listen, deep lore from the 90s kids. The 90s kids, possibly the early 2000s kids. Did any of you have those weird, gooey aliens that came in plastic eggs? And did any of you get told that if you put the gooey aliens together and then put them in the egg, they would have an alien baby? Because that was a rumor. Obviously, it's not real in any way. But what if it was? Because looking back at them now, it's obviously just two weird gooey bits of chemical designed to look like an alien shape. There is no way. Put them in the fridge. Yeah, put them in the fridge. Do all that jazz. That's what it was meant to be. That was wizardry. It's weird to have heard that on Ireland without the internet. There's a weird thing that you guys have to understand, is that back in the 90s, rumors managed to cross continents with seemingly no connection. No internet, no phones, no nothing. Everyone knew that Marilyn Manson had the bottom two ribs removed. Every school kid knew that. Every school kid knew someone whose uncle worked for Nintendo because Mew was under the truck. I have no idea why, but it just happened. Spontaneous creation, spontaneous spreading of information. We all drew the funny shaped S. We did. Emergent rumors. I think the actual answer was from magazines. Genuinely from magazines. It must have been. There was no other way that it could have worked. Let me just cleave these guys as best I can. Missing No is made of the souls of lost programmers when they were trying to cram all that data into a tiny, tiny Game Boy cartridge. Hey, JoshStrifeHayes Sunrise decided to follow your live because the WoW clips and the replays channel. Thank you very much. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're having a lovely day. We are pushing our way through Black Rock Depths. I have so far got 2 drops that are useful for me. I've got the Entrenching Boots, which are strength, agility, and stamina, and improves my hit rating. And I have got the Houndmaster's Rifle, which could be useful because it increases my attack power when fighting beasts. But apart from that, we are just pushing our way through. As soon as I hit level... You guys might want to draw these guys back a little bit. There we go. As soon as I hit level 50, you are going to see a major power spike. Not Levos. Those kind of myths and campfire stories no longer exist. This is a deeper topic. We are no longer bored. I agree with that. I think that there has been a major cultural shift where, by not allowing us to experience any moment of boredom, the level of creativity within society as a whole has dropped. The Nintendo rumors from Nintendo Power. Being bored allows us to create stuff that entertains us. If you don't have that boredom, you sometimes don't get in touch with the side of yourself that creates entertaining ideas. Bailey, my goodness, thank you for even more subs. That's very kind. You are keeping this stream going way too long. Are they called Ghostbusters because they bust when they find a ghost? Well, no, but you guys do have to remember that in the theme song there is literally the line, "Bustin' makes me feel good." That's in that song. That's not a mistake. They knew exactly what they were doing when they put that line in the song. Go back and listen to the song with knowledge of that. There's clues. Childhood ruined. I'm sorry, but you guys can go back and listen to that song. I am 2 pips away from leveling up, by the way. You respect the honesty. Thank you. That's what you're all here for. We all good? Good. G. R. Quick reminder, you can listen to all of those things. Princess Sophie, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? There's still time to leave. Sophie, you could save yourself. You could live a better life. Unfortunately, you have chosen to be here. All this anti-wet ghost rhetoric is clearly propaganda by Big Dry. It's not called Big Dry anymore. They've changed their name to Super Dry now. Let's kill this Twilight Emissary. What is dry ice, then? Dry ice is the mortal enemy of wet fire. Which would just be lava. That links back to a question from earlier. Is lava wet? We don't actually know. Wet fire is wet. No, wet fire is not steam. That's just angry water. If you drown in dry ice, do you become a dry ghost or a wet ghost? This is why heaven needs some kind of GM to make these decisions in these weird fringe cases. Like, at some point, a GM just needs to teleport in and decide to put you back a few weeks. And be like, look, you fucked up. We don't know what the decision's meant to be. Go back, do it again. Right, there's... Oh, hang on. We've pulled. You've been attacked by it. We've pulled. Here we go. Are you guys ready? Here we go. Josh, you would be going to heaven, but the wet ghost bit went a bit too far. That's just what we get told. That's just Big Moist. Trying to... That would be my rapper name, by the way. Is there a boss down there? Oh, Lord Incendious. I bet that guy's a boss. Big Moist strikes again. Yeah, exactly. He's got the flow. Get it? That works because flow is a term used to describe the cadence of a rap song. Or any song, really. That is musically and lyrically enjoyable. But it's also at the same time a term used to describe liquid moving. I would bring the damp tracks. I would make the listeners wet. There we go. That's a laminar joke. Oh, there's flow to it. Thanks for rap-splaining to us. I just think that some people aren't as, in touch with the rap culture as I am. Welcome to Shadowforge City. Looks dangerous. Let's go into Shadowforge City, see what's going on. This stream has been turbulent. That's true. How many times does it take the same message until I get banned? I mean, I've been saying the same thing for weeks, months, if anything, on this stream right now. It's a 30-minute loop. You should collab with Eye Patch Wolf's Big Jacket Weather. I do love Super Eye Patch Wolf. I think that the reason that Rustage, Schwabady, Connor Quest, and Tekking haven't asked me to appear on any of their tracks is honestly they're scared. They're scared of my flow. I think sometimes they listen to me talk and they're like, he's just got that lyrical mastery in him. And it's true. You listen to me go on stage, I am just a slave to the rhythm. I feel that Daniel is... I am the one rapper that Daniel is afraid to diss. You got some kind of shield drop? Do not open the portrait on the wall. It spawns mobs. Hey, you got a shield? Where's the shield? Did a shield do something then? Avengers shield. Oh, level 50 talent. Right, gotcha. I can pull now. Cool. Hurls a shield at the enemy. Very nice. We could write a rap song right now about gaming culture. We should do it. Are the wetlands considered the ghostlands and vice versa? Yes. I'm glad I can be the one to educate you on this. Okay, right. You want to write a rap song? Let's do it. Let's start off. Let's write a rap song. We're going to start off, the very first thing I'm going to put in is what is affectionately in the nerdcore universe known as shadow noises. Shadow noises are where you just kind of go, halfway through a song. It's patented to Shadow, so I will have to ask him if I'm allowed to use them. Apart from that, I'm kind of out of ideas. That's pretty much it. That was the extent of where I thought the song could start. Oh, we could throw in the word yeah halfway through. Let me be real with you guys. My skill in writing songs is very much limited to what I would do on a Casio keyboard during music lessons in school, which is putting on DJ mode and pressing the buttons to be like, come on, yeah, get down, DJ, DJ, DJ. That's how I would do it. It would be Casio DJ keyboard levels of stuff. You guys remember that? That was very much my level of skill. Dictionary. Oh god, the dictionary button. Live in a vida. Yes, we can do live in a vida loca. All the ghosts are dry now. Josh, you've managed to turn heaven into just a large field of dust. Ooh. Arbiter's Blade. Increased damage and healing done by up to 8. It's an offhand sword. Great spellcaster sword. I don't need that. Crusader's Leggings of the Eagle. I don't need those either. It's a paladin sword right there. Hero says, since rappers are masters of the flow, would that make them experts in moisture? Would that make them ghost whisperers? Yeah, Big Rap doesn't actually want you to know that all of the rappers can talk to ghosts. One pip. Hang on. 1 pip from level. This is the room you can use your coffer keys. Oh, sweet. Get some stuff, can I? Can I? Is it safe? Open them all and the statues attack. Cool. Do we do that now? Should we check the portrait for the key holder? What the hell? Someone put 2,400 gold in the guild bank. We need to check that then. Make sure that's someone that's no-lifing it and not someone that's buying gold. Okay, so we don't have the Dark Keeper key. We have... Oh, there he is. Does that make him spawn somewhere in the dungeon? He is in the Hall of Crafting. Right, so you open this, and then he spawns in somewhere. Sometimes he spawns in this room. Okay. Do we open stuff now? Which is down the hall from when we turned around earlier. Okay, gotcha. So we want to open stuff now. My goodness, Toadstool, thank you very much for all the gifted subs. That is incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much. Let's open some relic coffers and see what there is. Do you get good rewards in here, or is it just random stuff? Shiny bracelet, small sack of coins, legal documents. I love legal documents. We can't read them. That's a shame. Recently you made a video critiquing reaction content. Do you think it applies to Asmongold as well and has done more harm to you by reacting to your videos in the past than good? A1N. This is the question that I get more frequently than any other question in the entire world, and nobody can seem to understand that it is a varied answer choice. Asmongold has made more money off the videos that he has reacted to than I have made off them, and I made them. I understand that I have benefited from being reacted to. I understand that it has given me access to a larger audience, and it has, over time, allowed people to discover my content and be shared. However, it was... I mean, people always go, oh, do you just care about the money? Not just the money, but it is also my job, so I do have to at least care about it to a degree. I think we need one more key to open all of these doors. Are we ready? Yes. So this is the kind of point where I have to talk about having benefits and negatives to it. I have benefited from being exposed to a larger audience, and I have also not benefited from that because when a video of mine exists as a reaction, YouTube has always prioritized the reaction. Which means that my original video is then deprioritized within the listings, which is irritating for discoverability and continued sustainability of that video. But that means that unfortunately I then have to be very aware that there is a subset of viewers and fans of any YouTuber who, as soon as you say something negative about them, have nothing better to do with their day than spend all the free time and energy they have making somebody else's day worse. Which unfortunately is the parasocial connection to it. Russian just said reaction videos drive more engagement. Yeah, they do. Which means that the reaction video then gets prioritized by YouTube over the original. Which means that as someone who is creating original content, you have to sit down and say to yourself, why am I doing this? Josh, open the box. The box? Ah, this box. I've never opened this box before. Let's see what it is, if it's anything. It's Magma Forged Band. Interesting. Okay, plus 7 strength, plus 12 agility, and plus 7 stamina. Is that a good one? I mean, that seems good for basically anyone. So I'm going to need that, and if you need it as well, then need it. Whoever gets it gets to use it. Oh, I've needed. Everyone needed. Need if you need it. If you need the ring, then need the ring. Hey, thank you. I will equip that as soon as I hit level 52. Good for DPS. So when people come into the stream and say, you know, do you believe that the reactions have been negative? I have gained the benefits from them, which means that I am in a position right now where I wouldn't be here if they hadn't happened. But at the same time, I can now acknowledge that it was also a... If you benefit someone by doing something in a way that's connected, you haven't necessarily benefited them with that on purpose. If a reaction video is posted quickly enough, the reaction videos get views, YouTube might see the similarities and then do that. Haunting Bird, it does that anyway. As soon as 2 versions of a video exist, YouTube prioritizes the one that gets the highest click-through rate with the longest view time. Speak on the nuance of how the value of perspective can be worth more than the thing being perceived. Potentially. People don't... The ultimate truth is that some people just don't care about things beyond the surface level of the thing. And why should they? There's a lot of stuff to care about in the world. You don't want to be like, oh, but don't you care about this? Don't you care about that? Don't you care about the other? It can be overwhelming to be told to care about everything. Which means when you then ultimately have to be told to care about stuff that is just trying to entertain you, that's the issue. Because at some point you just want to watch an entertaining video. And I totally get it. We only have so many fucks to give. Observe thy field of fucks and see that it is barren. Eventually you're going to run out of stuff to care about. So when someone comes up to me and says, why do I care about reaction content? My honest answer to them is, you know what, I get why you don't. Because at some point it's just too much to care about. What would be more hypocritical of me? Benefiting from a system and then supporting that system, even though I don't necessarily agree with it completely. Or benefiting from a system and then having a critique of that system that tries to understand its benefits and its downsides. I wonder if the need for social engagement is the underlying reason. Many content creators just doing content with their Twitch chat, they barely get secondary reaction videos. It's my observation. Beaver, you have to understand that someone reacting to a Twitch stream is much different to somebody reacting to a full edited, scripted, researched video. If someone makes a full edited, scripted, researched video, they have put a huge amount of time into that video. And someone responding to it or reacting to it and then re-uploading their full reaction of that video is effectively getting the benefit of that full editing without needing to put the effort and the work into it. That's the issue. It's not that reaction content does not have any place within the content sphere. It's that it allows someone who re-uploads the full reaction to an edited video to effectively re-upload the entire video to benefit them. That's the difference. We all understand that if someone listens to an entire song through and then reacts to it at the end, people will be like, we're going to claim the song. If you upload an entire movie reacted to it, we're going to be like that. We're going to claim the movie. But some people seem to have this horrible thought that artists just should not be paid for making any of the stuff that they do make. So the solution is to ask for permission before reacting to the video. That is one solution. I think that the other solution is a profit split with... We haven't changed the loot options. It's on group. Okay, cool. The other option is a profit split. Now, we know that YouTube can do this because YouTube does profit split and profit share for things like music videos. Can you content ID the React videos? You absolutely can. But what that will do is then just take it down from the Reactors channel. I do think that for some, there's a desire to try and find someone to help them know what the right opinion is and outlook. Potentially. It's not an absolute bad thing. It is a complicated thing. I think ultimately is, or copyright strike to get the money. No, you can't get the money from that unless you are a big business. If someone reacted to my video and I wanted to copyright content claim it to get the money that their video would create, I can't do that. Big businesses can do that. I can't. I'm just a big fan of having people be paid for the work that they've put in. And when people say to me, oh, you get paid in exposure, that's not payment. That is a side fringe benefit. Payment and exposure, that's fine. But it still benefits the viewers because they now have two versions of the video to watch, and some videos can be boring to watch but becomes more interesting when reacted to. Kiz, okay, you know what? I totally get that. It does. Some viewers do not want to watch the original video. They want to watch a reaction. I totally get that. So, why does the person reacting to the video then get to have a longer video that contains all the original editing, all the original scripting, all the original research, and make money off that when they didn't put the effort in to research, script, record, edit, and upload? Maybe if they're going to be releasing a monetized version of it, they can give a portion of the ad revenue the video generates to the original creator. That is something I would be absolutely 100% for. And that applies to me as well. Like if I want to react to a video in the future and it generates ad revenue, I would be happy to share that with the person who created the video. But Kiz, you are a great example of the truth is that most people just do not care. They just want a video to be entertaining. I don't want the audience to not have what the audience want. I want the audience to have what the audience want while content creators are still incentivized to actually create original content. Because if reaction content makes more money and takes less effort than creating original content, why would anyone who wants to treat this as a job do it? The offer for work to be, exposure is one of the most toxic and abusive insults. Yeah, think of all the exposure. How did you find me? If my work is worthy of being... If an artist's work is worthy of being displayed somewhere, it is worthy of being paid for. They want a video to watch while they eat dinner. Absolutely. It depends how much the reactor adds to the video. Normally, it's just people with a video on the side that they play and then pause and then talk over. We're doing pretty well in Blackrock Depth so far. I'd say we're doing damage. Doing a good amount of damage, actually. Nearly about to hit level 48, which is going to be great. There is no way a reaction video is better than the original. The only way it gets more recognition is because the guy reacting is more famous. Yeah, I agree. I mean, unless the reaction video contains information or input that the reactor had that the original creator does not have, which is why it's fun to watch something like actual lawyer breaks down courtroom scenes in films, because you're bringing a really hyper-specific level of knowledge to it. That's great. But what you're then doing is you're using the person's fame to bring a larger audience to it. People who like watching videos will always search the original person if they liked the video. Nightcrawler, no, they won't. Statistically proven they don't. You can say that you will, but the data says they don't. Because people that want to watch reaction videos care about the person whom is reacting, not necessarily the video that's being reacted to. That's crazy to you. Why? Have you never wanted to watch someone react to something and then not bothered with the original video? That happens a lot, actually. Right, we've pulled this dude, so good luck, everyone. Ultimately, the problem as far as artists are concerned, as far as creators are concerned, is if you want someone to create something well, you want that person to be a professional creator. You want them to have the time, the focus, the energy to just create things. You want a professional. Now, if someone's professional work is being taken, reacted to, re-uploaded, and somebody else is making more money off it, the person who's creating that work is at some point going to say, hang on, this is my business, this is my livelihood, and I'm not benefiting as much as somebody else is benefiting. Why don't I just do this? And most people that watch the reaction do not then go and rewatch the original. Absolutely. That's just how it is. But it's also very important to understand that there is a benefit to being exposed to a larger audience. And to deny that would be naive at best and actively malicious at worst. So it's very important to acknowledge the benefits of both. Senior designers pantaloons. Armor, stamina, intellect, spirit, increase healing done. Well, they are yours now. Have fun with them. Welltax says, YouTube will build AI that will watch every video and decide on revenue splits depending on the effort in original video versus React. No, it won't. Why would it do that? Why would YouTube want to put a huge amount of time, energy, effort, and money into something that does not generate it money? Why don't you content claim people that do react to you? Man, good question. Do you want the honest answer? Because a lot of reactors have exceptionally large, remarkably socially inept fan bases, and as soon as that reactor says, this person has done something bad to me, that fan base then go out of their way to ruin your life. That's the honest answer. And so you have to actually ask yourself, at what point is it worth not kicking up a fuss? Because you would be fighting against people who are terminally online and have literally nothing better to do with their time than harass you for upsetting their favorite entertainer. It's horrible to say that, but it is literally a case of, I do not want to fight against this larger person because they simply have more time, money, and resources, and insane people who will support them, to go and make somebody else's life worse. Think about what would happen when people say bad things about big YouTubers, big Twitch streamers, or big music stars. Think about what their hardcore, terminally online, enfranchised fan base does. When you say bad things about Taylor Swift, think of the extremely, honestly, to an insane degree, levels of Swifties go out to try and do bad stuff. Think about Eminem literally has a song called Stan about the insane levels that fans go to. That's where the kind of word came from. Then understand that people who are fans of people that work on the internet are themselves terminally online. So you have to ask yourself, do you want to become the target of a terminally online fan base who have nothing better to do than ruin your life? If one of the biggest YouTubers or Twitch streamers in the world turned around and said to their fan base, this person is treating me like shit and making me feel awful and is copyright claiming the videos, I don't like that, what do you think they would do? Unfortunately, what they would do is often, this is the best word for it, insane. You think they would have a proportional, level-headed reaction. That would be lovely. But they won't. You end up with an internet mob coming after you of people who have absolutely no idea how to act in civilized society. Right, what's the plan with this dude, Lord Incendious? It's playground bullying. Man, it absolutely is straight up playground bullying. But unfortunately, when it's playground bullying that you are playing a game of digital chicken with your income, you kind of have to say it is not worth making an enemy of this person. He doesn't knock back, don't fall into the lava. Gotcha. That's fine. In fact, Give me 2 minutes. I'm going to pop to the bathroom. Then I'm going to go and kill this Fire Lord Incendius, whatever he's all about. Guys, here is a DVD logo, and here is a timer for 4 entire minutes. Don't go anywhere. Or do. I'm not your dad. Got dark in this room all of a sudden. Judging by the Fury Warrior with sweeping strikes, it's got to be the Burning Crusade. It is indeed the Burning Crusade. Welcome back, everyone. How are we doing? We all good? Are we feeling it? Right, let's see what we can get, if we get anything good for this run. I am back. I am ready. You guys good? You guys should be good. I hope you guys enjoy these more honest conversations, these more honest, direct conversations. And I want to make it very clear that I don't want these conversations to come across as negative. I want them to be able to discuss negative stuff. That's just undeniably true. We are discussing negative things, but we are not always approaching them with a huge amount of negativity. I like to think that we have the vibes of an old school forum. Oh, hang on. I thought we're all the way back here. Right, I didn't realize you were pulling it all the way back here. Good lord. Right, let me know when you're attacking. Okay, we're attacking now. Oh, that's my alarm to get back. Yeah, I want to be able to discuss things that have negative kind of general connections to them, but not in a negative way. There's a point of civility and a point of understanding to it. Keep decursing. Okay, I'm just going to keep sundering. That's my entire plan right now. I'm going to keep sundering and doing pretty much nothing else. There's a danger curse on me. Fire resistance reduced. Hey, what are we going to get? What are you going to drop, my beautiful man? Cinderhide arm splints of the owl. Fire resistance, intellect, and spirit. It's like... it's fine. It's not the best. It's okay. Yeah. What else you dropped? Honestly, nothing. That was honestly a trash drop. Absolute trash. Hi Josh, because of your streams I started to play WoW, which is a problem because I always want to play OSRS and Star Wars The Old Republic and Final Fantasy XIV. That's fine, just become an alcoholic. That's okay. There's lots of adventures out there. There's a huge amount of adventure out there with lots of stuff to be doing in lots of different ways and things. You can use your big boy attacks for this one. We need your damage. No sunder required. Gotcha. Let's just do lots of damage. Let's hit lots of things. I mean, to be fair, sunder doesn't actually stop my damage. But also, don't underestimate the crazy fan base. Absolutely. Only you and I do melee damage, and it's really only you, paladins, and 99% spellcasters. Oh, cool. I didn't realize that. So just full melee for me, pretty much. Right, now I can just hit you as much as I can. Seems lovely. How much fire resist does it take to be a wet ghost? That's a good question. I regret us going down this entire train of thought with ghosts and their dampness. Is there another boss at the end of this hall? That guy felt like a mini-boss right there. That dude didn't feel like a proper actual boss. Like, he felt like a bit of a mini-boss dude. Hey Josh, why did you... We can't go this way, by the way. We shut the door. It was... Okay, that was a real boss. That whole thing was an actual real boss. Gotcha. There are like 20 bosses down here. I don't think we could kill... I mean, we could maybe kill the boss that we died to earlier. But that's about it. There was always a boss around the corner or down the hall in Blackrock Depths, because it's just that bloody big. It's just bosses all the way down. That's how this dungeon works. You're currently eating crisps with a spoon, and it's not that weird. It's like eating a bowl of dry cereal. I mean, yeah, you're keeping your fingers clean of all the grease. Good job. I was watching a video yesterday about how unhealthy cereal is, and all it made me really want was a bowl of crunchy nut cornflakes. I think we can be okay now that I'm level 48. I can go and kill the other stuff. I've probably got stuff in the bank for level 48 as well. Are we staying up to see the hour go forward? Oh, is it spring forward, fall back? Do we lose an hour of sleep tonight? No! Oh, God. We lose an hour of sleep. Ah, it's going to suck for some people. I'm not going to notice. Remember, guys, the clock, spring forward, fall back. That's how it works. Finally managed to catch a stream. I was led to believe there would be a uniform. Pixelate, are ghosts wet? Don't think about it too much. Just answer the question. You're a ghost. You've died however you died. You look down. Are you moist? Pixelate says no. Oh, thank God. Oh, my God. 7.5 hours of discussion. Where have you been? You have no idea how easy it would have been if you'd have said that 7.5 hours ago. We could have saved so much time. Oh, my God. Thank you, Pixel. That was all we needed. Literally the only thing we needed was somebody to say no. Oh. I'm kind of annoyed you didn't get here earlier. Glad I could help. Thanks. I'm annoyed that you weren't here earlier. Aren't ghosts dusty? Goblin, don't start. Right? Listen. Sprite, they'll be wet when they see me. Thanks, I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. I'm glad I turn on dead people. We've already established that a zombie, a skeleton, and a ghost could all come from the same person. Oh, have you guys... Did we pull? Where are you going, Hope? Hope, you good? What have we forgotten? That's a good point, guys. Remember, the hour goes forward today, so if you never bothered to reset your oven clock, it's about to be correct. And for those of you who, like me, have occasionally suffered a power cut, and when the power comes back on, the oven clock resets to 0000, you have no idea what time it is and didn't even know that your oven had a clock. Josh, do you know how to set the timer on your oven? No. Nobody does. Rev, I can see the word test. No one actually knows how to set the timer on an oven. What you do is you set the oven to the correct temperature and then use the timer on your phone. Don't say I do like the chat is full of wizards. No, you don't. You can't just be lying to me. Right, now let's kill this thing. Come on. I feel called out. Was too lazy to adjust the clock. Finally, it will adjust itself. Given enough time, things just fix themselves. Mantle, Imperial Red Mantle. Increase damage and healing by up to 5. And Star Ruby. That's a really cool looking shoulder pad, to be fair. I'll grade the Star Ruby. Not Slow Cooker said, what would you do if there was a child right in front of you? I would ask them how they'd escaped the basement and when they were going to return to doing farming runs for me on Old School RuneScape. Those herbs aren't going to gather themselves, are they? Father, I'm hungry. Well, somebody's not gathered enough Ranar today. That's just Visa. No, Visa has earned his right to not have to harvest the Ranar anymore. We've replaced it with a small Victorian child ghost. Have you gone edgy? Rassal, I am a pizza cutter. All edge and no point. That's what I'm doing. That's my vibes from now on. Dark Josh has returned. Am I the man? Sean Connery did say to me once that I'm the man now, dog. I took what he said very seriously. Have I heard of an MMO called Conqueror's Blade? I have. I wouldn't consider myself an expert in it, but I have played it. Very briefly. Long, long time ago. God damn, I couldn't interrupt that guy. Josh, you're doing good damage on these mobs. Yes, because I can hit them. Can actually hit them now. Mobs, not a problem. Bosses, that's the challenge right there. If it all goes terribly wrong, the gate behind us leads to the exit portal. Gotcha. It won't. Don't you worry. Help! Pull the blazing fire guard, so I might need somebody to grab aggro on this. Let's just see how much damage I can do. Lovely stuff. Way better. I'm not mismaxing, alright? I'm resist-mogging. Making sure that the enemies resist as many of my attacks as possible. Hope, why are you pulling all the enemies all the way back to here? There we go. Where's the medic? Come here, you. The medic has to die first. We all know this. Medic dies first. Did I play Divinity Original Sin 1 and 2, and how are they connected? I actually prefer Divinity Original Sin 2. And they're connected because in the first game you are hunting down source users, as in sorcerers. And in the second game, you are a sorcerer. Divinity Original Sin 2 is a great game. I enjoyed it a lot. I think the opening section of Fort Joy is a phenomenally well-made section. That's why it's called Source, because you're a sorcerer. The DPS difference for single targets over AoE targets is crazy. It is. Am I doing hopefully good single target damage? I think I'm very much a single target kind of guy. Patrol over there. Josh, you have a talent point. Do I? Or did I spend it earlier on improved berserker stance? Execute is probably good. I should probably put execute on my bar, shouldn't I? You know what? Execute can go there instead of horse. Execute is on the bar. Horse is no longer on the bar. You're all welcome. You can get more bars. Yeah, I know. Watch right now. See? Watch. Ready? Horse, 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 and that thing. Main bar. I'm using the other bars. There's a horse on them. He just immuned from my execute. Hate this guy. Just horsing around a little bit. You can have ghostly styled bars above your bar. No, you can't. I'll give it one more go. Go with a nice highlight this time. Over several years on YouTube, what for you has been the most rewarding experience? That's a good question. I think it's whenever YouTubers that I have admired have told me, not necessarily big YouTubers, but YouTubers that I've enjoyed the work of, have told me that they've enjoyed my work as well. There was a huge amount of mutual respect and mutual appreciation there. And when someone that you've, watched and grown up with and taken inspiration from has said, oh, I saw that video, that was really good. That's me like thinking, God damn, that's incredible. I can't believe that that is something that has happened. I love that. And I'm very privileged to have had that happen. Right, I'm going to try and kill this medic. Alright, come here, medic. Let me hit you and kill you a lot. There we go. Like Kadikarus or Up Is Not Jump. Big respect for those guys. Love the content they make, and they enjoy my videos as well, which is very nice. There's a huge amount of mutual respect, so I'd say that some of the nicer parts of working on YouTube and Twitch have been whenever people that I've watched have acknowledged what I've done. I mean, yeah, I'm probably sure the word for it is around validation somehow, but I think it's mutual respect and being seen by one's contemporaries to have value is nice. Of course, the most rewarding experience of being a YouTuber is being asked by Twitch chat the same question again and again and again and again and again. Mr. Hayes, what's your advice on someone that wants to get into the game? I've played Baldur's Gate 3 and enjoyed it, but it took me 20 hours of attempt for the game to finally stick. I want to play Divinity Original Sin 2, but I keep looking at my library and thinking, I don't know if I can be asked. It's around 70 hours. Even though a part of you wants to play it. Why do you want to play it? And if you do want to play it, why are you worried about how long it would take? Why is thinking, oh my god, this is too long going to be a problem? Play it. When you stop having fun, stop playing it. Literally it. Play it while it's enjoyable. If it stops being enjoyable to you, stop playing it. Go and do something else. Your time is limited. Your time is valuable. A good game will be designed to accommodate that. People go, oh, it gets good 100 hours in. No, it should get better 100 hours in. If you're going to have a video game that asks for someone's time to invest into it to be good, we're already investing our time in our lives. We're giving you that time by simply saying, hey, I'll give you the first hour. Download it, try it. If it doesn't click, don't force yourself. Another enemy over there. You do not need to force yourself to like something, no matter how much other people have told you it's good. It is totally okay to like the idea of something more than the reality of something as well. You can like the idea of a 100-hour-long RPG while also admitting that you do not have the lifestyle that facilitates you playing that. That dude looks cool. Baelgar, giant, and all of his little supporters over there. It's okay to just play something and say, you know what, this is fun for a bit, but I don't want to carry on with it. I think sometimes a lot of people like the idea of something because it appeals to a lifestyle that they used to have. Whenever someone says to me, I really want to make this old school MMORPG where you have to grind for hundreds of hours to get your levels and the drops are super rare and you need to have a guild, I'm like, okay, do you have the lifestyle that facilitates that game actually being playable to you? Because if you do, what you're saying is that you have very little else going on in your life. And if that's what you've got, then fine. Okay. That's not necessarily a bad thing. You've got the time to do it. But not a lot of people have that kind of time. You can like the idea of something while also just genuinely not having the time to do it. I've discovered that games that advertise themselves as being shorter but more focused now have more appeal to me than games that try to advertise themselves as just being really bloody long games. If your game is shorter but knows exactly what it is and I can finish it in 20 hours, great. Sounds fantastic. Let's do that. If your game is super bloody long and takes ages and pads its runtime out with just, effectively padding, I don't want that. I like the idea of a Dungeons and Dragons group that meet every week and exist in the same world and tell their stories and progress through it and draw maps and drink mead together. I love the idea of that. Like, in my head, that's an incredible experience. I don't have the lifestyle that would facilitate me actually doing that. You know one thing that I sometimes get jealous of? Do you guys ever watch those old American films or American TV shows and they would always have the group of guys that go fishing at the same cabin every year? And there's a picture of the group on the cabin wall of every year. And, some of them are getting older and some of them are getting married and, different clothes. And it's always like this group of people that they're always the same. And it's always this kind of, oh, me and the lads are going to go on the yearly fishing trip kind of thing. I know very few people that actually have the same friendship group for that long. I know very few people that have maintained connections for that long. People have moved around the world, people have moved jobs, people have moved careers, people have moved spouses, people have moved and not allowed that to happen. The structure hasn't been there. And I get people say, oh, you've got to put the effort in, you've got to really try, you've got to make sure that you're finding the time. It sounds great to say, physically doing it, often a lot more difficult. If you've got those, amazing. Keep up with that. But I think so many people look at what they would like life to be like and start making plans around what they would like it to be like instead of how it actually is. And that sucks for me as well. Because I would love to look at things and say, I would love that to be the way it does. But unfortunately, sometimes the reality is you just don't have the amount of time that would be required. Right, we're killing this bad boy first, are we? Like the French idiom, c'est la vie. The French do have a good saying for this. I think the French saying is petit filou. Voulez-vous coucher avec moi ce soir? Sonne le matin. Ding dang dong. That's what the French would say. Where did this conversation start? Like, we're all sad now, but I can't remember where we started from. We were talking about something. Well, wet ghosts. Like, I'm not asking what happened 7.5 hours ago. We were talking about friendship groups and connections and stuff. Oh, it was about games. It was about, you know, do you have the time to play games? There have been many games that I've not started because I've not had the time to finish them, and I know that sometimes just reading about them and looking into them is better. Here's something that I dislike. Just being told that you're not a real fan of something because you haven't done everything related to that thing. I was at a gaming event a couple of months ago, and there was a couple of guys talking about a game on stage, and someone in the crowd shouted, "It's not a real game!" And the annoying thing was the person in the crowd that shouted that was actually a member of a gaming organization that I'd been looking into working with. And when they did that, I thought, yeah, I'm not working with you. Because that's a dick thing to say. Like, I get that there's like friendly banter, but that's just a straight up dick thing to do. To shout and say not a real game. The problem is that you're also going to then encourage impressionable kids. Why did they say it? They said it because they thought that the game that people on stage were talking about was not as tough and as real and as hardcore and as focused as the game that they play. And so they needed to belittle that person on stage because that's what they do. Was it a phone game? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, because what then happens is, it wasn't a company, it was an organization. What then happens is impressionable people who don't necessarily understand the etiquette of the gaming world in general see people who are in positions of responsibility and positions of power act like that and think that it's okay to treat everyone like that, which sucks. People say that I'm far too uptight about this, but I will push back on any behavior that normalizes the treating of people because of what games they enjoy as lesser. Dislike that. I don't need to like the game you like, but I'm also not going to make you feel shit for liking it. That's a cool chess piece. It's like samurai armor style stuff. Intellect and spirit though, which is not for me. Stop making yourself immune. Now die. There we go. Like, if someone wants to talk about a game, that's fine, but don't make people feel bad for playing games that make them feel good. So, scrolling back up. Yeah, to answer the question in general, find the time to play the game you want to play. Forget what other people think about it, enjoy it. Self-made martyrs in fandoms. Oh god, yeah. Like, you chose to play the game, man. You choose what you want to do with your time. It is a video game. I am enjoying the WoW Classic experience. I really, really am. Ferality, why are you a skeleton? I just realized that you're a skeleton. You're a dry ghost. You are a condensed, dried ghost. You ran out of moisture. Right, let's kill some stuff. Kill you first. Wait if you get your heals ready, then cancel it. The DPS the mage is doing is fantastic. When was the last time that I thought I was really slaying? Yesterday I put on a beanie hat. And you know what? Beanie hats look good. I'm sorry that you find it difficult to accept that, but they straight up do. Right. Okay, so what does this go drop, if anything good? Bale Gar. Right, Bale Gar. What are your drops, my bro? Bale Gar. Lava Crest Leggings, that's good. Rubidium Hammer, one-handed, or a Force of Magma, two-handed mace. The rubidium hammer looks nice. Plus 5 strength, 120 armor. That's good for... Guessing that is good. For tanks, force of magma, chance on hit, 14 strength. I think we want the lava crest leggings, don't we? Yeah, more armor, more strength, more stamina. Cool, right, lava crest leggings, let's go. You want tank legs. Let's just see what we've got. It also makes... Why are you so small? I don't know what the lava crest leggings look like, but there's like a 20% chance he drops them, so let's see what we get. Grab the aggro, and then let's get slapping. A, B, C. Always be sundering. I want to get this guy down to like 5 sunder stacks, then start to put on some more damage to him. We've nearly got him to 20% health already. God damn, that was really fast. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. Let's take out the spawn of Baelgar, this little thing here. Beautiful. Right, you got the spawns on you? We got the rubidium hammer. We got the 4% drop chance item. We wanted the legs. God damn it. We wanted the 20% drop chance. Instead, we got the 4. Right. Okay, it's a one-handed mace. Decent damage, 120 armor. Plus 5 strength. That's a paladin. That's a Draenei paladin item right there. Alright, paladin, you want the hammer. Do I want the hammer? Do I want that? Like, if I'm going to go with tank spec, it would be useful. But I'd rather just give it to one of you guys. And Damara, you're a priest. There you go. Cool, have a hammer. Worse than my sword in pretty much every way. Your current weapons are kind of gnarly. Flurry Axe and Thrash Blade are usable until raid and even tanking. Oh, sweet. That's good to know because they've both got the Crusader enchantment on them. So we've probably spent quite a bit of gold making that happen. The door at the end is the one we ran across. Flurry Axe is what you want for tanking. I'm going to keep tanking. I'm just going to keep doing this, you know? I've got a good-looking axe. I've got a good feeling axe. You don't need new weapons until TBC content. I probably don't. I'm going to use the Thrasher, the Lasher Blade, though. Just because it looks cool. So it's a case of not necessarily getting new weapons, but just getting new armor and items. Bashguda. Bashguda is a great tank weapon. It's a mace called Bashguda. Punctures target armor, lowering it by 200 can be applied up to 3 times. Okay. I love the fact there is a weapon called Bashguda. Watch him get Iron Foe first kill. I don't think we'll get Iron Foe. Are we coming all the way back here? Are we luring him all the way back? Or are we just doing this, then running in and then getting DPS going on? Right, he's level 54, so I'm going to miss a lot. What I can do is start sundering, though. It's pretty much all I can do, to be fair. When do warriors get Battle Shout / Commanding Shout? I've got Battle Shout now. I've probably got Commanding Shout as well. I've got Challenging Shout. And Commanding Shout... I think I've already got... I've got Demoralizing Shout. I could do that. No sunder on these, focus on damage. Interrupts are the most important thing. I have one interrupt. So I'll do what I can. Commanding's level 62. Gotcha. Okay, I've got demoralizing. That's all I've got. You can do it! Thanks. Tiny. Thanks, tiny skeleton. I appreciate the fact that the tiny... You're welcome, Dad. I will attack and interrupt as and when I need to. I think my interrupt has a 10-second cooldown, so I can do it more. Hey, we got the coffin key. Cool. Do ghosts get taller? Jay, we'd moved on, Jay. The world was at peace, and you had to just reignite that fire. You know what the world was feeling like, Jay? This Twitch chat was starting to feel like the first week after Pokemon Go released. Which I think, honestly, was the last time everything felt kind of okay. Do you guys remember that? The first week when we got given Pokemon Go? When everyone was out the house and it was sunny and everyone kind of felt happy and it was peaceful and we were all just catching Pokemon from Gen 1. We didn't realize at the time we were building the largest ever AI infrastructure for, motorized bots. We didn't realize we were creating the grid. We didn't know any better. We were just happy. It was amazing. We didn't know all the pictures and data was being harvested to help Amazon use transport bots better. For those of you who are unsure, all of the pictures and videos and images that Pokemon Go was creating have been used to create an absolutely massive database which is being used to guide delivery robots. Yeah, you can Google it. All the pictures, all the videos, all the images from Pokemon Go were used to generate an absolutely massive 3D map of the world, which is now going to be used along with AI to guide delivery robots. Sucks. You can go and Google it. Niantic made the world's largest database of pictures of the world. Yep. So all of you guys who made it look like Vaporeon was on the end of your dick, Niantic have that. What they will do with it is up to them. But they have it. What's Pokemon Go? Who's Steve Jobs? Anyway, the first month of Pokemon Go releasing, the world felt like it was healing. Your brother is the best player in his town of 50,000 people since the game came out. Well, DJ Fart, he's probably Niantic's Employee of the Month. Pokemon Go was the first moment. Why is everyone tiny? Oh god, you're worse than a gnome. I like how you look normal size until you run back up and like, oh no, okay, they're just really small. Why aren't you tiny? I'm sorry. Yeah, built different, my friend. Right, should we hide around the corner over here? Why are your feet out, Josh? Give the people what they want. First rule of mass media. Sometimes the grippers are what bring in the attention. Right, you, less of your sass. This puts food on the table. Okay, same thing. Kill the enemies, don't die. Gotcha. Gripper's gonna grip, my friends. Sometimes that's what the guys want. That's what the girls want. That's what the men and women want. For free. It's not really for free. Everyone that has subscribed has made sure that this has continued to be delivered. We are pulling these guys back. My goodness. We are doing some real DPS down here. Here we go. So thank you to all the people that have helped out with that. The foot patrons indeed. Truly. Truly the supporters of this stream. The Snopes article about Pogo is in the stream. Inju, was it true or wrong? Was it real or false? Because I'm sure Niantic ended up selling all of that data. If it's wrong, then tell me right now, because then I can make sure I don't deliver that information to... It's true. Part of me was like, I hope it's wrong. Maybe I've been tricked. Oh, no. Nope. No, that's just what happened. Everyone say thank you, Mr. Skellington. Because we have a Skellington in the dungeon with us. Oh, it's true. Okay, cool. We can't have anything, can we? Nothing's fun anymore. Nothing's just made for fun. Everything is made for a reason. Sometimes the reason was people want to give it money. Games used to be made because they were fun and people paid money and they got the fun game and that was kind of fine. Maybe I'm just old. Maybe I just come from a generation where video games were made by companies to be fun because if they were fun, they sold more. And they were like, why are you doing that? Because it's fun. That was it. PlayStation 1 games, old PC games. It wasn't about the data harvesting or the gathering. It was about the game being fun. If the game was fun, it got sold more. Simple as. I watched a really interesting video, actually, yesterday on YouTube by a guy who basically spoke about how mobile games have changed and about the fact that the moment the free-to-play with microtransaction model was discovered to make substantially more money than other games, that's what was used pretty much entirely. When I say substantially, I mean insanely so. Candy Crush Saga went from making 28 million a year to 1.2 billion. It's insane how much more money a free-to-play game generates than a paid game. And we're talking full-on magnitudes. What video is that I want to watch? I'll see if I can find it again. It was on my recommended. Hello, JoshStrifeHayes. Welcome back, Hoon. How are you doing today? It's not as bad as people make it sound. Augmented experience people to enjoy. Yes, and now those images are effectively being used. It was data gathering on a global scale. It was the world's biggest data gathering thing.
Thank you.
What I dislike is that mobile puzzle games do indeed track player dissatisfaction. They track when you stop playing the game, and then they make the puzzles just difficult enough to keep you playing, but also just difficult enough to encourage you to buy some stuff. Have you also noticed as well that the first purchase in any of those games is super cheap? You know, oh, you can get loads of extra gems and lives and whatever for like 20p. The reason that's done is because statistically, once somebody has made one purchase, they are much more likely to make another. Right, Anger Forge, what do you drop, my friend? Give me something sexy. Foot in the door. Tiny, tiny, tiny amount of anything. What does this dude drop? Cheap beginner packs for that reason. Yep, get the download happening. I guess that's what I dislike about the gaming industry in general now. It's not become about making a good game, it's become about making the biggest profit. The game, if anything, is almost secondary. The game becomes a delivery vehicle for the monetization. The game itself is simply, oh, well, okay, cool. So we've just pulled out everything, by the way. Every enemy in the room has just been pulled. Don't know why. Ah, I see. He cries out in alarm. So he does pull the room. These are the ads he spawns. God damn. I'm pretty sure the room has been pulled. He doesn't pull the room. Those are new spawns. God damn. Wow, okay. Where did those fire guards come from? Apparently that is the ads that he pulls. Do his ads pull the rest of the room? That's the question. He spawns the small dwarfs. Okay. There is also, that's a very good thing there. That's a very, very good thing you've just pointed out, by the way, Doll. If you get a user to input their credit card details in order to purchase something small like a 50p pack, when they go to purchase something bigger like a £20 pack, the game can just say, we already have your details, do you want to purchase this pack? So you get people to put the details in using a very, very, very enticing, very cheap idea, and then later, if they are, drunk, and they want to purchase the 20 quid pack, they don't need to go through the process of doing that. Oh, Ferality says, I ran back around the corner and found them there. There were even more things. Right. Yeah, like subs on Twitch. It's all very devious. Once you've put your money in for them once, it encourages you to buy them all again. See? That's how they get you. It's all super devious. Right. I have nothing else to add to my weapons, and I think we're all good to go. I promised he doesn't pull the room, though. Got it. It prevents the user from making the second guess of, do I need this? Things are designed to get... Yeah, exactly. I think the gaming world switched from being fun, which in turn created profit, to being fun enough to generate the most profit. It used to be about the most fun, which people paid for. Now it's about the most you can get people to pay for. Do I differentiate between mobile games and gacha games, or do I think they're the same? Moondoggy, I think if you try to differentiate between those, you're doing yourself a disservice, because saying, is this a mobile game or is this a gacha game, implies that gacha can't exist on mobile. Saying, is this a mobile game or a gacha game, you can play Genshin Impact on your phone. A gacha game is simply something with a huge amount of gambling mechanics in it. A mobile game is something that can be primarily played on your phone. But when you say, is this a mobile game, I assume you mean something like Candy Crush. We clear, same as before. Sure. Saying, do I differentiate between A or 3? Something can be on mobile and have gacha mechanics. Something can have gacha mechanics and be on console. Something can be on mobile and also have no gacha mechanics at all. Let's try and get rid of this guy as fast as possible. Yeah, you can play Neverwinter. You can play Baldur's Gate 1 on an iPad. You can play Genshin Impact on a PC. You have to ask yourself, what is this game trying to give me, and what is it trying to take from me? That's the important question. What am I getting? What am I giving? If what you're getting is a fun game, and what you're giving is your time and a small amount of pre-established money, great. Coke Go, take care of yourself, man. You have a good day. You're playing a gacha game right now, you're having fun. Good. As long as you are having fun, you are not doing it wrong. This is something else I have to try and explain to people repeatedly. I can critique a game that you enjoy as having a negative effect on the gaming industry and not make you feel bad for enjoying it. Like, it's totally possible to say, this product has had a negative effect on the industry. And people go, well, I enjoy it. I'm like, yeah, I'm not saying that you don't enjoy it. If you didn't enjoy it, it wouldn't have had the effect that it does. Something can only have a major effect if enough people are engaging with it and, on some level, enjoying it to be noticed by the rest of the industry. What I dislike is when people talk about, especially companies, talk about record profits and then harm the people that make the game. Oh, we've made record profits this year, guys. Cool. Are your developers going to see any of that? Oh, no. Anything, we're going to fire some. Not really sustainable then, is it? It's like that story I was telling you where I refused to read out the daily reports to people I used to work with, even though managers were like, you've got to tell people the daily reports of how much the company has made. No, that sucks. That's the worst possible thing. Motivation. This is killing morale. Don't do that. If you guys were here for that stream, you know what I'm on about, but I used to work in retail, and there was a company I worked for, I was one of their managers, and part of the day would start with an email sent to all the managers of all the locations, and you had to read this out to all of the team. And there were like 30 people that worked in this shop. And it would be like, okay, good morning, team. Just so you know, yesterday the company made this much profit. This was the highest earning location. This was where that's going to. That's what it's looking like. And I ended up pulling my manager aside and being like, why are we reading these numbers to people that don't care about them? Why are we giving millions in profit data to people that are going to get paid minimum wage, go home and not think about work? Do we really think these people care? Do we really think that our staff members are being motivated to know that their bosses made an absolute fortune while they don't? None of you are going to see any of this money. Why are we doing that? So yeah, that was my long conversation with the team that I was working with at that point. If anything, it would make them angry. I refused to do it. I got to a point where I just straight up during the morning briefings refused to read out the data. And I got kind of pulled up by my boss for that, because it makes the big executives feel better to know that all of the company progress is being told to the people that work on the shop floor. They don't care. They straight up do not care. Oh, the response from the CEO or the higher up people was, you have to do this. It's important. We're a family. Needs of the business. All that jazz. Then I just stopped doing it. Makes me a touch more spiteful and petty because boss man tells you, exactly, they tell you how great they're doing, and then you're like, well, can I have a raise? No. The family talk in a company is awful. We're like a family here. Are we? Well, that's good because, you know, I can't afford to pay rent now, which means I'm going to need someone to crash with. And because you've told me that we're like a family here, I'm really excited that you're obviously going to let me crash on your couch for as long as I need to. Because we're a family here. I've said to people that we work with before, we are not a family here. You are paid to be here. I am paid to be here. We will be civil. Once our contracted hours are up, go and do our own thing. That's it. Oh. Right, so nuke the ads. Pull with it, don't aggro the boss. Well, that aggroed the boss. Good luck, everyone. My goodness, OD, thank you very much for gifting 10 subs. That is remarkably kind of you. You have joined us as we attempt to take down General Angerforge. What a silly name. I am missing every bloody hit I make because he is level 55 and I am level 48. So even if I do land every bloody hit, this is not going to work. OD, thank you so much for the subs, man. That's very kind of you. Now Twitch has all of your... Oh my god, here we go. Okay. Twitch has all your details now. Twitch has all of that from you. I'm going to try and stop these guys as best I can. I'm hacking my way through. I'm trying to kill him, dude. I'm really trying to kill him. I think, okay, we're down to one more medic. I think the ads are gone as well. Great! This is excellent. I can be more accurate in my hits now. I can stop you. Yes! Alright, we've taken the medics down. Now we should be just able to DPS this guy. I'm going to be able to put stack up Sunder on him even if I'm not doing damage myself. The true meta is not doing any damage, just kind of standing here. I could execute in a second, couldn't I? As soon as I've got enough. Oh, there we go, I hit some damage. Right, what does this bro drop? If anything good. Angerforge's Battle Axe. Two-handed axe. 100 to 150 damage. Plus 27 strength, plus 11 stamina. It's not bad, is it? It's fine. Top tier axe, great axe. I'm not going to use it though. I've got two good swords. Strength and stamina. I mean, I'll take it. But, like, I don't need it. The speed though, 2.6. Slow. Insanely bad. The axe looks cool, but it's a bad axe. Take it anyway. That's fine. This is mine now. That is actually vendor best in slot. So we are going to sell that to a vendor. Big axe makes warrior go zug zug. Can't equip it to level 51. Can, however, equip the Blanchard's Stout. That would be 20 strength, 15 stamina. Not sure what my two-handed weapon skill is right now, though. Two-handed maces? It's only 100. It's too low. It's way too low. My two-handed... My swords are better. How did you get a flurry? It dropped. It dropped in the dungeon. It dropped from a maggot in the Sunken Temple. And I clicked need. So, Flurry Axe with Crusader Enchant and Thrash Blade with Crusader Enchant I think just seems better than literally anything I'm going to be able to get. Josh, which elf race has the best feat? I think they're all great. As long as they're all having fun, fantastic. Right. What is going on with this? This room. Some of you are talking about this room being a fun room. What's up with the fun? I'm here and I'm ready to listen. Ready to learn. This room is fine, the next one is scary. Cool. Okay. We're waiting for CD. Ready. Let's do this. Let's go. Doomforge Arkensmith. You guys stay here. Don't run into them. Downstairs is the ads we skipped. Do not run into them. Okay? So, like, I'm just going to stay here. This is my plan. You've played for 20 years and you've never seen the flurry axe drop. It dropped from a maggot in the Sunken Temple and I just needed it. Which means I get 1 extra attack on my next swing, potentially. Combine that with the Thrash Blade, which gives me 1 extra attack on my next swing. And we might even have a case of just doing a load of damage. I'll try and kill this stupid weapon technician here. 1 extra miss. Yeah, exactly. I could get 1 entire extra miss. You have no idea how much damage I'm doing. Look, 10, 2, 2, 10. It's not a lot, but if I keep doing that, eventually it's going to be like 15. Should I wield like a two-handed weapon? Is it worth just putting on Blanchard's Stout? A number might go up. It won't matter much, to be honest. It really won't matter. I think that the reason that I'm missing everything is because my level is just so different to the enemies. Oh my god, Miss and Parry. If I ever had a girlfriend in this game, her name would be Miss Parry. You don't have the mace skill. Might as well level mace. You know, that's true. Like, I'm not hitting anything. I may as well just level maces. It's not like I'm doing damage. Can't wield that. Blanchard's Stout. 348 single target damage. Let's just see what happens. Yeah. It's not like I'm doing anything. Hope Grey, bring the tiny thing up here. Yeah, come here, you. I'm gonna get 1 attack every 2 seconds, and they're all gonna be misses. Oh my god, level 48. You know what, Bookwork, you are correct. 48 in Blackrock Depths, that is a Make-A-Wish run. This counts as a charity write-off for everyone else in this group. Oh my goodness, that's a lot of enemies. Right. Here we go. None of them are attacking me because none of them think I'm dangerous enough. I'm still hitting them for like 15. I'm doing 9 damage per swing on a weapon that's meant to hit for hundreds. Oh my god, I'm struggling with 1 gnome so much. Oh, this is a 4-man team and a motivational warrior. I'm a buff warrior. That's what I'm doing. You don't need to point out that a gnome just parried me with a gun. The rangiest of ranged weapons. Why didn't you have Battle Shout up? I normally do, but I couldn't hit the enemy in order to generate the rage to do the Battle Shout. Meta Strife the Hitless. That's... Right, here we go. Generate rage. Battle Shout. Time for damage. Time for damage. Yes. So when I hit things, I do actually hurt them. It just takes me a moment. Like this. Watch, see? Ready? That's a good amount of damage right there. Could probably tank this if I try. Oh, that's a problem. I may have pulled another group. That's fine, the tank's got it. I'm here. Don't you worry. I think that went quite well. At least this isn't hardcore. Emotionally, it is. Physically, I know that it's not. Emotionally, however, I am dealing with quite a few things. We can do this. I am motivating you. Should I use my demoralizing shout? Reduce the melee attack power of all enemies within 10 yards. I can do... Yeah, there we go. Watch. Stop it. Okay. Stop it. Hell yeah. That worked. Motivation... Yeah, demoralizing shout's probably the best thing that I can do. I'm going to put demoralizing shout on the bar instead of... Probably instead of bloodthirst. Because I don't know if that's going to be useful. Sweeping strikes is not helping right now because I'm not hitting anything. Yeah, I think demoralizing shout's probably better than sweeping strikes because all sweeping strikes is doing right now is taking me from not hitting one thing to not hitting two things. So I can shout, demoralize the enemies, and then just kind of stand there. Thunderclap would also help slow their attacks. It would do. However, I need one of the two stances that I don't have. I'm in Berserker stance, which does more damage, which should probably be changed because Berserker stance is not useful right now. Josh, what Warhammer armies do I paint? I've got a Space Marine army and an Imperial Guard army. My job is to stand and shout at enemies. As a DPS warrior, we cannot leave Berserker stance. We can't. We're not allowed to. Right, watch this. Stop. How did they resist my shouting? I'm going to start spamming this attack. That's going to level up my two-handed mace's skill. Remember right now that my two-handed mace's skill is also crazy low. This boss, he runs out the room, then back in. He's just like me, for real. How do we deal with him? He is a silly little dwarf. What an incredibly offensive thing to say to the boss of a room. What a silly little dwarf you are. Come here, let me smash you. That's what I'd say to my enemies. And, depending on the situation, my friends. But right now, we are trying to kill this weapons technician. We've got a black diamond going on. I'll greed that. Shout it again to make these guys weaker. Excellent. What are you going to drop? Drop me some copper. I love that for you. Thank you. Why do you say this to your friend? Are they friends with benefits? Listen, guys. Okay, let me let you on a secret. You want a real friends with benefits? Make friends with an accountant. That's the real benefit right there. You guys are like, sex. No, no. Think bigger. All right? Think bigger. Getting your accounts done at the end of the year? Make friends with a lawyer. Make friends... Maxwell, she just went, big sex. Make friends with a bar owner. Make friends with a guy with a truck. They are the benefits. They are the true... Yeah, make friends with a plumber, an electrician. Guys, you make friends with a landscape gardener. There you go. That's the true truth. Make friends with a hairdresser. It's just very important. Are we following this dude? Or like that dude? Right, we're killing this guy first, are we? People are always... they're not thinking long term. Make friends with a Twitch streamer. Then you will always have an invitation to really awkward parties. I'm trying to kill this enemy, but he's not paying me any attention at all. Right, can I stop this dude's attacks? I don't know if I can interrupt this guy's attacks at all.
That ability isn't ready yet.
I'm trying to hit this guy with a hammer, and I'm just missing every attack. Every single one. It's not even close. Like, I can interrupt a few of his things. The enemies are straight up ghosting me. And they're wet ghosts, that's the problem. Right, you, come here. Let me shout. Let me shout. Let me let it all out. I will interrupt you in a moment. Get hammered, nerd. Can I interrupt that? No. Can't even shout. There we go, now you're slightly weaker. I mean, I'm leveling my weapon skill at least. I would be doing less damage if I was using both the other weapons. I'm really impressed we killed this guy. Right, what does he drop, if anything good? Omnicast Boots. Stamina, intellect, increases damage and healing done by up to 22. That could be good for the casters. Is a 22 increase good for the casters? Maybe. They are caster boots. Casters get them. Very good boots, good for the casters. Solid item. Sweet. Nice upgrade for you. Well, you're welcome. Pre-raid, best in slot in classic. Oh, goddamn, okay. So, like, that's some good stuff right there. You 48. Yeah, I am. You want to see how much damage I'm doing in the dungeon? So do I. You know what? This is the point where maybe getting a DPS meter would be honestly just funny. I think maybe you guys should be telling me how much damage I am doing. The enemies are resisting my shouts. I am doing no damage. I am here, if anything, purely as moral support. It's so slow. It's so slow we can do the maths in our head. I am doing so little damage that I can't even hit. You guys can work out my DPS by just watching. Right, you said I was doing okay with the dual swords. You know what? Let's put it back on then. Thrashblade and Flurry Axe. Let's go. 4 DPS that fight. 4. Okay. Back to dual wielding. Let's do this. You guys ready? Here we go. Not the gun. The swords. The full-on sword. 2 weapons. I'm going to hit twice as much. 2, bigger number than 1. Therefore, damage, higher. Rage. Attack. Hit. Come on, get me one of those triggers. There's the trigger. Okay, so remember, both of these have Crusader on them, so there is a chance that they both trigger, and I get plus 200 strength like I've got now. So I'm up to 428 strength, if only briefly. A, B, C. Always B. Sundering. Yeah, you know what? These were doing way better. These are hitting at least something, which is nice. We've gathered quite a lot of stuff, though. And I've got some boots when I'm level 50. I've got a ring for when I'm level 52. Time for the pub. There's a pub halfway through here. Love this. Josh, what's the top tip to keep ghosts out your toilet? Dan, listen, you're not going to do it. You have to accept that some ghosts are just freaky like that. Do not loot from the tables. Do not touch a thing. I promise you, the Grim Guzzler... God, it's my stage name again. I promise there will be absolutely nothing in here that I want to touch. Come in here. Okay, I'm coming in here. We smash kegs to anger the boss. Ah, gotcha. And everyone is ready? Ready. Let's do this. Here we go. I've never done this boss before. Don't know the dungeon. You ready, chat? Chat, are we or are we not cooked? Someone answer that right now. Who are we waiting for? Oh, vendor first. Yeah, I've got space. I've got space. The enemies are resisting my demoralizing shout more than anything else, to be honest. So I think at this point, being able to hit multiple is probably a better idea. What was my hit other sweeping strikes on 7? That's what it was. Start breaking. Okay, cool. I assume I open these. All of them? Alright, one more. And then I assume a boss is going to happen. Get away from those kegs, they scream. Oh my goodness. Let's see if I can get my sweeping strikes up. Because with sweeping strikes, I'll be able to hit more enemies. Love this for me. You remember being in there for 6 hours? We are closing in on that. I've been streaming for 8 hours and 46 minutes so far. This can't be the boss. This is just like a regular... It's just 4 guys. Oh, there he is. A dude with a name. I see. The boss is the named guy. I gotcha. I'm picking up what you're putting down. This guy. Let's get him sundered. 317 damage. I know, right? Hitting with my swords way more. Almost in some cases doing actual damage. 234. The boss was just straight up several drunk dwarves. Love that for us. Fire Moss Boots. Increase healing done by up to 20 and damage done by up to 7. Stamina and intellect. 112 armor, not as much as I've currently got. I do not need your weird boots. Good druid boots, yeah. The reason I've not been doing too much damage is I don't want to pull too much threat. I want to have a look at what's going on in this general bar. Alright, yeah, we've got some cool stuff. Got a little band going on over there. People are drunk. There's another boss here. Lovely. Hey, everyone's having a good old dance. Look at that. Hello. Okay, hang on, guys. Let's not leave this bar immediately. Let's just consider staying. Right, let's go. What are we doing? We're going this way. Like, it doesn't all need to be bad, does it? Right, Hope, I'm following you. You see my type? I can't fix her, but she can make me worse. Farah says there is another boss down here. Interesting. This one. Does it aggro the rest of the room? Take him in here if you can. Back in the room? We're in the room, guys. Was she not the boss? No, she was the dom. Okay, time to get some big deeps going on. Hey, that was some good damage right there. I liked that. She's the queen. She can be whatever she wants to be. Right, what do we get? Ribley's Quiver. Increases ranged attack speed by 14%. It's an 8.54% drop. That's not too bad. You guys are doing ranged attacks. That's 14% increase. It's fine. It's not for me, though. We're rapidly approaching room temperature DPS. ABC. Always be sundering. That was one more boss done. Has anyone got the key? I don't think I have. Requires Grim Guzzler key. No. And Ferality is saying come over here again. Okay. What's going on? It's definitely a different time when you can call your gnomish NPC Plugger Spazring. "22 years old, guys. The world was a different place. Choices were made. 2004 was a different time. 2004 was over 70 years ago. You have to understand that. Hey, what's up? Yes? Get ready. I'm so ready. He's going to open the door. Okay. And after that, what's going on? You can't just walk around the convention like that, Mistress Nagmara, and not expect at least some attention. Hey, the keg opened. Property damage. Oh, okay, cool. Are we fighting this guy? Let's fight this dude then, shall we? Is this the bouncer? Yes. It's the PlayStation 1 demake. Give me more rage. My god, attack more. Oh, hang on. I thought I pulled aggro then. I got really excited. I'm like, oh my god, I just pulled aggro. No. No, I didn't. All I've done is stack up some sunder stacks. And occasionally remove some armor. Is this guy a boss? Don't know if Phalanx is or is not a boss. He is a boss. Okay. Does he drop anything good? He counts as a boss. Okay. Come here, Phalanx. Want to punch you. He drops a plate helm. Is it a good plate helm? Because if it's a good plate helm, I'd like that. That'd be great. Come on, Phalanx. Just give me a really nice plate helm. You know you want to. Strength gloves. Strength gloves would be good too. I am doing so little damage to this guy. Oh, that's a problem. Okay, so someone just pulled one yellow enemy. Now, one... Okay, I'm nearly dead. Oh, we got him so close. That was not me. Yeah, I was trying not to kite that down here. I get it. I get it. Where's... Do we all... You have to be careful with the aggro since you're doing the most damage. Gotcha. Do we all resurrect? Is that the plan right now? You were only one warrior away from killing it. If only we had a DPS. Okay, so I've resurrected. And now we run back. From a scale of 1 to 10, how wet do I feel right now? That's a good point. I mean, the grippers are slapping the floor, making a squelchy sound every hit. Talk to the wet ghost for the quest. We could chat to the ghost, couldn't we? And Froggo says, oh my god, please stop with the wet guys. Hey, if you want to play around with some guys, no matter their moisture content, that's fine. Hydration check, guys. Make sure you're sitting correctly. Make sure you are hydrated. That's true. I like my women like I like my ghosts. Damp. Hydration check. I mean wine break. Yes, wine break. Wine break for each and every one of you. Into Blackrock Mountain we go. Does a hydration break accept coffee? Of course it does. Absolutely. You missed something. Why are the ghosts wet? Talia, don't do this. Talia, we've moved on. We were so close to moving on. We had almost fully moved on. Some of you having vanilla Coke. Vanilla Coke is excellent, to be fair. Will this become part of the loop? Unfortunately, yes. Right, where's the ghost that you can talk to when dead? This guy. Hey, how's it going, bro? Greetings, Metastrife. I am Franclorn Forgeright, the Franclorn responsible for the stone rod method of architecture. You have undoubtedly passed through or stood upon one of my creations in your adventures across the war-torn world. Can you go and do something? Here's a key. You'll find this dude. He'll give you a key. Okay. Right, let's go. God the quest. It's clever that they put the quest there knowing that people would die in Blackrock Depths, and then... Did you guys just jump off? You can swim in lava. Well, that's news. Knowing that people would die and have to run past him to, you know, see him and get the quest. That's a really clever way of doing that. Right. Oh, I see. You can just run up and out of here. That's clever. I mean, it's not going to kill you because you're already dead. Josh, you're a wet ghost. Of course you can swim in lava. Huh. Silly me. They had to change how that worked in hardcore because otherwise you wouldn't have been able to get the quest. Isn't there a potion that you can drink that allows you to talk to ghosts? Dark Lord, Josh, you're such a silly Billy. That's probably the most insulting thing that you could say to someone. That hurts my ego, that hurts my pride, hurts my value as a man. Josh, what is your obsession with moist? First you ask if someone wants to moist, now you talk about moist ghosts. Can a man not say the word moist in two contexts without someone going, oh my god, you're obsessed? Not obsessed. Just, you know, interested. No, Coda, don't do this. We were so close to world peace. Red, you don't need to type the words a succulent moist ghost. That feels like some kind of weird sleeper phrase. Several agents have just been activated. Right, we've got respawns. It's a full-on succulent Chinese meal again. They respawn up to the bridge. Alright, well, let's get in then. Thankfully, these ones are level 50, so I can actually hit them. When I can hit things, I can actually hit them. All of a sudden, you want to destabilize the government and also know Kung Fu. Thankfully, they're the only two things required. A can-do attitude and a basic knowledge of martial arts. No one move. Not moving. Nobody is moving, apart from everyone else. Did fans give me more steamy romance? No one's traded me a new novel as of yet. CD Mage, where are your trousers? They broke. A likely story. You just really like this dungeon. 9-hour stream. I know, right? Blackrock Depths does that to a man, or Blackrock Dungeon, wherever we are now. Blackrock Deeps. Big mountain dungeon. We're inside Big Evil Mountain Dungeon. I've died. We've found a succubus. CD's pants have broken. It's been a day. It's really been a day so far. It's just been a few times. Am I tanking? No, I'm not even DPSing. Josh, I'm a US player. How do I play on the EU realms? You need to make sure you are using the correct version of the client launching from Battle.net. The Blizzard launcher is region locked. And you need to make sure that you are using the correct version of the launcher, which is launching the correct version of the game to choose from the servers. Or just move to the EU. Just start a new life. Come and join us. Why is it region locked? I don't know. You can, however, you can access the European servers from America. That is possible to do. It's just not super easy to do. As opposed to why? Who knows? Who knows why things are the way they are? That's just the way Blizzard wanted to do it. That does mean that if you downloaded the American version of the game and you pay for a subscription, you do not have access to the European servers. Before the Battle.net launcher, was the realm list just not... I don't know. Maybe it's different laws, maybe it's different data processings. Could be many different things. You guys who have stayed with us, by the way, all the way through Blackrock Depths, are impressive. I appreciate all of you. The fact that you're still here is remarkable. Oh, Blizzard pays for a different provider. I see. So there's some legal reason somewhere. Let's see what happens if I build up and then do a... Yeah, 556. That'll do. Ask your team to do the whole dungeon next run. I mean, BTD, did we not do that? I mean, the struggle with the whole dungeon is that I'm level 48. So I don't think we're going to be able to do the whole dungeon. Simply because I wouldn't be able to DPS enough through it. You're at 40%. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to push through deeper because that would be stupid for the team. I would feel useless and they would have like a massive dead weight. Revenant leggings, 15... Ah, hang on, whoa. 15 agility, 15 strength, 435 armor. Is that better than my scarlet leggings? Strength and stamina. I think... Is that enough? It's more armor. Way better. Strength is down, agility goes up. Armor goes up. Yeah, I'll take that. I'll equip those now as well. Okay, armor is way higher. This is good. Also, you know, purple legs, purely for the vibes. Let's see if I can hit any of these guys. Good lord. I'm just out here vibe maxing. That's what I'm doing. It's just who I am. Can try and kill this guy. I interrupted an enemy just then. Don't know if you noticed that, but I did. That's just how I play my character. And maybe we've got some extra damage increase. Who knows? Counselor's Cloak of the Eagle. And more stuff. Right, Doomforged Dragoon, you up next. The problem with attacking things 5 levels above me is that I just can't hit them. I straight up don't do anywhere near enough damage. My two hit bonus is quite low because my hit rating is 0. This used to be a Dead Minds only stream. We've changed. We've grown. You cannot step. A man cannot step in the same river twice, for he is not the same man, and it is not the same river. I'm not quite sure how that applies to we've graduated from the Dead Mines to the Big Dead Mountain, but I like to think it does in a way. Black Rock Depths is the new Dead Mines. You know why? Because mines are deep. So in a way, it's Black Rock Mines. And we're trying to kill everything in here. So it's going to be Dead Mines. Like that. I didn't break. I've just been streaming for 9 hours. See, these pants have broken. You want some mana potions? Alright, let me try and hit you with literally anything. Right, how much damage can I actually do to you? Feasibly. I need to sunder you to hit anything. All I can do is sunder. That's my entire thing right now. I'm missing every hit apart from all the sunders. I'm doing like 1 to 9 damage per hit. It's beautiful. And then occasionally we do be sundering. This stream has been 9 hours of pure damp. Can you give me a recap of those 9 hours? Inju gestures moistly. Fists of Phalanx. Plate armor. 367 armor, 20 strength, 9 stamina. They seem like good gloves to me. Straight up more strength, more stamina, more everything. Huge upgrade for the Fists of Phalanx. Let's need them and see if I get them over the tank. The tank could get them. Oh god. 2 of them. 2 of them. That's fine. We can do this. We can pull them. Is that the Flurry Axe? It is indeed. The Flurry Axe with the Crusader enchant on it, and the Thrash Blade with the Crusader enchant on it. Which means we've got the best enchantments on possibly the 2 best one-handed weapons that we can. The only problem is me. Should we sheep the Marshal? We're back into the loop. The pub is a shortcut. I think I know where we are now. Oh, I see where we are. Did Josh get the Whirlwind Axe? I did indeed, but that's back in my bank. I don't need the Whirlwind Axe anymore because I've got the... I've got this axe. I've got the Flurry Axe, and I've got the Thrash Blade. Okay, let's try and kill you first if we can, before you go somewhere random. I can hit the citizens. They're the only people... Is Josh using all his skills this time? I'm using all my skill. All my skill and skills. All I need now. Hey, we did it, team. We gosh darn did it. Good job, everyone. Painful bit over. How am I liking the dungeon so far? I'm good. Epic Cure, I'm really glad you noticed me doing that pummel. I switched, pummeled, and then switched back. I don't like to point out that I am really good at the game. Because, oh, we've just pulled the wrong group. And the reason I don't like to point that out is because you'll then start to expect it more. And if you expect it more, unfortunately, it doesn't happen all the time. But I think there was definitely a modicum of skill there. Does he know the epic drop here from the last boss? I've heard it's some kind of good hammer. I don't know if it... Obviously it won't drop. Nothing ever drops on the first try. I'm not expecting that. I'm just happy to get through the dungeon, to be honest. Also, I'm like a third of the way to the next level, which is incredible. This is good experience doing this. Did you inspect it, though? I did not. I will have a look at it later. What is it? So it's the final boss is the Emperor and the Iron Foe. That's kind of cool. It looks cool as a hammer. Grants 2 extra attacks on your next swing. I can see why that would be useful. Can you dual wield Iron Foes? So you're just doing like full-on pummel. That's like Torag's build from RuneScape. You're a bit of a lurker, but love watching you play and progress. Oh, thank you very much. I've really enjoyed it. With your combo, that's 4 misses. If I had 2 Iron Foes, I would be able to miss at an incredible rate. Is it unique? Oh, if it's unique, then no. Ambassador Flamelash. What does this go drop? Imagine quadruple misses. Oh, you're loving the dungeon? You're loving the union. You're in dungeons with the guild. Good. I'm going to need to get myself some gamer subs soon. Really improve my cognitive focus. Right, come here, you. Ambassador Flamelash. I can at least try and kill the spirits. These ghosts are hot, not wet. What I could do is use Demoralizing Shout, which I think is on this tab, but in this bit. Yeah, there it is. Well, they resisted it, which is a shame. Should I be killing these ghosts? Because I can kill all the little ads, that's fine. What would you rather have? Hot Spirit Son or Moist Ghost Daughter? Josh, do you like being able to ask questions? No, the gift of consciousness has been an endless curse for me. Right, let's see what the boss dropped, if anything good. Cape of the Fire Salamander. Stamina and fire resistance. Importantly, does it look cool? No. Doesn't look cool, therefore not important. What's that way? Josh is second on the DPS. Well, someone's got to be. What are my thoughts on contemplation? I try not to have too many of them. I wasn't even trying that hard, to be fair. Was that on purpose? Are we going that? Hang on. Hope, are we meant to follow you? Hope, don't do that. That's not good. Okay, and CD also jumped down there. Guess we are doing this now. What's happening? Where are we going and why are we doing this? Am I going this way? As well? Okay. Right, what's up? So CD's dead. And I need to have a quick sit down. Hope, I don't want to question your choices as tank. But where are we going? And why are we doing this? Bridge, then up. Okay, so am I following you? Okay, so I'm absorbing damage currently. Are we... So what's the plan here, guys? What's just out of curiosity, what's the plan? What's the hap? Is how we would ask that normally. Do we just jump through the lava to get to that island? Lava skip. Swimming via lava. Okie dokie. Just for future reference, next time we do this dungeon, because this is literally the first time I've ever done the dungeon, would have been cool to do the dungeon instead of skip, but that's fine. I will accept the skip this time, and I will learn what's going on. So do I just spam spacebar with you guys? Okay, we just spam spacebar. Virality for some reason swims. This is not part of the dungeon. There is no way that this was designed to be part of the dungeon. But after spamming jump, we have made it to the central island, and I have had enemies attacking me. They're lovely stuff. Okay, and now I'm dead. What was this meant to achieve? Just out of curiosity. I'm not one to question your leadership. It is a boss skip. Okay. Straight to the graveyard. It skips a boss. See. Well, I've got Damara with me. So what I've discovered is this skip lets you get to the start of the dungeon really quickly. But if we can be resurrected, dragged over there, that'd be cool. Can I just reset and get my armor back? It's not a speed run. Not a fan of this skip, I'm going to be real. Not a fan of skipping the dungeon on my first time here. I kind of wanted to see how the dungeon was laid out and how it was all created. And now you're like, hey, let's just jump down and rush through some lava and do this island thing to skip something. We're all dead now as well. We're all dead. Do we all resurrect? Now you're missing the bar too. Yeah. Do we resurrect? This isn't the skip. No. No, we've died. Everyone's dead. Now we can skip to the graveyard. Do I res now? I mean, running through the lava can't be the way this is done. Do I resurrect? I'm trying to work out if I resurrect or not. I assume I resurrect now. No, it's not. You do the lava via the anvil. Okay. And then we run back. Gotcha, that's fine. Remember that I'm level 48, so I'm probably not going to be able to survive the lava ticks. Like 2 or 3 ticks of damage and 2 hits from those lava things did kill me. It's not that I dislike Classic at all, it's that I don't want to feel that I have to do... I don't want to feel that I'm mitigating mechanics on my first experience of those mechanics. Don't want to skip. If I don't know how the dungeon is laid out, then I'm not going to understand what a skip actually is. If I understand how the dungeon is laid out... Hope fell in error, we joined to try to fix the situation. Gotcha. Let's not do that again. If someone makes a mistake, that's absolutely fine. But let's not try to fully mitigate mechanics. If Hope wasn't falling on purpose, that's totally fine. But unfortunately, at that point, it's a case of, well, someone's just one person die and then we'll wait for them to run back. Watch a guide, says Rip. No, I'd rather have friends show me how it's done. I'm guessing what happened was Hope fell down by mistake down to the bottom. And then instead of saying that was a mistake, it was then a case of everyone do this, there is a way that we can rectify this, there is a way to progress through using this. I get that. So there was a way we could have progressed, but it wasn't the way it should have been done. Zach says, no, WTF, the skip works, you're just low level. Yeah, Zach, I'm level 48, and I've never done this dungeon before. Zach, press the little caps lock key on your keyboard, and then I would like to just remind you that if this is someone's first experience in a dungeon, you don't want them to skip the dungeon. You don't read my message if I don't caps. Zach, there's a lot of people chatting, trying to keep up with the messages. I'm sorry if you feel that I've singled you out. I haven't. I'm trying to read all the messages right now, and I'm also trying to do my best to understand why I do or don't want to be doing this specific way. Okay, so stay start of the dungeon cause you're low level. Zach, the more I talk to you, the more I'm beginning to understand you. We were doing fine in the dungeon. What we can't do is mitigate the mechanics and skip past them. And the longer we do that, the less I learn. Pop to the shop. Are we still on the same run? We are, I think, yes. And I'm slowly learning where I need to go. I think I'm remembering where I need to go. I think it was this way. Correct me if I'm going wrong. But I think I'm going this way. That way, and then that gets me back in. Yes. Now I know where I am. And then we go slowly from there. The skip is only useful earlier and used to skip the last boss for people looking to farm him. Oh, gotcha. So it gets you to the end quicker. I see what's going on. I don't know. Josh reads my messages quite consistently. I do. I think it's when people prove themselves to have messages worth reading. Okay, now I'm here. Now we're good. Let's not do any skips. Read this. Yes, that's true. That was a long run, not a skip. That's very true. You pretend your messages were too good to read out loud. That's also true, Floozy. All that happens. This message is not worth reading. Also true, Vef. It really wasn't. Okay, I'm the bad guy, lol. You're not the bad guy, Zach. You're just someone that's you're shouting and then telling someone exactly how they should play the game. Chill out, man. I read the message I do. I read as many as I possibly can. What I don't want to do is feel that I have to immediately mitigate mechanics or skip past things. Even if it is a legitimate skip, I don't want to do it the first couple of times in the dungeon. Because I want to learn the dungeon. I want to see how it's laid out. Okay. Let's do this. And now we return. Everyone is doing fine in this party, by the way. Did you just start Blackrock Depths? No, we've been here for like 4 hours. Will anything have... When did anyone say we are skipping anything? I don't recall this. I think it was when we started running through the lava. That seemed like a weird thing. I think skip doesn't necessarily mean missing bosses. It means a route that is not the intended route. Okay, hang on. Hope's going to set you guys all straight. Hope is typing. Right, so chat. We're listening. Oh, I thought there was more to come from that. I assumed it was like an explanation. God, this place is huge. No, chat just bad. Okay, gotcha. Doesn't know where skip is. Right, so there is a way to mitigate the mechanics, but that's not it. Gotcha. So the fall was just a mistake. We're learning. If a mistake happens in the future that requires someone to just die, just have that person die. Like, if I make a mistake and I'm like, well, the team has to come with me or I have to die, then it's a case of I'll just die. Don't jump in the lava. That's what we've learned. We've learned that you just don't jump in the lava. So the skip is to jump down there, I assume. So you jump here. Gotcha. So that is a skip, a way of getting past a large amount of stuff in the dungeon. Don't jump in the angry hot water. Just didn't want to be alone in the hot springs, that was all. Now what we don't do is fall down there. Because that is not the correct route. What we can do is go around here, which is the correct route. Is lava haunted? Yes. of all of the ghosts that died in it and boiled up. It's a route, but it's not the route. Are the elementals down there the wet ghosts of wet people? Yes. I'm glad that you're listening and paying attention. I'm glad you're understanding science. Can you drown in lava? No, you would burn up before that. Are we... Am I following... Whoa, no, we're not following that way. We're working this way. There's some enemies... Oh, God, that's... Is that my fault? I assume not. Problem I've got now is I'm doing basically no damage. But that is when you get to farming and geared for it. Yes, I don't mind abusing mechanics once I know what the mechanics are. I have this really weird thing where I like board games. I really like board games. And I also like the expansion packs for board games. But the first time I play a board game, I don't want to put the expansion pack in. I would like to play a board game until I understand what the expansion pack actually does. Then I will put the expansion pack into the board game. So the first time I do a dungeon, I want to try and legitimately beat the boss, legitimately get through all of the mechanics and the platforming and the troubles and stuff like that. But I don't want to add in the add-ons until later. I will have a large aggro range. Yeah, don't put skins on your character the first time you play through. One of the games that annoyed me with this is when I bought the disc version of Deus Ex Human Revolution, which I like as a game. I enjoy Deus Ex Human Revolution. The problem is that if you buy the special version of it, you get this super overpowered early game weapon that the game just gives you. Which is a real shame. The irony of playing WoW with the first expansion already in. Age of Berries, I understand that, but we are not in an expansion area as of yet. And I'm trying to experience the early game stuff before I go into the expansion area. That's why I'm doing it. Will we get a collab stream where Josh and Henry Cavill play board games and discuss nerd stuff? He's too scared to play games against me. He's scared he'll lose. Fear. That's what keeps him away. He's too busy playing WoW. Both of us are. He might be in this very stream. We don't know. We've got no way of knowing. I have just realized that all I've eaten all day is half a carrot cake. So, gonna have to get some food soon, but I think we can do a couple of... How many more bosses? How many more bosses can we realistically do? We're not going to finish the entire dungeon. There's no way. You're nearing the end. No. Nowhere near. Are we actually getting close to the end, genuinely? Okay, so I don't know if I can get close to that dude to do anything. You'd have to bring him to me slightly. I mean, I can roar. I can try and attack. I can probably hit those guys more than I can hit anything else. Do more damage to that guy. You try and attack this dude. There we go. Is the Molten War Golem a boss? Like 3 bosses left, but the gauntlet might be rough. It probably will be. The hardest part's ahead. We've been streaming for 9 hours and 40 minutes. Are we going to push through and see if we can finish Blackrock Depths? Maybe. Sun, are you sundering? I am indeed. We have God tier AoE. We do indeed. Because CD is doing so damn well. We've got excellent priests. We've got a good paladin. Got a fantastic druid. And I am here too. It's a Saturday, why the hell not? I am become Sunder. Sunder of Sunder. I can follow you, but I hope you will understand that my DPS will be small. Are we attacking this guy or not? Okay, you said follow me, Hope, and I'm following you. I'm gonna try and kill this Arcanist here. If I can. Don't undermine yourself. You're a fantastic motivation booster. Yes, that's what I'm here for. Full-on motivation. Can you have permission to go to bed? Yes, of course you can. Thank you for asking. Can I ask a question? Do we have a WoW retail version of the Union? We do not. I am not putting enough time into that. I probably should. Give us a nice sexy drop, Molten War Golem. Silver will do. The Summoner's Tomb. A ghost. Another ghost. Lots of ghosts. I'm going to hang back with Hope. Hope's the one doing the tanking. You could look into making a retail version of the Union. If you want to do that, you do it. Oh, right. Summoner's Tomb. How do we do this? I need some more gamer subs. I need some. Ready? I mean, what's the tactics? I'll say yes, but I don't know what the tactics are. Yeah. You challenge the 7. Oh, it's the 7 dwarves. That's quite cute. Right, do we... Is there an order? Is there an order to kill these in, or do they attack? Oh, they attack one at a time. Okay. Yeah, so all I need to do is just keep sundering. This might be my limit. It might be. We might not be able to get past these guys. I am assuming that they are each more difficult than the rest. So that was Angerel. And this is Seethrel. Oh, okay, so they're all different emotions. I've got you. They're all different emotions of different stuff. I'll see if I can sunder this guy and possibly interrupt more of his spells. My personal limit was ages ago. What we're up to now is the group limit. Oh, hang on. Dope. Dope-rel? What's Dope-rel all about? I'm going to keep attacking Seethrel. It could be fight 1, then 2, then 3, up to 7. That's a problem. I could probably taunt something onto me if I really try, but I can't tank anything. All I can do is interrupt this guy. That's it. Apparently this one does not wait until the other one is dead. Oh, there's another one there as well. Cool, we've got Dope and Gloom are both up. Can't interrupt this. My bad. Can't interrupt that. I think we have hit our limit. Seethe cannot be killed. Right, we are not killing the dwarves. This is a DPS boss check, and we do not have the deeps, because I do not have them. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to release. I'm going to return to life. I'm going to accept the damage. I'm going to return. Everything is broken. Good Lord. I'm going to return to a place that can fix me. And then after being fixed, tomorrow, we will do another attempt at Black Rock Deeps. Been watching your stream clips channel. Love them. Thank you very much. Have I done Maraudon? Yes, I have. I think I've done pretty much everything except Black Rock Depths now. Right, one of you guys has to be able to fix my stuff. Where's the stuff fixer? Yo, you fix stuff? Yeah, you do. 4.5 gold. Damn. Being a warrior is expensive. Right, ladies and gents, thank you so much for hanging out with me today. It's been good fun. I've been streaming for nearly 10 hours. It has been intense. When we stream tomorrow, which I will, we just do this again. Are we all on board with that? We all okay with that? We just do Black Rock Depths again and see what happens. We will not kill the dwarves, but we will get up to them. So for now, thank you for joining me. Let's see who else is streaming. See who else we want to say hello to. That's what we can say hello to. You know what, CD? You're streaming as well. Are you going to keep streaming? I assume you're going to keep streaming. So if you're going to keep streaming, we may as well just pop over and say hi to you. There we go. CD is actually in the group right now. They are CD Mage or Cider Mage. And I will see all of you guys tomorrow. Take care. Good night. And God bless.